Hey, Mr. Lee, can you hear me?
Yes, Judge.
Great. Thanks very much. Just want to check in.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner and Court Reporter.
Good
Hello,
morning.
Mr. Baker. How are you?
Just great. Another sunny day. Mr. Hearing Examiner, if you ever want to know exactly what you're spending your energy on, there's some third-party sensors that are less than $200 that'll monitor your circuits in your house and tell you exactly what you're doing.
Hmm. Thank you. Yeah, I know Leviton, like you get a wireless breakers. Those can, I think, monitor um amount of electricity being consumed by any one circuit in your house.
Yeah, there's kind of a less expensive one is Emporia has a
Okay.
system and you just clamp little CTs on each branch circuit and it all goes wireless to the web and you can see what's going on. It's pretty cool.
Hmm.
I'm ready when you are, Judge.
Sure. We got 8:59. I'll just give it another second and make sure we're all present. I have a few housekeeping matters to deal with before we go to back to Mr. Shields and Mr. Bruno. So I'll deal with that first.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is Mr. Albright. I just wanted to check, do you want us to, I want to reshuffle some time. I can wait to do that later, or would you?
Let's do that on the record when
Okay,
we're
it's fine.
I'll come to you after I deal with my stuff.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. All right, it's 9 a.m. Back on the record, Mr. Lee. This is day 2 of the supplemental hearing for case 22-00058 UT, PNM's grid modernization application. A few matters to address before we go back to Mr. Shields and turn him over to Mr. Bruno for the requested cross-examination time Mr. Bruno asked for. Couple of bench requests. So this one is in the first one. There's 3 here. The first one involves Mr. Shields. So if we look at Mr. Shields, your testimony, PNM Supplemental Exhibit 5. That's your supplemental testimony in support of CBA, James Shields. And then to your attachments, A11, I think, what is that? JWS1, right? Oh no, JWS2. So tables 7 and 8 on page A11. This was what Commissioner Ellison inquired about yesterday during his questioning of Mr. Shields, and I should have interjected and been clearer about, the fact that Commissioner Ellison was asking a bench request and made clear exactly what that is, and then specify time for Mr. Shields or PNM to respond. But basically, what Commissioner Ellison wanted to know was that with tables 7 and 8 on page A11, if you take out time of use take time of use equation out of, or the benefits accrued from time of use out of advanced metering, what is the BCR at that point? Mr. Shields, do you understand what Commissioner Ellison wanted?
I believe so, but just one clarifying question on that.
Sure.
So table 9 has the benefit associated with time of use, time of day.
Okay.
Is he wanting to see it at the portfolio level?
Yes.
Or program level?
I think well, I mean, I think the general nature of his inquiry was, and I communicated with him after the hearing yesterday, just to get clarity about what he was asking, and then to come back and do this and, you know, get him the evidence that he feels he needs in order to render the final order. And so anyways, his thought was, what is the benefit cost ratios if we take out the time of use? In other words, how much of the benefit cost ratio is dependent upon the time of use benefit? Like if the ratepayers don't respond in the way we're anticipating, what does that mean for these investments?
I understand the request.
You do? Okay, great. So however you wish to you know, I think I just explained to you what he wants to know, and then I'll allow you just do whatever you think is sufficient to respond fully to his inquiries. Is that sufficient direction?
Yeah, is that done in writing?
Yes, please. And I don't know, is that something that will take you a long, what kind of time is that a quick thing, or?
Could we have till maybe early next week, Wednesday or so?
So Tuesday would be the day, if you can't get it done today, we have, you know, one of the things with these proceedings is, you know, whenever you ask bench requests, particularly at hearing or worst case scenario after hearing, then you end up in a situation where, you know, the interveners will potentially want to ask follow-up questions. So it's essential that, you know, we get the answers to these questions during hearing, so there's opportunity for further cross, if that makes sense.
We will try to get that accomplished by Tuesday of next week.
Perfect. And, you know, if I assume you'll be the person to come back and sponsor that. Commissioner Ellison will not be joining us today. He's traveling, and but he may be returning Tuesday. I don't know his schedule. All right, so that's that one. For Mr. Hawkins, when he comes up, and I don't know if this is something that he can do now, but the question for him is, and if this is already in his testimony, he can just come and tell me that or whatever. I mean, the question is, what is the cost of just the communications backbone for the program, for the investments, for proposals? Like, so and I understand that perhaps you could ask the question, what do you mean communications backbone? Well, you know, I'll allow Mr. Hawkins to sort of discern what that means or should mean, and then to inform the commission what that is. And he can just answer that to me directly, or if he needs more time to figure that out, he can tell me when he comes up for testimony today. Is that acceptable, Mr. Verhul, Ms. Terwilliger?
It is.
Great. And then yesterday, what I'd like to know is, and I apologize that I don't recall this off the top of my head, but there was extensive discussion precipitated by Commissioner Ellison about legacy undepreciated meter balances. And I was trying to recall whether or not in the initial phase of this case, that cost had been identified. And I don't know the answer, and I just didn't have time to do that research last night. So I guess what I would want to make sure, obviously you heard yesterday Commissioner Ellison referencing that several times. So we want to be clear, is that concern real? Is it a big number? Is it a small number? Like, what is it? And so again, it might already be in evidence. And if someone can just tell me, that's fine. But if we don't know the answer, then we'd want to have that answered. Is that clear enough, Mr. Verhul?
Yeah, I think so, Mr. Hearing Examiner. We'll look for it. My recollection is that was addressed fairly thoroughly in phase one, but we'll find some citations.
And again, if it's just pointing us back to the testimony, that's fine. I don't want to end up in a position where Commissioner Ellison, you know, referenced all that stuff, and then we get to the end of the hearing and we discover, oh shoot, we forgot to get the evidence. So I'm just trying to be thorough there.
Understood.
Great. All right, so that's it from me. I'll go to Mr. Albright, and then maybe there's other folks we can deal with when. Mr. Albright, you mentioned just before we went on the record, you wanted to move some time around.
Yes, sir, I would please. You know, there was some reference by Mr. Shields that directed me that the questions would be better answered by Mr. Hawkins. So I think what I would like to do is move 5 minutes from Mr. Kenny, the CCA WRA witness, to increase that to Mr. Hawkins, and then also to
So sorry, Kenny becomes 10, Hawkins
correct.
becomes 20.
Hawkins becomes, will become 25, and then I want to move 5 minutes from Mr. Morgan to Mr. Hawkins as well. So we, I end up,
Morgan's 10. Yeah,
correct.
perfect. Made those notations.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else from anyone?
Oh, one other procedural question. I have forgotten, other than Miss Lane and with Miss Reno, who else is testifying on the 30th?
Well, I mean, I don't think we're moving those folks around. So my guess will be we'll have a better answer to that question by the end of today. I just did some basic math this morning looking at even though it seems like yesterday perhaps went longer than maybe folks were anticipating, we actually are pretty much on schedule. Mr. Warner was, the lion's share of the time for the P&M witnesses. So my guess will be all of intervener witnesses and potentially Morgan and Cervantes, something like that.
And I think we would have staff witness on that.
Staff witnesses, yes. Well, sorry, Mr. Bortman, I was just kind of tossing you into the interveners. I realized that's wrong. So thank you.
Okay, and that's fine. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. I was sort of got nervous yesterday thinking we were like too much time. Commissioner Ellison asked lots of really good questions, I thought, and I'm not surprised he did. His subject matter knowledge on this is pretty impressive. So that did take time, but some folks yielded time. Some folks didn't ask questions because I think the subject got covered. So I do think we're on schedule. We'll see where we land later today. Anything further?
Mr. Hearing,
Bruno. Yeah.
I just wanted to apologize for my lack of decorum yesterday, and just briefly, and I just want to commit that that's not my intention. That's not how I want to behave in this, and I appreciate everybody else's good behavior. I just wanted to say that, particularly apologize to P&M and their witnesses.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bruno. I appreciate that. And Mr. Vuhul unmuted himself. I wasn't sure if you were going to say something. So as with Commissioner Ellison's legal assistant, Judith Amer, she's been a lawyer for a long time. She pointed out once, it's not an easy job fighting with people and trying to maintain a sense of I don't know, we can agree to disagree, and that's just the reality of existence. So I appreciate that, Mr. Bruno, and don't sweat it. Trust me, we've seen far more interesting explosions of passion in some cases. So, all right, Mr. Bruno, you have 32 minutes with Mr. Shields. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Shields is still sworn in. Is that how this works?
Yes, he is. Thank you very much. Mr. Shields, you understand yesterday, Mr. Lee, our court reporter, swore you in, and that you're still under oath and subject to that affirmation, correct?
Correct.
Great. All right. Thank you, Mr. Bruno. Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Shields, so if you go to your supplemental testimony, page 4, which is page 8 of the PDF.
Okay, I'm there.
Does it say Black and Veatch conducted the P&M grid modernization CBA by considering the portfolio of investments in the original grid modernization filing? Is that what you're seeing?
Yes.
And then identifying and monetizing the benefits from those investments?
Correct.
So did you or Black and Veatch ever compare these technology choices with any other options, any alternative portfolios of grid modernization equipment?
It's my understanding that the order directed E&M to do a cost benefit analysis on the original filing.
So just to be clear, you only analyzed one portfolio of investments in the original grid modernization filing. No other benefits or alternatives, but no, and didn't look at costs or benefits of alternative technologies. Any alternative ways to achieve the desired grid modernization benefits, is that correct?
We did the cost benefit analysis on the original filed grid plan investments.
And no other investment?
That is correct.
Thank you. Did you consider the risk of fires from smart meters in your analysis?
We did not.
Did you consider whether some smart meters like those required in Portugal and Italy that have external antennas mounted at the roof level might cause less risk?
Objection.
What's the objection, Mr. Verhul?
First of all, I don't believe that Mr. Shields testified as to any specific types of, meters. There's other witnesses who can discuss the exact meters we've used. But in this objection also would have applied to the prior question. I didn't know where we were going. I think all of these questions were litigated thoroughly in phase one of this proceeding, and asking if they were included or considered or incorporated into the CBA does not change the underlying question.
We didn't have a CBA in phase one, so these questions speak to the validity of the CBA, which wasn't litigated in phase one.
So here's what I'll do. I mean, there's the question about what did they utilize? What did the company utilize for a comparative basis for deciding the cost benefit analysis? I think Mr. Bruno's point is effectively you were committed to one suite of proposals, and that's what you did. And did you consider other things? Then the next step is, well, what about these other types of devices that exist elsewhere? I agree with Mr. Verhul that Mr. Shields is not the person to ask. But then, Mr. Bruno, you're kind of walking into the issue of, health and safety concerns, which we have discussed ad nauseum. So I think you have a right, Mr. Bruno, to ask questions about what did they consider when they were doing these BCAs, but I think you have your answer that they considered what was proposed. So I guess I will overrule the objection, but simultaneously sustain it, because I don't think this witness can answer the question you're asking, which is meters in other nations and what was done there. Mr. Shields didn't provide testimony on that. He just provided testimony on the BCA and the results of it and how they did it. So I think the ultimate result there is that I'm partially just thinking aloud here, is I will sustain the objection, but I think you've already gotten the answer to your question, Mr. Bruno, at least as to one aspect of it. So next question, Mr. Bruno.
Mr. Shields, did you attend the when Mr. Warner talked about the stakeholder meetings around the CBA? Did you attend those?
I attended two, yes.
Did any of the parties bring up any questions about putting in costs associated with increased risk to fire or other problems?
I do not recall that.
Do you have notes from those meetings?
I do not.
So does the cost benefit analysis cover reduction of risks. I believe that was discussed by Mr. Warner. Do you recall anything about that, that there's a quantification of reduced risk in the CBA?
Yes, we have two risk reduction benefits. One is the risk reduction of avoiding power quality issues on the distribution system. And another risk reduction is associated with customer satisfaction with improved reliability.
Could I just interject with another? It depends on what you call risk here, and I'll pause your time, Mr. Bruno. But I mean, it seems like on some level, let me pull up the app. Pause. I mean, I think part of what Commissioner Ellison is talking about, which is, to what extent is the utilities' assumptions about the benefits arising from the proposals predicated upon rational consumer behavior, right? Like that's a question that goes to risk in the sense of, well, we're assuming that customers will be able to comprehend the notion of load shifting, and then will respond to dynamic prices, and therefore that risk that we won't just frustrate and confuse everybody. I mean, that's when we're talking about risks, that seems to me like to be the types of risks that we're here to address. And so would you agree that that is a quote unquote risk, Mr. Shields?
That's a reasonable understanding. I think there is a solution to that, though, in the sense that if the investments are paced based on actual consumer actions, then that risk is diminished as we work our way through this transformation of the distribution system.
Right. And I take it, from what I heard from Mr. Warner yesterday, is you all are looking at trends as articulated in PNM's IRP and concluding that it is reasonable to assume once a time of use rate is put into place that it will in fact elicit the behaviors that are expected, and therefore the BCRs that are identified within the BCA are accurate. Is that a correct statement?
That would be the thought process.
Yeah. Last one other question. Sorry that I got to this. This was so PNM does not at this time have a time of use. We had a time of use pilot program, and I know that because I was just in the rate case and we extensive discussion about that. As a matter of fact, I recommended in the rate case that we decide the question of the time of day pilot here, because it just seems like the time of use rate is completely intermingled with all of the questions we're addressing in this case. So that's why I did that. But the commission went ahead and approved the time of day pilot, which is fine. But it seems like that all of this is assuming that PNM is going to have a time of use rate in the not too distant future. I mean, Mr. Shields, should the commission assume that?
I think the technology will be in place to do that with the deployment of the AMI meters. So it would be reasonable to conclude that, shortly after that, there would be options available.
What if, though, if the commission were to order, I mean, so the BCA is predicated upon time of use, customers utilizing a time of use rate and responding to time of use rate structures, like the whole endeavor in which we are engaged in here to understand the benefits and costs of these proposals assumes the existence of a time of use rate. Therefore, could the commission, and I'm not asking you from a legal position, but just does it make sense that the commission would say to the utility, well, in that case, you guys have to have a time of use rate in place pretty quick?
Yeah, I'll defer to the PNM witness on that.
I guess, Mr. Verheuel, to the extent to which the commissioners want to know, like, okay, we're here, and you've told us that the benefits are dependent upon a time of use rate existing, and then customers responding, and we've heard from Mr. Warner, well, the amount's going to increase if you have more load shifting, and if that occurs, then there's more benefits. I mean, which witness in this case can come and tell us, yeah, P&M is going to have time of use rates by X time, or can the company even do that?
Well, obviously, we can't say that with any level of certainty. I mean, we have some time of use rates right now. We have a time of use option for all customers except lighting, residential, and 36B right now. But I think what we're talking about is a residential time of use rate, just to clarify. You know, part of the answer to that is intermingled with the question of, will we have authorization to implement the technology that's needed for it? But if you want to go further down the hole of asking about time of use rates, I think P&M witness Settlage is the right one to talk to today.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, Mr. Bruno, back to you, sir.
Thank you.
Sure.
So Mr. Shields, you just explained that there are benefits associated with reduced risks in the CBA. Are there any costs associated with reduced risk or with increased risk?
Could you expand on that?
Well, if some risks go down and you claim that as a benefit, if other risks go up, shouldn't that be considered a cost?
Are you able to provide an example of a risk going up?
Well, let's just say hypothetically, I mean, we know that some smart meters have caught fire. So isn't there at least the potential of increased fire risk?
Objection.
Go ahead, Mr. Verhule, just explain it.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I understand this was caveated with it being a hypothetical, but it's assuming facts, not in evidence. And based on that, I'm not sure it's really relevant here.
Mr. Bruno?
I'm just trying to find out whether they consider was the analysis asymmetric in that it was looking at risks changes that were beneficial, but not any risk changes that were detrimental.
Well, what I will say is, you know, we've had a significant discussion in various aspects of this case, or different times in this case, about this question: are smart meters just too dangerous? And I understand there is a perspective that that is the case. The difficulty with that is that the legislature decided that, in fact, they are sufficiently safe to be able to be employed for a grid modernization application, and such that, in fact, they defined grid modernization as AMI. So at a fundamental level, the argument that they're just too dangerous must be directed towards the legislature, or to the extent to which it is a constitutional claim, should be heard in a district court that has jurisdiction to understand the constitutional dimensions of the legislature's power to decide matters. This commission is not authorized to tell the legislature that its decisions are unwise, and this is simply too dangerous an endeavor. So I will sustain the objection.
I just would like to make it clear that even if AMI, generally speaking, has an acceptable level of risk, it doesn't mean that any particular implementation has a reasonable level of risk.
So Mr. Shields, let me ask you this question, and I'll pause your time, Mr. Bruno, just to make sure you're given all the time you need to ask whatever questions. Part of the utility's response at all instances when they've addressed these questions about safety and health and safety issues is we're going to select machines that are certified under whatever standards exist to ensure their safety. I mean, that's boiled into the CBA, right? You're not picking machines that are highly experimental in nature and might have unpredictable things involved. And is that correct, Mr. Shields?
Yeah, the CBA only considered the cost of that technology. We did not get into the specific technology. I would defer to P&M witness. I think John Hawkins maybe.
Well, let me ask you this. Yeah, and I always want to ask you a follow-up question from yesterday too, and I'll ask the first question, and I'll come back to the way it's coming up right now. But yesterday there's lots of discussion about these investments and what is it necessary. But as I was listening to it all, and I completely respect Commissioner Ellison's inquiry entirely, but as I'm listening to it all, I'm thinking to myself, well, we're not talking about novel investments here, right? This isn't new. In some ways, the reason that this case exists is because the former elected commission saw this and then was responding to the grid mod statute that our legislature enacted and said, P&M, you got to do this. And I know if you look back in history, you could look at the commission's decisions and say, well, the commission denied P&M's request for AMI some time ago. But I mean, now we're talking a more comprehensive suite of investments that are all about other aspects of grid mod other than just AMI. And so my question to you, Mr. Shields, is, you've done this in other states, right? Like you've performed these BCAs for other utilities?
Yes.
I mean, so generally speaking, are the results here consistent with what you're seeing in other places?
They are. It's all within the range that we've seen in the past. I would also add that, to your point, that these are common technologies across the utility industry. In a previous employment, we deployed IVVM and FLISR for these reasons. And this was 10 years ago, 12 years ago. So these are just fundamental technologies required for a modern grid to take on distributed energy resources.
Was there any specific aspect of the results of your work, the BCA here, and given your experience, you were like, well, that's interesting? Or was this all just sort of very vanilla?
That's pretty
for lack
vanilla.
of a better term. Pretty vanilla. Okay, so this is
the only thing that I would add to that is P&M's in a unique spot. They're in a unique spot because DR penetration is at levels currently that need investments to address continuation of DR penetration. Most utilities have addressed this earlier on and are absorbing those DRs in a more timely fashion. So I say that only to point out that the urgency around this is a little higher here than I've seen in other investment plans.
Okay. And so then the next question I was going to ask you was, as you're performing BCAs for these other utilities, have you in the context of doing those perform BCAs that examine, like incorporate into your BCAs concerns like the meters catching fire or other potential physically harmful aspects of these technologies? Does that happen?
We typically put together a risk matrix, a risk framework, and we work with our clients to identify all the risks that they think are important. And we've never ran across a risk identified for meters.
Okay. The risks that we are talking about are more reflective of reliability, outages, responses, customer confusion, overspending. And that's the nature of the risks that we're addressing when we talk about risks is in these types of cases, generally speaking, given your experience. Is that accurate?
Well, we define risk as, avoiding bad things happening. And, like in the power quality risk reduction, if action's not taken, then the likelihood of power quality issues happening on the system increases. So by deploying IVVM, we reduce that risk. So we capture that benefit in doing that.
Okay, I understand the answer.
And we do that because we know for certain that if action's not taken, then power quality issues will happen on the system.
All right, so Mr. Bruno, I don't know where we left with you, but either you can ask the question you asked again, or you can ask a different question, whatever,
Let me
however you want
ask,
to proceed.
so is there a cybersecurity, so actually, I want to ask you something you just said about the vanilla aspect of this proposal. Are you familiar, Mr. Shields, with the specific meter that is being proposed here? Do you know which model meter we're talking about?
Again, I didn't study that piece of it from a cost benefit perspective. We were just interested in the cost of the meters and in the benefits associated with those meters. So didn't dive into the technology itself.
Okay, so when you say vanilla, you don't know that this is really a vanilla meter, AMI meter, or possibly a cutting edge advanced AMI 2.0 type of meter.
Yeah, the term, let me put some context around the term vanilla. When we look across the types of benefits that we captured in this cost benefit analysis, they were common to the other investment plans we put together, and that methodology to capture those benefits. So that was the context around the term vanilla.
Yeah, and that's the word. I use the word to have that connotation, which is anticipated and expected outcomes based on typical forms of investment. And that was the nature of the inquiry. So I'll just clarify that for the record.
Thank you. Okay, let's go back to are there cybersecurity costs in the CBA, Mr. Shields?
Yes.
Why are there cybersecurity costs in the CBA?
Yeah, I'll pass that over to witness Setledge to discuss.
And I want to, I think, and I'm not testifying, but I have to go before we say anything further. And again, I will pause Mr. Bruno's time. Okay, so this is what I was looking for. Section 62.8.13, when considering applications, this is subsection B, when considering applications for approval, the commission shall review the reasonableness of a proposed grid modernization project, and as part of that review shall consider whether the requested investments, incentives, programs, and expenditures are reasonably expected.
I'm sorry, Judge. As part of that review, please continue.
Sorry, I know I went too fast there. My apologies, Mr. Lee. As part of that review, shall consider whether the requested investments, incentives, programs, and expenditures are, subsection 1, reasonably expected to improve the public utilities electrical system security. So the answer to your question, Mr. Bruno, is statute tells them they have to do it.
Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Yeah, Mr. Beal.
I'm sorry. There was a question about cybersecurity, and if you are you going to ask additional questions about cybersecurity?
No.
Oh, okay. Mr. Shields pointed to witness Setledge, and in fact, it would be witness Hawkins that would be the right person for those questions.
Sure. I just am making note of something for the record to point out. Go ahead, Mr. Bruno.
Mr. Shields, it says in your resume that you are a professional engineer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And your certification as a professional engineer, is that as a power engineer?
Yes.
And would a power engineer be the one to decide the adequacy of a cybersecurity plan?
Great question. It seems like that someone in the maybe the computer sciences would be better suited for that.
Thank you. Are there any costs for any engineering analyses in the CBA that you know?
Could you expand on that some?
So if P&M finds that for compliance reasons, they have to do an engineering study, are those costs currently in the CBA?
Could you define engineering study?
Where you pay an engineer to, for instance, make sure that the fuses on P&M's line or relays or other protective devices are compatible with the AMI technology or other technology.
Yeah, I'd have to defer to P&M witness on that who developed the estimates.
So you don't know if any such costs are in the CBA?
Objection, asked and answered.
What was the answer?
Sustained. He said, well, wait, Mr. Bruno, are you about to say what was the answer? And I let me go back to your question. Hold on, I have to pull up my real time. Give me 2 seconds. The laptop shuts down. Okay, you asked where you pay an engineer to, for instance, make sure that the fuses on P&M's line or relays or other protective devices are compatible with AMI technology or other technology. And the broader question was, are there any costs for any engineering analyses in the CBA? He says, I would have to defer to the P&M witness on that who developed the estimates.
Okay, I'll move on.
I mean, I think we know the answer to the question, Mr. Bruno. I can tell you, I think I know the answer, but let's just get him to answer for the record. I mean, to your knowledge, Mr. Shields, given the type of engineering concerns Mr. Bruno just described, were those factored into the BCA as far as you know?
We took the cost that were submitted in the original filing for the basis of the cost in the benefit cost analysis.
Okay, I think that answers your question, Mr. Bruno.
It's not an answer I could use in a brief.
I mean, the answer is I believe the answer to your question, as I understand the fact and what Mr. Shield just said, is that what you're seeking for as far as verification was not performed. And we can clarify this with, because Mr. Shields has consistently said the projections and costs that we utilized were those identified by the utility. So to the extent to which in those things there should be, in your opinion, other things that would have to be asked of, I presume, Mr. Hawkins or Mr. Settlage. So why don't you go ahead and ask another
I
question?
just don't think he said whether you asked him whether he was aware, and I don't think he said whether he was aware or not.
I'm satisfied with his answer, Mr. Bruno. I understand what he asked, what he said, and so I'll just move on and ask the next question.
All right. So are there costs to do with reductions in greenhouse gases? Benefits from reductions in greenhouse gases through less vehicle travel time listed as a societal benefit?
Yes.
And that again is a specifically identified statutory concern.
And now if they had switched their trucks to electric vehicles, would that have also achieved that same kind of benefit?
Could you pose that question again?
if P&M were to use electric vehicles instead of gasoline powered trucks, wouldn't they also achieve that kind of benefit?
Perhaps.
Thank
We
you.
did not do that analysis.
Thank you. You talked about how this project is getting, I think it was you, is getting M&O out of the business. Do you remember saying that?
Driving O&M out of the business, yes.
Yeah, oh, sorry, O&M, right. But the total number of jobs that P&M has is going to be reduced as part of that. Is that correct?
No, the only thing the cost benefit analysis identified is that the task of, in this case, reading meters would no longer be required. And so we captured that benefit.
So I'll pause your time again, Mr. Bruno, because that's a fair question. You know, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers intervened in this case, and if I recall correctly, and I don't think I'm making it up, I'm pretty sure it's what they said. It's been some time. They were concerned was obviously the elimination of positions from P&M, which, you know, for a union, that's totally understandable. So is it a criticism of the BCA and the results to say, Mr. Shields, well, look, you know, P&M's not going to actually get rid of those employees. They're just going to move them someplace else. So that's potentially illusory. Is that at all a valid critique?
I don't think so, right? Because what we identified was O&M tasks go away, and what is done with those resources after that still may be needed in the business in other locations. And so they could be redeployed in that fashion where they're needed. But the end result is that task and that O&M spend no longer exist inside the company. And so that's the benefit we're capturing.
Okay, and I guess in some sense, it's not really consequential, I guess, is the point that there is a net savings because the energies can be directed towards something else which will provide benefits to customers. Just trying to maybe understand that a little better.
Yeah.
Is what I said accurate there?
Yes, what you said was accurate.
Okay, and why did I mean, I'll throw it back to Mr. Bruno. Go ahead, Mr. Bruno.
So if jobs, well, so when you're pushing the O&M out of the business, you're replacing it with capital expenditure. Is that a fair statement?
In this case, you're spending capital dollars to remove O&M cost.
And there are jobs associated with the O&M, and so you may be reducing the number of jobs.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to speculate on that.
So you're capturing, the CBA captures the societal benefit of greenhouse gases. We already discussed that. But could there also be societal costs associated with losing jobs? And if so, if you thought that was true, would you have put that into the CBA?
Objection.
Mr. Vigil, could you explain?
Yeah, and again, facts not in evidence. In phase one of this proceeding, as you recall, Mr. Hearing Examiner, the IBEW was involved, and there was quite a bit of discussion about what was going to happen with those employees who are currently in those meter reading positions. We talked about retraining and redeploying. So the speculative nature of the question is that jobs are going away, when in fact, that's not necessarily the case. There's a task that's going away. There are not necessarily a number of jobs going away.
Mr. Bruno, do you want to respond?
Well, I know that P&M committed to not firing those employees, but long term, I would think that it's quite believable that the number of jobs over time at P&M will be smaller than than it is today. So I believe there still could be a societal cost. And I just feel like the root of my question again is whether there's an asymmetry in the CBA that they consider societal benefits but not societal costs whatsoever.
Okay, I understand. I'll sustain the objection. And Mr. Bruno, you can ask another question.
Hopefully quick question. So Copperleaf, you used, could you have done this analysis? So the Copperleaf, the essential part of the Copperleaf, as my understanding, is converting the expenditures and costs and benefits of different years and converting that to an NPV. Is that the main thing that you needed Copperleaf for in this analysis?
No, we use Copperleaf to be able to capture all the different benefits in the value models that are available to us in the Copperleaf tool. So that's just an efficiency matter. But also the Copperleaf tool allows the viewing of all those investments and all those different benefits, in a portfolio view. So you can see where value is driven by what projects drive the most value. And so it's a platform to help organize that and make those calculations and put it in a fashion that you can do some financial analysis on.
Is Copperleaf certified by any third party?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Do you have any basis on which you can vouch for the accuracy of Copperleaf?
Not sure I understand the question.
You put numbers into Copperleaf, numbers come out. On what basis do you believe that those numbers are correct?
Through the calculations that were provided in the benefit summary document in testimony.
That doesn't speak to the reliability of the software itself.
So we understand the inputs, we understand the calculations, and then we see the results of those.
And now,
Well,
Mr. Bruno, I'm going to pause your time real quickly. I understand your question, and it's a fair one. It's obviously to me that when Commissioner Ellison was describing this yesterday, he had some familiarities, done a lot of this work as an academic. But could you just describe, this is important for the record, Mr. Shields, Copperleaf, is it a proprietary app software from like some company that works with utilities? Like for the people who don't necessarily have deep knowledge of the subject, could you just describe that a little bit?
It is proprietary. It's a investment evaluation platform that takes into consideration all the different types of benefits that projects can derive. Let me back up and say it's an investment platform that works across many industries, electric utilities, gas utilities, water companies, transportation, petroleum. But the platform basically says define benefits by name, and then you're able to put a value model to that actually calculates the benefits of those benefits. So again, it comes down to there are financial benefits, reduced O&M cost, less truck rolls, the reduction in carbon emissions. There's methodology to calculate all that. And those are described in the benefit summary document that's in testimony.
And then who actually is it Copperleaf? Is that the name of a company, or is that the name of the software? Is there a company that you can identify that owns the software or made the software?
They're the same. It's the name of the company and it's the name of the software.
Yeah. Okay. And that's fairly common. I mean, I remember in one of the procurement cases, learning all about Encompass and Mr. Phillips from P&M telling me about, how that works, and that would take years to learn how to be an effective modeler. I don't laugh. I only laugh because I just remember that case and everybody was baffled by kind of how Encompass does what it does in trying to evaluate real-time power system, right? As intermittent resources are coming in and out of service, and like it's just an incredibly dynamic calculation, and that's why there are these sophisticated software tools in the utility industry.
Yep, that's the purpose. That's how they go about evaluating projects, and the result is, the benefit calculations, and then the identification of the benefits in monetary terms across all those projects proposed.
Understand. Thanks. Go ahead, Mr. Bruno.
So as a professional engineer, are you in a position to stamp copperleaf?
That would be outside of the scope of my license.
Thank you. We heard from Mr. Warner. I'm changing topics here about with IVVM, the meter spins slower. Are you familiar with that idea?
I am.
So the voltage drops. So the current. So for a load like a water heater, the current drops, and so the meter spins slower. But wouldn't the water heater have to stay on just a little bit longer so the water reaches the same temperature? Doesn't that make sense to you?
Yeah. So the idea here is that when the voltage.
Can you answer my question? I don't need the idea. I want to know whether the water heater would run longer to reach the same temperature.
Objection, Mr. Hearing Examiner, if the witness could answer the question.
Yeah, okay, I'll sustain the objection, but Mr. Bruno, could you, I went and read your question as you were having follow-up dialogue, and I don't know that I understood it. Can you start again and ask your question again, Mr. Bruno? So we heard from Mr. Warner, you said, and then, and if this might have been the conservation question that we talked about the meters spinning and what IVVM can achieve in terms of reducing conservation voltage, I believe it was the expression you used. Is that what you're asking about?
Right. And I'm just wondering, so if you have a water heater and the meter is spinning slower because there's less current and less voltage, but to heat up the water, wouldn't the water heater have to run longer to get the water to the same temperature where it shuts off?
Okay, so Mr. Vuhule, do you object to that question?
I do not object to the question. I objected that the witness began to answer.
Yeah, okay.
Let's take it as a yes or no question, please.
Well, okay, what I will say to that is, I mean, I've heard the question now, and I think I understand it, and I don't know that it's amenable to a yes or no answer because Mr. Bruno, I mean, the first question I would have for Mr. Shields is, does he know the answer to that question? Do you have the authority to answer or the knowledge to answer that question, Mr. Shields?
Yes.
Okay, so then if you do, let's provide an answer to Mr. Bruno.
So when you lower the voltage on a resistive load, it draws less energy. And so the water heater example, while it may run a little longer, the total energy consumption would be smaller.
It may run a little longer. So you're not getting 100% of the benefit of the reduced voltage.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, so if you did a calculation and said I'm just saying the water heater is gonna, if you admit that the water heater is gonna run a little bit longer. So I'm just wondering, when you do this calculation with the IVVM benefit, are you, I agree that there are certain loads, right? I think we can both agree that like certain types of motors, if you lower the voltage, the motor will keep spinning at the same speed regardless. And so you'll save energy for certain types of loads. But for other types of loads, there might not be a savings. Do you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
So did you have to make some assumptions as to the load profiles on average?
We did make assumptions on conservation voltage reduction factors, and those are described in the benefit summary document.
Okay, do you think that those will be different 10 or 15 years from now than they are today?
Depends on the load and the loads attached. But I would add that, the conservation voltage factor that we used was a very conservative number. Industry standards are roughly 2% voltage drop produces a 1% energy savings. And we only claimed about 35% of that. So even if new loads attached to the system don't react to voltage reduction as well as they have in the past, the conservative conservation voltage reduction factor should have that covered over the 20-year window of the analysis.
Is it conceivable to you that if I had a inverter type of heat pump on my house that I would actually, that it already is changing the voltage optimally and that therefore I could not possibly get any benefit from IVVM on that particular load?
Again, we accounted for, the different types of loads would be added to the system by the conservative value of the CVR factor.
Right, but I'm just proposing that over time, I don't know how conservative it is, but eventually, if everybody switches to modern types of heat pumps, then all of those loads are going to be zero, have a factor of 0. Is that plausible?
We accounted for that with the CVR factor of 35%.
But well, how did you know how much adoption there will be of inverter type of motors?
We don't, and that's why we use the conservative number to account for it.
How do you know it's conservative?
Well, it's less than what is usually available on electric distribution circuits. Again, we got personal experience of having CVR factors in that 2-to-1 ratio, and we dropped that down to 35% of that.
Okay, I want to move. So I believe it's also on the record already that you used the time of use pricing would cause people to reduce their peak usage by 6% and their overall usage by 1%. Is that correct? Was that in the CBA?
I'm not for sure I followed your question.
Well, the time of use benefit assumes people change their usage. Are there certain numbers that quantified that were in the CBA?
Yeah, I'll defer to witness Settlage on that.
Did you say in your earlier testimony that there would be no value to this program if you don't have all 5 of the technology sectors addressed?
I think what I said was that these all work in concert and all 5 are required as DER penetration increases on the distribution system.
Thank you, Mr. Bruno. That was the time. And let me just ask one follow-up question about that. Is that, and I don't have necessarily evidence on this, so I'll just trust your answer, Mr. Shields. I mean, is that a consistent conclusion reached in other jurisdictions who have incorporated this? I mean, is PNM's position here that these things all work in concert and really have to be thought as a full package? Is that consistent with what goes on in other states? And maybe you can offer examples to be more specific if possible.
Yeah, it is. Actually, in the other 2 cases I've been involved in, these same investment types were proposed and approved by commissions using the basic same argument that if you're going to modernize the grid and be able to accept DRs, these are the fundamental investments that need to be made.
And teasing out and say, we can do this, but not that. I mean, as I understand the company's position, that just will build costs in ultimately. Is that pretty consistently the result?
Yeah, I would offer also that you'd want to do it in a package in the sense that these all have to be deployed. They all have to be stood up. They all have to be integrated with each other, and that takes time. So to hold on one and then bring it on when it's needed, that adds lag to the deployment as well. And you got to get to know these technologies. And so that takes a little time too. So I think there's a lot of merit in doing all at one time, just from a new technology perspective.
All right. Mr. Shields, I believe Mr. Verhule, we would turn to you for any redirect, sir.
I have just two brief topics I'd like to do some redirect on, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Shields, I want to go back to yesterday. You were being questioned by NMDOJ. Do you recall being asked about the Commission's May 31, 2023 order requiring PNM to file a benefit cost analysis?
I do.
And you were asked for your impression of that order. Have you reviewed? I know you testified yesterday that you had reviewed that order previously. Is that right?
Yes,
Have you reread that order since that time?
I did. I took a look at it last night, and when I read it, my conclusion was that the Public Service Commission ordered PNM to do a BCA on the filed grid plan. And so that was the basis of our BCA, the costs and the investment programs that were originally filed. After reading through it also, I didn't see anywhere, or couldn't identify anywhere where there was a specific BCA methodology or type proposed used by the commission as well.
Okay. And just to be clear, did you read anything in that order that led you to believe that the commission was requiring PNM to conduct a benefit cost analysis of each of the core programs in isolation?
I could not identify anything.
Okay. I want to switch topics to something that Commissioner Ellison was asking you about yesterday, and Dr. Bruno touched on it again in his cross-examination this morning. Do you remember Commissioner Ellison asked if there would be any new jobs related to implementation of this grid modernization, and whether or not those new positions were in the projected O&M costs in the cost benefit analysis? Do you remember that?
I do.
Are any new positions related to grid modernization in the cost benefit analysis?
Yes, it's actually identified in Appendix B. Under each one of the O&M, under each one of the investment types, there are line items actually for additional personnel to implement or maintain those investments. So, for example, under advanced metering infrastructure, there's a database administrator and analyst, and then there's a few other ones down here, but they're all listed in the column O&M type. So those additional personnel needed to implement the grid mod investments are part of the O&M cost, and we're part of the cost benefit analysis.
And just to follow up, Mr. Verhule, I'll let you finish whatever the questions you have. I mean, so the thought there, if I understand what you just described, Mr. Shields, is even if those new positions, though created, which have a cost, obviously, to pay these people, they're still factored into the BCA, and the outcomes we see where the long run costs are less than the benefits. Yes, so the benefits exceed the costs of those new jobs. I mean, that's still the outcome, correct? That ultimately we were above 1 on the BCR, right?
Yes. So let me just clarify that the cost benefit analysis included the cost of those additional employees needed to operate and maintain those new systems, and that's part of the BCA. And so the benefit cost ratio includes those costs.
Because, I guess ultimately the consumer benefits from the technologies because it provides system efficiencies, but you need people to be, running all those things that are achieving those efficiencies, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, go on, Mr. Verhule.
No further questions. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shields, for your participation, sir. We do have that one bench request for you. You may be asked to come back if Commissioner Ellison wants to ask questions. That'll be Tuesday. So I guess we'll just see where we are in terms of when you guys supply a response, and then we'll just, if you can be available, sir, to come and join us again, if possible, that'd be great.
Thank you.
Okay. P&M, you can call. Oh, well, let's see. 10:07. Let's take our break now. Then come back and we'll have. Are we going to go to Mr. Hawkins?
Yes, we thought we'd go back to our original order.
That's what I thought was going to happen too. Okay, so it'll be Mr. Hawkins and then Mr. Elliott, you'll be up first. You've requested 20 minutes with Mr. Hawkins. He's there, I'm sure you heard. Okay, great. Let's see everyone at, let's just call it 10:30. We'll take a
I'm ready when you are.
Yeah, we'll just give it 1 more minute here for everyone to come back. All right, 10:30. We'll go back on the record. Return from our morning break. P&M, you can call your next witness.
P&M calls Jonathan C. Hawkins.
And Mr. Lee, if you swear him in.
It looks like you're on mute.
Mr. Hawkins, you do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Good morning, Mr. Hawkins. Please state your name and your job title.
Jonathan C. Hawkins. I'm the Associate Director of Innovation and Communications.
Do you have before you what has been labeled P&M Supplemental Hearing Exhibit 8? This is your supplemental testimony in support of CBA.
Yes.
Was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Is it a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Are there any additions or corrections to it?
No, there's not.
If I asked you the same questions today, would the answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, at this time, I move to admit P&M Supplemental Hearing Exhibit 8.
Any objections? P&M Supplemental Hearing Exhibit number 8 is admitted.
I tender the witness for cross-examination.
Mr. Elliott, the Department of Justice requested 20 minutes with Mr. Hawkins.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Mr. Hawkins, it's nice to speak with you. I don't believe we've met before in any other proceedings. Is that right?
Not that I recall. No.
Good
to meet you.
Good to meet you. I was reviewing your resume and it is incredibly impressive. You've been with the company since 2002. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I saw that you're also Quality New Mexico Award examiner for the Malcolm Baldridge National Quality Award criteria.
I have done that in the past for sure.
That's very interesting. And you've led a number of technical groups inside the company.
That is correct.
In your time at the company, have you been involved in other cost benefit analyses?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And were those done internally, or did you do them with external contractors such as Black and Beach?
Oh, you're taxing my memory a little bit. I would say the bulk of them were done internally, but that's subject to remembering 22 years worth of this.
Understood. Just let me pull up so many screens here. Sometimes I lose the one I need. Have you had a chance, were you listening to any of the cross-examination yesterday or even today?
Yes, I was.
Okay. You were referenced quite a number of times. It's the person to go to.
I'm a popular guy, I guess.
Makes sense. so I wanted to start with one question that I asked Mr. Warner yesterday. And that was about federal funding. And I had asked Mr. Warner what grants PNM had applied for that might offset costs for any of the program costs here. And he had said PNM had applied for, I think, had already applied for one grant, but had been rejected. Was applying for another one, but he wasn't sure which one, and that Laura Sanchez is overseeing that process. Is that correct?
Yes, she is the lead on that, but I've been directly involved as actually I've submitted those applications.
You submitted them.
I did.
Can you tell us what grants you've applied for?
Yeah, so we applied for the first round of the grid resilience infrastructure program, I believe is what the acronym GRIP stands for. We did apply for that one last year and were notified that we were not selected as one of the projects. And then we currently have effectively two projects under the second round of the GRIP funding that we've submitted concept papers for, but we have not submitted an application yet. The application deadline is in May.
Okay. And so those are specific projects that you're proposing to GRIP. Are they components of the grid modernization application?
There are components of the grid modernization application that would be funded with dollars if we were to be successful in being awarded those funds.
Can you tell us what components that might be?
Subject to check, I would have to go back and look at what we put into each individual application, but there were pieces of the distribution automation. There were also pieces of the ADMS that were in those applications. And I also believe DERMS, apologies for jumping in on that. I believe DERMS was also a piece of those applications.
So roughly, do you know how much that might offset in costs?
Not off the top of my head.
But that's information that perhaps you could obtain easily.
We could calculate that. As I stated earlier, we have not completed the actual applications yet. That's where the budget is created. So at this point, we're only in the concept paper phase. So we, in concept, have those pieces in there, but we have not, as of yet, come up with budgets or percentages or how many feeders. So that is still in progress as we complete the full application.
Okay. And so the process of completing the application or submitting it, it starts with a concept paper where you're laying out what you're proposing to do. And is any of that, and I suppose the criteria on which it's ranked is available through the DOE site. Is that?
Yeah, the DOE publishes what they call a funding opportunity announcement, an FOA. And within that, they outline what they're interested in the funding opportunities. And so a good application would typically look at that and try to get them what they would like to see in terms of a project.
And the application that was denied or rejected, do we know why?
So there was some feedback. We also had some feedback from an independent consultant, and really, I think what it boils down to is the GRIP funding is really looking for very innovative projects, something that kind of advances the grid to the next level. And many of the things that we're doing in this application right now are things that's been widely done in other areas of the country. And so we're kind of catching up.
So for the next round, to the extent it involves the distribution automation, ADMS, DERMS, they would be still looking for something innovative that you'd be seeking to do with these?
We would be trying to create an application for funding on this one that would take the pieces that we're trying to catch up on and applying them in a new or innovative way.
Is there any reason that we wouldn't want to share that information with the commission as part of this proceeding?
I would say we would want, because it is a highly, highly competitive process for DOE funding, we would probably want to hold on to that until we can get the application submitted, so as to not kind of put us at a disadvantage with others that are competing for the same funding.
What about, that makes total sense. What about sharing it with the commission once it's filed?
We could certainly do that.
And is there any reason the commission or that the company would be adverse to sharing the application that was denied?
I would have to ensure that there's nothing proprietary in there. But subject to that check, I would assume that we could do that.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would only request, perhaps to the extent it might be useful to the commission, a bench request that would provide the number, the financial offset that might apply in this application or in the application that we're reviewing here.
And so if I understand correctly, Mr. Elliott, the nature of your inquiry is there is federal funding out there. Have you applied? Yes. That's ongoing. And then what you're now saying is
the amount
if they're approved, then there's going to be an offset and it'll help defray costs, correct?
Yes. And it would be for the distribution automation, ADMS, DERMS. How much would it defray?
If the application is granted.
Correct.
Can you supply that information, Mr. Hawkins?
As I stated a minute ago, so we have a total budget number that we applied within our concept paper, but that has not been broken down to individual components at this point. So we could give you a macro, but we would not be able to break it down into exactly what that offsets at this point.
I mean, Mr. Elliott, does that satisfy you? That seems
Absolutely.
useful information.
I think it would be useful information. It could show us perhaps, it certainly might mitigate a cost-benefit ratio that's marginal.
Yeah, I understand. Mr. Vihul, do you have any objection to providing that as a bench in response to bench request?
I don't know that I specifically object. Given that these funds are by no means guaranteed at this time because we haven't been handed anything from these grants yet, it's quite speculative in nature, and I wouldn't want it to confuse or lead the commission to believe that something might happen that we obviously have no way to guarantee. I think the other thing to bring up is we've talked about an annual reconciliation for this program if it's approved. And I think the first annual reconciliation would probably be the appropriate time to look at any grant money that we had been provided and see how it offset the actual costs. And that would be factored into how the grid mod rider would be adjusted going forward. So, I appreciate this topic being brought up, but quite frankly, I think a bench request would be premature at this time and might only add confusion. I think the right time to talk about this would be after the first reconciliation, when we've got a lot more certainty as to these funds.
If I may, Mr.
Sure.
Hearing, I think while those are valid points, I know that the commission and parties have also been in a number of proceedings asking PNM about funding opportunities that the company is pursuing. And so this is very much on point, specifically with respect to grid modernization, because so much funding is out there. I don't think it's going to confuse the commissioners. I think they're well aware of the competitive nature of these grants, but I mean, our commissioners are appointed because of their specialties and their expert knowledge, and I think that they'd appreciate the challenges.
Sure. Yeah, I what I would say to the argument I'm hearing here is it's actually not an either or, it's we can do both. So
Yeah.
Mr. Hawkins can supply the information and then we can have follow up in our reconciliation processes, whatever that looks like. So I mean, I think it would be useful to have that information, Mr. Hawkins, and the macro picture is more than adequate. And to the extent to which you want to put right in that document, look, none of this is guaranteed. That will clarify for anyone downstream that this is really just informational for the commission's benefit. So why don't we call that bench request hearing bench request 2, and the hearing bench request 1 was the one that I directed towards Mr. Shields. And then I know there was one that I asked Mr. Hawkins to look into, but we'll get there when we get there. But that was more of a suggestion at the time for him to be prepared to talk about the subject. And if I have to issue a bench request, then I will later. But so far we have 2.
Mr. Ryan,
Yes.
is there a deadline on the one you've just issued?
No, I you know, prior if you can get it before the end of the hearing, that's the best case scenario.
Thank you. I'd also like to remind you that there was another bench request regarding legacy undepreciated meter balances.
Oh, okay, yes.
So I don't know if you want to change the numbers on that.
Yeah, so that actually would be 2, and that would make this one 3. And then there was simply a request for Mr. Hawkins to be prepared to discuss something. So does that correctly characterize what I did?
That sounds right to me.
Good. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, Mr. Elliott, continue.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ryan. One more thing. I hate to be ticky-tack about this, but yesterday, Mr. Elliott took 10 minutes of time from his reserved time for Mr. Hawkins, and he used it on Mr. Warner. And you gave him 20 minutes today, whereas I think he was down to 10. He can move his time around any way he wants. I just wanted to keep the accounting straight.
You are correct, and I have the note right here on my sheet. I appreciate you bringing that up, Mr. And I'm sure that wasn't intentional on Mr. Elliott's part. He probably just forgot like I did.
Certainly.
Okay.
So
I only had 2 more questions for Mr. Hawkins, and
well, the only problem is we're running out of time, Mr. Elliott. So if you can give up, I mean, I'll give it to you. Just give me.
Yeah, I'll take 10. Can I take 10 from Morgan?
Sure.
Okay. I doubt that I'll use it. Maybe, but how about I take 5 from Morgan? Because
okay,
I think I have 4 minutes and 18 seconds left, and that gives me a buffer.
will do.
Okay.
Is that acceptable, Mr. Vehicle?
Sure.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So, Mr. Hawkins, the other question I had is, I think it was also, there was a question about the lifespan of the meters, and I think it was, you were also referred to as the person to go to. Are you the lifespan of the meters is said to be 20 years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I've heard concern that because of the technology that's involved in it, perhaps that's a generous estimate. In providing data for the CBA, Um, did it, did you provide any information, as to the uh, percentage that might fail before 20 years?
We use the 20 years as the lifetime of the meter.
Okay. I assume you have plenty of electronics in your house.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, my router is 3 years old. Do you have any technology that's 20 years old?
I may.
You may.
Kind of a pack rat.
Is it working?
Yes, I'm kind of a pack rat.
Yeah, I have plenty of iPhones that are sitting in my garage, but they do not work anymore. So did they provide you information like out of a sample? I assume not all will survive 20 years. Is there a percentage that we would think might not make it 20 years?
So even today's meters don't always survive 20 years, right? So it's not always a technology issue. The system that we've proposed is there are software updates. There are it is a system that's not necessarily reliant upon kind of outside communication forces and things like that. So and so we are, for lack of a better term, masters of our own destiny. What we've seen is, as an example, our SCADA systems have survived more than 20 years. We're talking about updating some telecommunications in this application that is over 30 years old.
Okay.
Can you spell SCADA?
It's an acronym, so it is SCADA.
And then my last question is on page 3, line 7, where you say if AMI is not approved, 195,000 meters will have to be immediately replaced. Is that because they're at the end of life or because they failed testing?
That is because they failed testing.
So, and they're in service now?
That is correct. It is a sample testing, but the sample has failed.
Okay, it's sample testing.
It is sample testing.
Okay.
And those samples have failed.
And that sample was 195,000?
No, I would have to look back at the sample requirements. That was filed under my original actually, I believe that was filed as a exhibit to some requests. And so I would have to see what the sample size was. But the idea is you take a sample. If that fails, you take another bigger sample. And then at some point, then you deem that lot has failed by the meter manufacturer and you put those on for replacement.
Okay. And we're at 95% confidence intervals or something, right?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much for your time. 20 minutes seemed to fly by.
Good. I just want to have one quick follow-up question. And this is, I'm really not trying to be in the least bit like amusing or anything, but I left yesterday's proceedings. I asked Mr. Shields earlier, well, we're not proposing novel. These proposals aren't novel. It's not like this is new untested technology. And I was told yesterday, and I'm installing this irrigation system at my house, and I bought this ratio irrigation controller, which is wireless. And I sort of thought to myself, as a user of that particular device, it has more functionality than my electric meter. And as I was sort of just thinking about that, I thought to myself, and my question to you, sir, Mr. Hawkins, is that a fair thought? I mean, because I think one sense the PNM has said here, look, our investments are way behind. And as the downstream user, I mean, when I realized that I can get more functionality out of my irrigation controller than the thing that provides me power. I mean, that just strikes me as a little absurd. I mean, is that a fair thought?
I believe so. I believe the new smart meters or the AMI meters provide a lot of functionality that'll be extremely useful to our customers.
Like the fact that we don't know incremental data at this point is really just like wild, because I'll know how much water I send off to a particular zone every single summer, but I won't know how much electricity I've consumed this summer, like at a granular level.
That's
So-
correct. Right now, the best we can do is give you, I like to refer to it as sneaker net, right? Where somebody walks by your house 12 times a year. So you get 12 data points and no granularity to it.
It just seems completely inconsistent with effectively every other aspect of our life right now. It's just whatever. I had this
I would agree
little-
with that.
Okay. All right. That was just, and I'm really not trying to just sort of like I'm legit. I was legitimately thinking about this yesterday as I was home, just thinking about my little irrigation controller and setting it up and what have you. So anyway, we have CCAE, Mr. Desain, you asked for 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I'm going to pass on this witness, so I have no questions. Thank you.
Great. Ms. Beatles, if WRA is here, 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner, but likewise, I pass.
Okay, and Mr. Albright, I have written down here 25 minutes with Mr. Hawkins.
I believe that's right, having moved some time around.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Hawkins. How are you?
Good morning, Mr.
I would echo the Attorney General's comments about your background and your long tenure there, 22 years. That's commendable.
Thank you.
A wealth of corporate knowledge, as they say in the trade. I'm going to go through your supplemental testimony that you've filed. I have some questions there, and to make sure I have enough time, I will be referring to some questions that were in attachments to Mr. Shields' testimony as well, and some of the appendices that were there where he made specific reference that you were the best person to ask those questions. I did want to start by asking, though, if you had looked at Ms. Marino's response to the PNM discovery request that she had done. It would be Bernalillo County Supplemental Hearing Exhibit number 2, I believe.
I do not believe that I've seen the supplemental or the second. I have Bernalillo County's first, but I do not believe I have I've seen or have gone through the second, or I don't recall it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, just to be clear, it is exhibit number 2, but it was the first set of
I see.
And requests. And I just want to know if you had looked through that.
I have not.
You have not. Okay. All right. Are you aware that it contains a lot of projects and grid modernization CBA analysis from other jurisdictions? Are you aware of at least that much or not?
I'm not. Sorry.
Okay. Fair enough. So looking at your testimony, page 2, line 10.
Yes.
You have that you state you provided data related to advanced metering infrastructure and all 5 programs to the CBA. The question I have, what data related to AMI did you provide to Black and Veatch, if anything?
So it may not be exhaustive, but at a minimum, I provided them the information on cost for the AMI as I was the one that sponsored the information or the RFP and the response to the RFP. So I provided them the cost and then also provided them, as they've asked, to some of the benefits that were that they calculated. I would have to go back and look to see exactly which ones, but I was part of the process to supply some of the information on some of the benefits.
Okay, and once you provided that information, you turned it over to Black and Veatch. You weren't involved in manipulating any of that, or
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to get that clear. So in on page 2, lines 13 to 16, you said that you provided input to witness Shields JWSV to explain how these foundational components or programs were factored into CBA study group. Do you see that language?
Yes, I do.
And so how were they factored into the CBA study? What do you mean? Just an explanation of that language.
So what I was trying to say in that language was that I provided the information. So if he were asking, as an example, of how cybersecurity would factor in, I would let him know what pieces of the grid mod application cybersecurity would be important to, and then he would be able then to take that and use that to create the CBA.
Okay. Looking at, it's a follow-up on some questions to the Attorney General, but I had some similar questions on page 3, lines 5 through 7. You state if AMI is not approved, 195,000 meters immediately need to be replaced or replaced with non-communicating meters. And yet we had testimony from Mr. Shields, as you may recall, that indicated only 210 out of 433 PNM distribution feeders circuits would be replaced. Do you recall that data from Mr. Shields?
I vaguely, yes.
Okay, so my question is, of those, are the 195,000 meters, based upon the testing you just explained, are those spread across the feeders that we're looking to replace? I mean, let me rephrase that. I'm trying to correlate the 195,000 meters that need immediate replacement with the 210 feeders out of the 433. So are those 195,000 meters, for example, are those customers who have those meters, are those within the 210 feeders that are going to be replaced?
I wouldn't be able to say that completely without knowing where each and every single one of these meters are. But what I will say is these are sprinkled across the entire service territory. So the way we purchase meters is we bring in a shipment of meters, and if we need to replace that a meter in the field, then we would take that from stock and go out and put that into the field. So this could be literally across the entire service territory.
So it may be part of the 210, and it may be part of the other feeders that are not being addressed, at least with the data we have as far as the replacement circuits, correct?
Almost certainly.
Okay. And I think the follow-on question, you've just referred to it. I had the question, do you know what customers, were they in densely populated areas? Would the remaining customers be more dispersed? We really don't know.
We don't know, but like I said, the 210 feeders is kind of the piece of the grid modernization that we're biting off in the first 6 years, right? So these meters will be across the entire service territory, and as such, could be just about anywhere.
Could be low income, could be high income, could be people with solar, people not with solar. Just
could be all of the above.
All of the above. Okay. Do you know what criteria was used to identify the 210 feeders?
Yes, and again, I would have to go back and look. I believe it was in response to an interrogatory. We provided our sample testing requirements, and so simply we just followed that as we've had to for many years. So we went in, we did a sample of a certain vintage and a certain vintage of meter. And if we get a certain number of failures, then we pull another sample. And we do so up until the point where we have enough confidence that that lot has degraded to a point where we would have to replace the entire lot.
Okay, understood. Thank you for that. And some of these could be in very dispersed areas, which might mean considerable travel, correct?
It could.
Again, related to the same section there, page 3, lines 5 through 11, lines 5 through 11. Will the areas with the legacy meters that do get replaced, will those require additional infrastructure upgrades that are more expensive? And would that be an impact on the cost benefit analysis in those areas?
Can you explain a little bit more what you mean by infrastructure upgrades?
Well, for example, in downtown Albuquerque, for example, I know there is a feeder issue. You know, power has gone out in this building several times, in Bernalillo County building several times. And while only 9 customers might be affected, there's like 200 people that are in the building at different offices and stuff. And part of that is a feeder issue with regard to maxed out the feeders that serve the downtown area. From my understanding, I don't, you know, I'm not involved in that aspect. So my question is, are there other system improvements that are needed, that you anticipate would be needed for those 210 circuits that are in the initial phase that's being looked at?
For meters, I don't see, so a meter is basically a measurement device. It's a passive device. And so we replace meters every single day across our service territory. You take 1 meter out, put 1 meter in. It doesn't require an infrastructure upgrade.
Okay, and that's where I was going, so thank you for that. Another related question, sort of on the lines that the AG brought up. Do you have an estimate on the mean time between failures of the legacy meters?
No, we don't have that estimate. We capitalize those in batches, and so we don't necessarily know that Mr. Albright's meter failed, and we take Mr. Albright's meter out and put in a new capital asset. So we do not have that data.
Appreciate the upgraded meter.
We're here for you.
So with regard to the new meters, this is a new type of meter, correct? If I recall from the first phase of this study.
It is an advanced meter, but last I checked, somewhere on the order of 4 million of these meters installed in the United States, at least.
And do you know the mean time between failure of the new meters?
I do not.
And so as part of the BCA, is it fair to say that the mean time between failure or the reliability of the meters were not included in the CBA calculations? Or don't you know?
I'm trying to think through how that would happen. I don't know specifically.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Hearing Examiner, how much time do I have left?
12 minutes and 3, 2, 1, 0 seconds.
All right, I have a few more questions there, but let's turn. I'd like to turn to some of the questions that were asked or directed in your direction. You have your colleagues there to thank for that. So I want to turn to Mr. Shields' supplemental testimony, and specifically to Appendix A and Appendix B, the O&M allocation summary and capital clearings allocation summaries. And I
Okay.
misspoke. They're backwards. Appendix A was the capital clearing allocation summary. Appendix B was the O&M allocation summary. We can get to those. And I think I have some help on the line from the county here who may be able to share the screen on those. And again, that was Mr. Shields' supplemental testimony on the cost benefit analysis. The November 22, 2023. We can pull that up. And if we go to page, it should be A16 toward the end and B17, those pages. Keep going. It's right before the certificate of service on that document. Again, at the bottom, you'll see a big chart. There we go. There's Appendix A. Let's go ahead and move on to Appendix B, just so I make sure I get that in. It's the next page. Nope, too far. There we go. And can we enlarge that? I think you just need to hit the enlarge, the plus button there. There we go. And specifically, I wanted to ask, I was directed to ask you about the opt-out meter reading employees and the opt-out meter reading employees annual employment expense. That was one thing that was referenced. So do you see those lines toward the, let's see how far down, you have to go down just a little bit more. And there we go. It's toward the bottom, the opt-out meter reading employees, and then the next line down. Do you see those two lines?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I was told that you would be able to provide us. My question is, why do we not have any, if you look at the O&M, we don't have any cost there for the opt-out meter reading employees or opt-out meter reading employees until year 6.
That's correct.
So can you explain that? I'm not quite sure I understand that.
Yeah, so some of this will actually go back to Mr. Morgan's original testimony in the case. Recall the opt-out fee was cost-based, right? We wanted to effectively charge the cost to the people that are causing the cost to be incurred. And so because AMI is not going to be fully deployed for those 5 years, we will still have employees to be able to read meters. We will still have vehicles. We will still have handhelds to be able to collect that information. We would still have licenses for the software, right? And so we as a company said, we will not start charging the opt-out fees until we have completed the deployment of the meters to the entire service territory.
I see. Okay. Is that cost benefit deferred until that, as far as this issue goes? Is that deferred until year 6, or is that in the calculation already?
This is and this would be a question maybe for Mr. Shields, but those costs were not in here until that 6th year.
Okay. All right, let's move down on the page and not that far where we talk about the cyber systems, annual software maintenance fees. And okay, we're just about there. Okay, so we have software maintenance fees, and we have $0 in the year one, and then it jumps up to roughly 217 to 264,000 per year. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Then if we scroll down to the next section, not that far below, there's okay, that's far enough. We have the OTIT, cybersecurity, architecture and engineering and so forth. Do you see that? $1,088,979.
Yes, I do.
Okay, and that says capital costs not in line item. Can you just explain what that means?
Capital costs not in line item.
Couldn't figure it out.
No, I cannot explain
Okay.
what those two lines are.
All right, let's go down the other area that you that was sent in your direction is if I can find it here. Yeah, here we go. With regard to right below there, then we have 4 cyber systems. We have, it looks like we have there we go. It looks like we have under O&M, we have all of these additional jobs that are related to cybersecurity. We have like project management, we have are further down, and it looks like there's additional cybersecurity positions that are being created to handle the advanced meter technology. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so related questions.
Let me go back. It's the increase in cyber systems for the grid mod application in general. So it could be the advanced meters, the distribution SCADA systems. So it's for the application in general, where the cybersecurity professionals are needed to augment current staff.
Okay, so is there cybersecurity work with the grid mod and the benefits to the company, benefits to the customers? Are all of these dedicated positions, or are they integrated with other cybersecurity, which I assume P&M already has some cybersecurity people, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. I would
The
hope so.
volume. Yeah. So the volume of just literally the number of devices and the size of the system, et cetera, would just require additional employees to help shoulder the load, for lack of a better term.
Okay, so all of these positions are new positions, and they have funding pretty much identified from years 1 through 6, and I assume that salaries go up and all of that stuff. So these costs will continue to increase over time, correct?
That's correct.
Or more likely than not.
More likely than not, yes.
And is that cranked into the benefit cost analysis, where I can see where it would be an advantage to P&M, but as an O&M expense, I assume that are the customers going to end up paying for these positions? I mean, it's in the O&M allocation summary budget here.
So I'm certainly not a rate design expert, so I would probably leave that to Mr. Setledge.
Okay, all right. And I think we can go ahead and stop. And for these O&M expenses, and that may be either Mr. Setledge or maybe you can answer it, are all of these, particularly for the advanced metering that's listed up there, would all of these be done under the tariff, or would they be done under a rate, since the statute allows under a tariff or rate mechanism?
Yeah, once again, I'd probably want to have Mr. Setledge help me
Okay.
with that one.
That's fine. On going back to it, we can move away from the shared screen here and go back. Great. So back to your testimony, just to follow up on a few questions. On page 4, at lines, you talk about the IEEE 2030.5 protocol. Do you see that, lines 11 to 12?
Yes.
Okay. Are you also aware that there is an IEEE protocol that's been around for some time with regard to cybersecurity since about 2018?
Under what context? There's
Yeah,
lots
it's under IEEE P 1547.3, and that provides for cybersecurity of DERs and their interconnection with the electric power system. I think it's been around since about 1918, couple years after the IEEE protocol that you mentioned here.
yeah, so the IEEE 2030.5 protocol is for communication into the home area network. The 1547, I believe that was just updated very, very recently. We actually just did a new interconnection manual based on the IEEE 2018. And IEEE 2030.5 was one of those communication protocols that was part of the allowed within the interconnection manual. The 2030.5 is one of those allowed protocols.
And that's the time there, gentlemen. So I have to move us along.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Mr. Hawkins.
All right,
Mr.
Mr. Baker, you requested 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Mr. Hawkins, I just wanted to follow up just a little bit on this cybersecurity topic, because it makes me nervous that we now are in a position where there could be remote disconnects of service, from hackers. It's kind of like all of a sudden the whole grid could come down. So you mentioned that there was on the order of 4 million smart meters, similar to the ones in the plan that were in use in the US today. Is that about right?
That is similar to the ones that are in the plan. There are about approximately 72 to 73% of all meters in the United States right now are smart meters. So if we go all the way back, it's about 119 million meters are smart meters in the United States today.
Yeah, I'm really only concerned with the ones that are similar in the plan. And so of those 4 million, how many utilities do you think are utilizing those meters in AMI implementations?
I would have to check who has done those recently. I know of at least one of the names is escaping me, but at least 3 or 4.
At least 3. Okay. And so do they use basically the same sort of software to provide protection and cybersecurity that you have planned?
I don't know what their implementation looks like.
Okay. Have there been any reports of successful hacks, particularly any resulting in uh, unintended power outages or disconnects?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Not that you're aware of. And that would be probably over just the last few years, right? Because this is relatively new, like say since 2022 or so.
I'm going back in my memory banks. The Gen 5 Riva has been, it was actually the meter that we proposed in our last filing as well. So that goes back 4 or 5 years.
Okay.
Brand new to
And
the
so-
market at that time.
And so no successful hacks that you're aware of.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
I don't know if they would tell anybody, but it would probably make the news. And I guess the one other question that came up with as you were speaking to some other people this morning was that I understand we've kind of been on a hold in not replacing meters by batch while all this has been under discussion. We've basically just been replacing upon failure. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I am struggling to remember off the top of my head, but it seems like it was about 5,000 a year, something like that, that actually fail and get swapped in and out annually under this last like 18 months or so.
I don't have that number right at hand.
Okay. So my question is, would you see any issues with, the longer this drags on, would you see any issues with continuing with the policy of only replacing upon failure, which might be a low number, like 4,000 or 5,000, rather than saying, oh, we've got to go replace 195,000 meters?
So the 195,000 meters, we have to go and replace those because they've failed the sample test, right? So that's required upon us. Yeah.
If we return to the batch replacement policy, which is currently on hold. So right now, you're not obligated to replace 195,000 meters.
That is correct.
Okay. So, that's all I have for you, and I came in under my 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Mr. Bruno, you requested 60 minutes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I think Mr. Bruno was in the waiting room.
I'm here now.
Oh,
Thank you. Yeah, okay. So Mr. Hawkins, could you have a look at my supplement exhibit 3? Supplemental hearing, Bruno exhibit 3. You have that?
I will have to find that. Mr. Bruno. Exhibit 3, you said?
Yes.
Is that the smart meter fires
Yes.
document?
Yes. Thank you. So if you turn to page 3 of that, it might look familiar to you because it's a presentation that I asked you about before. Does it?
Okay.
Okay. So I asked you about that in both my second and fifth sets of discovery. Does the cost benefit analysis quantify or include the risk of an increase in fixed wire electrical fires as discussed in that report?
No, it does not.
Who would have made the determination that the risk didn't need to be analyzed or mitigated or included in the report?
We would have made that determination as a group here. As a team doing the cost benefit analysis.
Would a licensed engineer oversee or sign off on that determination?
No.
Objection.
Go ahead, Mr. Verheuel. Hold on before you answer the question. What's your
Well,
objection?
if we're back to the questions about the Engineering and Surveying Practice Act, I'm just objecting to that entire line of questioning.
Okay, I understand the objection, but I'll allow him to answer it. Go ahead, overruled.
No.
Thank you. Did PNM ever consider any alternatives, such as mentioned on page 64 of this presentation, which would be to use AMI meters that have a external antenna mounted on a rooftop, which has been used in Europe to mitigate the risk of fixed wire electrical fires?
Objection.
Same basis, Mr. Verheuel?
No, on the basis of the type of meter selected has not changed since phase one, and the type of meter selected was all the questions regarding that should have been thoroughly litigated in phase one of this proceeding.
Mr. Bruno?
I'm gonna withdraw that particular question.
Okay.
Mr. Hawkins, you provided a self-affirmation to PNM supplemental responses to the questions posed in sections 5-1 through 5-5 and 5-7 of my fifth set of interrogatories and requests for production of documents. So this is going to be found in Bruno exhibit, supplemental hearing exhibit number 7. You want to bring that out?
Okay.
So do you agree that you provided a self-affirmation to those supplemental responses?
Yes.
What page is that at, Mr. Bruno? Just so I can follow along.
The actual self-affirmation will be at the end. Let me, I don't have the page number in front of me.
It's page
Okay.
18 of 22, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you. Okay, so the date of these supplemental responses, do you see that on the document? Or do you recall?
Yes. So on page 18, yes, I see the date.
Okay, which is February 24, 2024. Sorry, February of 2024.
At least on the document I'm looking at, it says dated this 29th day of February, 2024.
Okay. So that's after we concluded the first phase of the hearing, is that correct?
Yes.
So would you please read the supplemental response you gave at the bottom of after question 5-3 So if you look near the bottom of page 6 of this document, you'll see a supplemental response that begins without foregoing, well, they all say that. But do you see at the bottom of page 6, would you mind reading that supplemental response?
At the bottom of page 6,
Correct.
yes, without foregoing the above objections, PNM provides the following response.
Yes.
Please see PNM's response to interrogatory Bruno 2-2. The Gen 5 Riva meters at PNM and PNM's current standard non-AMI electronic meters must pass the same industry standards for overvoltage and fault current tolerances. ANSI C12.20. Therefore, there will be no change in any ratings of any existing PNM equipment. Also, because meters are not a breaker or a system protective device, there will be no changes to coordination with other devices that serve that function for PNM system.
Thank you. Was it you who made that determination that they have the same requirements so that no analysis of whether the protective devices were sized correctly is necessary?
Ask the question again, please.
So you just said there would be no changes to any device, to protective devices. And I'm asking, was it you who made that determination that no such changes would be necessary? Oh, sorry, let me ask it again. Was it you who made the determination that they have their same requirements, so no analysis of whether the protective devices were sized correctly is necessary?
Meters in general in the industry across the entire United States just meet a standard. They are not designed for any system. And so really I don't care if it's an analog meter, a digital meter, an AMI meter, they all meet the same standards. So it's replacing like for like.
That's your determination.
That's a general fact that all meters in the United States must meet the ANSI family of standards.
Right, but 12.20 is not the same as the standard that was used in the electromechanical meters.
It is within the same family of standards. 12.20 only, basically it refers to 12.1 as its base standard and only updates for the digital meter accuracy. And so 12.1 is the overarching standard. So if you look at the tests in ANSI C12.20, in general, they will say refer to ANSI C12.1. The only places it can't do that is under accuracy, where these are more accurate meters.
So you're the expert at PNM who made that determination that those standards are compatible with one another?
The industry generally sees that all of these standards are the standards that electrical watt-hour meters must meet in the United States.
So who is responsible then for that determination?
I'm not sure I understand the question. It's an industry standard.
It's not, I mean, you're talking about two different industry standards.
Objection, Mr. Hingham.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Yes, you are arguing with the witness, Mr. Bruno. I think basically you have a disagreement that you've identified. That's what I understand as a fact finder. You're suggesting something that the witness disagrees with. So you have his answer to your question, and to the extent to which you have other evidence which suggests that he is wrong and that somehow that's legally salient, I don't believe there's further need to probe that area.
Is there a document you can point me to the guarantees that these meters will be safe on your grid?
You can look at the ANSI set of standards, ANSI 12.1, ANSI 12.10, ANSI 12.20. All of it and every single meter in the United States will meet that family of standards. So they are just as safe as the analog meters, as any digital meter. They're all meeting the same set of standards for the meters.
And I should trust you when you say that because you're a certified PE, is that right?
I am not a professional engineer.
Do you have a professional engineer who can make that statement?
There are professional engineers at P&M.
But none of them are here to tell us that these meters are safe on your grid.
As stated, these meters meet all of the
I'll
standards
take that as a no.
required for use in the United States.
As Mr. Hawkins, as part of the meter selection process, did you or anyone at P&M confirm that the fuses, breakers, relays on P&M's grid are correctly sized to protect the Gen 5 meters from overvoltage and fault current to within the tolerances of the meter?
Objection.
What's the basis?
Again, we're talking about matters that both should have been and were litigated in phase one.
But we're talking about supplemental testimony that wasn't available in phase one.
I have to review the question. Hold on. So the question was, Mr. Hawkins, as part of the meter selection process, did you or anyone at P&M confirm that the fuses, breakers, relays on P&M's grid are correctly sized to protect the Gen 5 meters from overvoltage and fault current to within the tolerances of the meter? How is that related to the benefit cost analysis, Mr. Bruno?
It relates to the supplemental response that we didn't have at the first hearing.
And the supplemental response you did not have could direct me to that again?
This is what was just read into the record.
I see. It's from that paragraph from 6 to 7.
Yes.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. So, Mr. Hawkins, can I conclude that no license, I don't know, you don't want me to ask that?
Well, I don't think it's necessarily that he doesn't want you to ask, Mr. Bruno. I assume to the extent to which you're going to further pursue the professional engineer line of questioning. Again, I think we have our answers to that, and it's merely a disagreement of what does that mean as a matter of law.
So the answer, the answer being that, I don't know. So nobody's going to object if I say that you don't want me to testify.
Well, there is, if what you're driving towards again still is the question about whether a professional engineer needs to sign off on drawings or have been involved in authorizing any of these matters, I think the company's response has been pretty clear that we're just seeking approval under the grid modernization statute. And I understand your position is that that's inadequate and they have to have done all of this now. That's effectively a legal debate as to what the grid modernization requires of the utility.
So I think the public has, a right to know whether the plan is safe, and I'm just wondering who's, on what basis we're concluding that the plan is safe.
I can only go ahead, Mr. Verheul, were you trying to chime in?
I wasn't certain if that was a question directed at the witness or at you.
Yeah, I think it was part of a dialogue. I think I'll ask Mr. Hawkins my understanding of what your answer is to Mr. Bruno's question there, and let me go back to the exact question. I'll read it before I speak to you, sir. The public has a right to know the plan is safe, and I'm wondering what basis we're concluding that the plan is safe. Mr. Hawkins, it's my understanding that it's the company's position in response to the line of inquiry in which Mr. Bruno is engaged that complying with the ANSI standards is sufficient to ensure the safety of the implementation of these devices. Is that correct?
That is correct. I can also further state that there is a new safety standard, UL 2735, for the safety of electric meters, and these meters also comply with that standard.
So, I mean, it seems like it's a pretty complicated situation with all these standards. And it seems like we need a subject matter expert to guide us. And I'm wondering if you're representing yourself, Mr. Hawkins, as such a subject matter expert.
Yes.
And so on what basis are you representing yourself as a subject matter expert?
Experience with the technology and the devices.
Doesn't New Mexico law ask that such an expert be certified?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Sustained.
What kind of expert are you, Mr. Hawkins? What is your area of expertise?
Not sure I quite understand where you're going with the question or what you're looking
You
at.
just said that you're a subject matter expert. I'm wondering what subject matter you're an expert in.
Objection, Mr. Hawkins previously established the basis of what he has expertise in, both in a response to a prior question and also in his qualifications that were filed as part of his testimony.
Yeah, it's one trick of the commission proceedings, right? So New Mexico Rules of Evidence 11702 and expert testimony. Generally you would have like these hearings where you go and have fights about that. But what we do with pre-filed testimony is that every witness here includes in their initial testimony, as Mr. Hawkins, as I recall, sir, correct? You in your initial testimony described your experience, qualifications to contribute to the discussion in this case.
Yes.
This is the initial testimony going way back to March of 2023. Whatever that was. I think that was the hearing date. And then your testimony was filed obviously even way before then. So this would have been accompanying the application in, was it November of 2022?
October.
Look, I'm surprised I can come up with that. So that's where he would have submitted the subject matter about which you are now asking, Mr. Bruno.
But
the commission, yeah. Well, so what I answer is I would sustain the objection because his qualifications have already been established, and your capacity to object to them would have been upon you at that period of time.
Well, we subsequently got a discovery response that included Mr. Hawkins' certificate as an engineering intern. Is that correct, Mr. Hawkins?
Correct.
Did that certificate expire, Mr. Hawkins?
I don't know the answer to that.
Are you listed as a professional engineer on the website of the board of the licensure board of New Mexico, professional license board for engineers and surveyors?
As a professional engineer, no.
Let's look at your, so on after question 5.5, so if we look at near the top of page 10, can you read that supplemental response?
Please ask the question again. I just want to make sure I'm getting the right passage.
So near the top of page 10, you have a supplemental response without foregoing the above objections.
And the text is about 3 lines long. Is that correct, Mr. Bruno?
Yes, correct.
So I believe the passage you're wanting me to read is without foregoing the above objections. PNM provides the following response. The ability of any meter to withstand fault current is tested as part of the ANSI 12.20 testing. Please see PNM's response to interrogatory Bruno 1-04.
Yes or no, does the testing that you refer to in that response ensure that the protective devices on PNM's grid are sized correctly to protect the meters from fault current beyond the tolerances of the Gen 5 meter?
Objection. This same question has been asked in multiple forms, multiple times, and answered.
Mr. Bruno?
These questions are all different. And I certainly don't know what the witness is going to answer here.
I think I have an expectation as to what he's going to answer, but from my sense of my own satiation of curiosity, I'll allow him to answer. So go ahead, Mr. Hawkins.
So the answer to the question is meters are not designed for individual systems. Meters are designed to a standard, and that standard in this case and for this question for fault current is tested no matter if the meter is analog, digital, or an AMI meter.
All right, but I did say yes or no. So does the testing that you referred to ensure that the protective devices on PNM's grid will prevent anything from going out of the specs that the meter is certified to?
Yes.
How can the ANSI people know what the current fault current might be on PNM's grid?
The ANSI standard is a standard that all meters in the United States are tested to. So it applies to every system across the United States. Meters are not designed for a single utility, any utility within the United States. They are designed to a standard, and those standards are adhered to, which gives us the ability to take one meter out and put another meter in as part of our work, right? And so that is done for the standard applies to any meter.
And I'm just paused Mr. Bruno's time, but I mean, intuitively that seems to make sense, because if you were a meter building company and you built it for some very specific purpose, that probably wouldn't be a terribly popular meter to sell. It seems like there would be very strong market incentives to build something that is as widely usable as possible, right? If you could just respond for the record, Mr.
Yeah,
Hawkins.
and so analogously, every outlet that is in everybody's house is certified to an ANSI standard. Lamps, there's a lot of different devices that are to an ANSI standard. So that way you could go to a store, purchase an outlet, and replace the outlet in your home. So it's similarly with meters that they are not designed for individual utility systems. They are designed for the industry at large. So you could go in and purchase a meter. You could take out the previous meter and put a new meter in.
Thank you. Mr. Bruno, go ahead.
Is the ANSI standard the same for an outlet in a hospital as it is for your home?
I'm going to object to the extent that I know Mr. Hawkins just used outlets as an example, but outlets and the standards they have to adhere to are not relevant to the selection of meters or really to the cost benefit analysis that is supposed to be the topic today.
I understand your point, Mr. Bruno. I'll sustain the objection. Why don't you ask something else?
Are the ANSI standards for home outlets the same as for industrial outlets?
Same objection.
Sustained.
The ANSI standards, Mr. Hawkins, I'm actually not familiar. In fact, it costs a lot of money to read those standards. But would you think that it's likely that in ANSI standards they test the current, the meters to a fault current of 1 million amps? Do you think that's likely?
Subject to going and reading the ANSI standard. I don't know I do not know the fault current off the top of my head. I would have to refer to the standard.
If you refer to the standard, how would you know what fault current might happen on P&M's grid?
Ask the question again. I got a little.
On P&M's grid, so if you looked up the standard and it said that these meters are good for 250 amps, how would you know if that was sufficient on P&M's grid?
The P&M Distribution Standards Department does calculations that say what the available fault current is for various circuits.
Do you have that number?
It's going back in the memory banks a little bit, so I would have to go and refer to it again.
Are those guys professional engineers?
When I was there, yes, they were.
Could we get testimony from those gentlemen?
Objection, asking a procedural question.
Sustained.
Do you have any idea what the voltage over voltage test is in the ANSI standard?
Subject to referring to the standard, I do not know that value right off the top of my head. There's something along the lines of 38 tests that are within that ANSI standard.
If I told you it was less than 10,000 volts, would you believe me?
Subject to check, sure.
Do you have voltages on your system that are in excess of 10,000 volts?
At the meter, no.
But could that happen if a high voltage line made contact with a low voltage line?
Not at the meter, no.
Have you heard of cases where electric meters were ejected from their sockets due to an overvoltage condition?
Yes, both analog or analog and yes. That would be a grid design question, not a meter design question.
So if the guys at the distribution were asked, what are the fault possibilities on your system? And if you wanted them to stamp that statement and then call that a fault protection study, how much do you think it would cost for them to do that?
Objection. First of all, it's a compound question. Secondly, it calls for speculation. He's asking the witness to speculate as to what someone else might answer.
Sustained.
Is it correct to say that the cost of a fault current protection study has been factored into the CBA?
It has not.
Thank you. Is the cost of an overvoltage protection study been factored into the CBA?
It has not because it's not relevant.
And it's your position that you will not need to change any of the fuses, breakers, or relays as part of the grid modernization project. Is that right?
That is correct. You're asking a grid design question, not a meter question.
So in order to protect the meters, let's say, there would be no need to change any fuses, breakers, or relays on the grid?
That is correct.
Supposing between now and when the meters actually get installed, it's determined that actually some fuses, breakers, or relays do need to be changed. Would it be up to the P&M shareholders to pay those costs since they're not included in the CBA?
Objection. Speculative refers to facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Mr. Hawkins, who chose these meters, these particular Riva Gen 5 meters?
They were chosen by a team, cross-functional team here at PNM.
You had several different meter vendors give you bids, is that right?
That is correct.
And so this team, do you remember what goals or what criteria, what made them decide which of the meters that you were offered were the best choice?
So there was a set of criteria that was defined before we reviewed the applications or the proposals that were submitted by the vendors. And the team read all of the proposals and then scored them on their areas within this this criteria that was provided before the proposals were received back in-house.
Thank you. So P&M is already switching out electromechanical meters for over the past several years. P&M is already switching out, has been over the past several years. P&M has already been switching out electromechanical meters to electronic meters. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is it correct to say that PNM had already, that if any different protective devices were needed for these electronic meters, that they've already changed out any protective devices? Was there any need to change out any protective devices with the electronic meters that are being put in?
It seemed like a lot of questions in there. Can you ask the question again?
So is it correct to say that PNM has already switched out the protective devices as necessary to accommodate PNM's current standard non-AMI electronic meters?
It was not required. There was no requirement to do that.
I'm going to draw your attention to Bruno's supplement hearing exhibit 11.
Mr. Hearing Examiner,
Yeah,
I'd like to object to really any use of, sorry, Bruno exhibits 10, 11, 12, and 13. Those were all uploaded, I think, shortly before the hearing yesterday morning. So I'm objecting to those on the basis of timeliness.
is that accurate, Mr. Bruno?
That is when they were uploaded, but my understanding was that we could have surprise exhibits brought in.
Well, I mean, you're entitled to cross-examine the witness, and we've had varying discussions here at the commission about, you know, I mean, the whole point is not to have trial by surprise. There's like case law that says that, but at the same time, too, meaningful cross-examination does, you know, oftentimes require a witness to see a document for the first time during cross, and because that's when you're going to get the most authentic response. So I understand the objection. I'll overrule it and let you go ahead, Mr. Bruno.
Thank you. Do you have the exhibit, Mr. Hawkins?
Yes, I do.
So this was in response to the word escapes me, the discovery request. There was a more detailed discovery request, question 5-4B. So if you look in the exhibit, in discovery question 5-4B, we were asking to produce anything about electronic meter testing procedures at PNM. In this exhibit 11, is there anything about accuracy testing of electronic meters in that exhibit?
Without reading the 111 pages, I can't be sure of that.
So So that discovery request was for all your meter testing procedures. So are you aware of any other procedures that were not supplied by PNM that relate to electronic meters, how to test them?
We provided all of PNM's testing procedures as part of the request.
So you don't have any testing procedures that are applicable to the electronic meters that you're now deploying, have been deploying in recent years?
Subject to reading the 111 pages, I can't say that we do or that we don't. The procedures may be says that, as an example, and I don't know if it says this. I'm speculating because I have not read the 111 pages, but it could say, you know, X or minus or plus or minus X% from nominal or from standard. So this might still apply. I don't know. I'd have to read the entire document.
It's a document that PNM provided to me. Is that true?
That is true.
And you seem to be the meter expert at PNM. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Does PNM ever test its electronic meters?
Yes.
Do you know what procedure they use?
I would have to consult with the meter shop to look to see exactly what procedure they're using.
That's why I asked for procedures about, you know, to find out what procedure they're using. So you're saying that they may have a procedure that they didn't provide?
Again, I would have to look at the meter at the 111 pages to verify whether or not this would apply to the electronic meters as well.
Is it plausible that those 111 pages all date from approximately 1987 or older?
Without going through all the pages, I would not be able to say.
Has PNM, are you aware of any updates at PNM to meter testing procedures in the time that you've been there?
I am not aware of any updates to the procedures.
How long have you been at PNM?
22 years.
22 years ago were electronic meters common in the industry?
Going back in my memory banks, with electronic meters, to my memory, were starting to come out in 22 years ago.
Did PNM use them 22 years ago?
I would have to check. It's been a little while.
Is it possible that PNM has only adopted meter testing procedures that were designed for electromechanical meters and has not updated its procedures, even though it's been installing electronic meters?
Are you questioning on the accuracy?
I'm going to interject here. Mr. Bruno, what is the relevance of this question?
I'm just trying to show that PNM is not only not doing its due diligence in terms of the grid mod, but has been installing electronic meters without doing due diligence on those meters.
And that factors into the grid modernization statute how? And specifically the benefit cost analysis.
Well,
that
I
we're here
think
to
it
discuss.
speaks to the credibility of PNM's engineering department.
All right, so Mr. Bruno, is there other subject you'd like to address with the witness?
I'm not done.
You have 14 minutes. I mean, sir, you're entitled to your time, but go ahead.
So, Mr. Hawkins, when meter testing procedures are adopted, are those stamped by a licensed professional engineer?
In the past, they had not needed to be, my understanding.
Do you know when PNM started installing electronic meters?
I do not.
Did they, 5 years ago, were they installing any? Do you know?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
No, I don't think, you don't, can you put any limits on the year in which PNM installed an electronic meter?
I don't have that information directly on the top of my head.
Does the cost benefit analysis have any, is there any money in there having to do with mitigating any types of risks?
Objection, vague.
I'll overrule that. You can answer the question, Mr. Hawkins.
It might be a better question from either Mr. Warner or Mr. Shields. Risks were taken into account, but the specifics would be better questions for Mr. Warner or Mr. Shields.
These meters have remote disconnect switches, is that correct?
That is correct.
Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Verhule.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hearing Examiner. This entire line of questioning about meter selection, about the function of these particular meters, about the safety of these meters, about the testing of these meters, about testing procedures related to these meters, this all relates solely to phase one, where it not only should have been litigated, but it was thoroughly litigated. It's not relevant to the cost benefit analysis. I've been not objecting, quite frankly, because I'm happy to have Mr. Hawkins read into the record answers that explain to people why these meters are completely safe. But at this point, I think it's just, I think we're done.
I think there are costs that should be in the CBA to mitigate any risks So that's definitely not something we would have discussed and would have addressed in the first phase, since we didn't have a cost benefit analysis.
All of the costs in the cost benefit analysis are from the numbers that were provided in phase one.
Yeah, I mean, the nature of the objection to the question, are the risks, did you calculate risks? Well, then the question becomes, well, what do you mean risk? Right? That's, so Mr. Hawkins' answer could be, well, this is based on his testimony of his fellow employees there. Yes, of course we did, because we looked at the power outage possibilities, we looked at time of use energy shifting, we looked at a whole host of stuff. But I suspect, and Mr. Bruno, this is the nature of your question, is did you consider the safety of these meters to the population generally? That's the point of all these questions. Is that right, Mr. Bruno?
Well, that's the point of just one. I would call that one question.
What other, can you identify for me what it is that you believe the other risks, quote unquote, that were not contemplated? That's not fire or radio frequency or any of those others.
Well, there's overbilling. But let me just ask another, let me ask it. So Mr. Hawkins, when an electromechanical meter fails, when you test an electromechanical meter, right, typically that's done on P&M property, not at the customer's premises. Do you know if that's true?
That's correct.
Now, with an electronic meter, can you imagine that there's, well, in particular, Gen 5 Riva meters have a computer inside. Are you aware of that?
Yes, but not for measurement.
Is it possible that the computer in the meter gets into a state that it basically needs to be rebooted? And so if you take the meter off the person's house and bring it back to P&M, it'll be rebooted and you won't be able to really diagnose if there was a problem with the meter or not. Is that plausible?
No.
Why not?
Because the computer is not used as a measurement device. The meter has its own measurement device that is not a computer. It's the same measurement device that an electronic meter uses.
Yeah, well, so let's talk about an electronic meter then. Isn't it possible that the electronic meter needs to be rebooted in order to resume normal function?
Objection.
No.
Sustained. I don't know if there's not another subject to this that you're going to ask about, Mr. Bruno. I'm going to end this right now. I don't see the point of these questions.
I'll move on. Thank you. So you said that 4 million of these meters have been installed. Is that right?
At least.
And you think they were installed in the last 4 or 5 years? Is that what you said?
Correct.
This is phase one subject, Mr. Bruno. Do you have a question relating to the benefit cost analysis?
Do you know those 4 million meters, if any of them failed?
That's a fairly vague question. Do I know if they failed because they got hit by a device or hit by something and damaged the meter socket, or whether it failed just in its, it's too vague to be able to answer directly.
Would you say you don't know?
I would say I don't know.
Thank you. Do you know if these meters run Linux?
The Gen 5 meters, yes.
They do? Thank you.
For distributed applications, not for measurement.
Has there ever been a 0-day hack for any part of the Linux operating system?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
It's not relevant whether the meters are hackable?
We had this discussion extensively in phase 1 of this proceeding, Mr. Bruno.
So there are cybersecurity costs in the plan, is that correct?
That's correct.
Who came up with the cybersecurity plan?
Group at PNM.
And do you believe that plan is sufficient?
Objection should have been covered in phase 1.
Sustained.
Who's in charge? Who is going to be in charge? Well,
I think it may have broken up there a little bit. I didn't get the question.
so the costs are in the CBA for the cybersecurity, and they're there to mitigate cybersecurity risk. Is that right?
Objection, phase 1.
Well, and asked and answered too. I mean, I'm again at a loss to understand where you're trying to go here, Mr. Bruno. I mean, I think it's obvious that there were cybersecurity concerns in the benefit cost analysis. I think we've heard that before. Am I correct, Mr. Hawkins?
Yes.
So with the expenditures in the CBA, is the cybersecurity risk now 0?
I don't believe with any system, cybersecurity is 0.
Thank you. And so are there any costs associated with that outstanding risk?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sorry.
Sustained. Mr. Bruno, I understand there's going to be risks associated with cybersecurity. It's never going to be reduced to 0. That's impossible. That it's not the criteria by which the company must satisfy the security concerns of the legislature. They could not have intended for a PNM to have 0 of anything.
Right. So, but shouldn't they quantify that remaining risk as a cost?
Mr. Hawkins, can that even be accomplished? I mean, is it possible to quantify in the BCA? I mean, I'd have to even go back and look. as to what it is that the cybersecurity is actually achieving in the BCA purposes. I mean, Mr. Hawkins, you heard his question. You answer however you see fit, sir.
So that is the purpose of adding cybersecurity costs to the BCA, is to mitigate risks.
But can you answer my question about the remaining risk? Shouldn't that have been added to the CBA as a cost to the plan by taking on some risk?
And Mr. Hawkins, after you provide your answer, this will conclude this cross-examination. We will go to a lunch break to give Mr. Lee a break and return at 1:30. So go ahead, Mr. Hawkins. Answer
So
however you can.
Yeah, so we have put in cybersecurity controls to mitigate risk. Whether that takes that risk to zero is effectively impossible. It is not, we would not be able to quantify the delta between zero and the controls that we believe has mitigated the risks that we foresee with this program.
Thank you very much, sir. We will now go to a break. It is 12:30. We will resume at 1:30. Mr. Furstenberg and New Mexicans for Utility Safety have requested 15 minutes with Mr. Hawkins. See you in an hour.
Hi, Bill.
Hi, Arthur. Am I muted?
No, I hear you.
You
Did
guys
you
might
hear
want
all
to take
that?
it offline.
Yeah, we are still on Zoom. We're still on YouTube, Arthur.
Yeah, you might want to take it offline. Mr. Bruno, your video and mic are still on.
Thank you.
Just saying.
Arthur, can you hear me still?
I can hear you now.
I don't think I need to call you, Arthur, but if I do, or maybe you want to call me if you have time, like half an hour from now or 45 minutes or
I'm not on a phone. Can I email you?
um are you reading email there? I'll email you if I get any ideas, okay?
Well, I had a suggestion for you, so I'll email it to you.
Well, I'm out of time with Hawkins now.
Well, that doesn't matter.
Okay.
Well, I'll just say it to you. I wanted to ask you if you wanted to move to admit any of your exhibits into the record.
Oh shit. Maybe they'll let me do that after lunch.
I think they will, yeah.
Good point. Maybe shit. Okay. Thanks.
Yep.
Ready when you are, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Just give another minute for everyone to show back up. All right, it's 1:30. We'll go back on the record. We return from our lunch break. Day 2 of 22-00058. Do we have our witness present, Mr. Hawkins?
Mr.
There it
Hearing
is.
Examiner,
Yes.
I would like to move to admit the exhibits I was talking about.
Sorry, you want to admit the exhibits, your exhibits that you raised during cross.
Yes, with Mr. Hawkins.
Um,
That includes my responses to my interrogatories.
and you didn't provide any evidence. You're just offering this as cross evidence in this case, in this portion of the proceeding.
Let's see. Well, we talked about 3 of my exhibits.
Yeah, I know, I realize that, but you didn't offer supplemental testimony of any kind. You just
I don't have a witness. I don't have an expert witness, if that's what you mean.
you yourself are not offering testimony of any kind.
Right, correct.
What are the 3 exhibits?
So supplemental exhibit 3 is
Yeah, just tell me which numbers, and then I can go look myself.
okay, 3, 7, and 11.
3, 7, and 11. All right, so 3 is the discovery and science of smart meter fires, and the documents, 68 pages from that.
Yes.
7 is your interrogatories and P&M's responses.
Yes.
And then 11 appears to be, well, 1 is a commission order from a case 2124, and it has the Public Service Commission. So that's what year would this be?
This was a response from P&M to my discovery request for meter testing procedures.
1987. Yeah, it's a while ago. Public Service Commission when we were that. So several moons and iterations of this agency ago. All right, Mr. Verheuel, does the company have objections to the admission of these exhibits?
We do, Mr. Hearing Examiner. And I'll try to go through them. Supplemental Exhibit 3, we object to number 1 on the basis that there's been no foundation established for its admission into the record, number 1. And number 2, relevance. Smart meter fires are obviously to do with meter safety, which should have been litigated in phase 1 of this proceeding. P&M does not object to Bruno Supplemental Exhibit 7, which is P&M's responses to interrogatories. P&M does object to Bruno Supplemental Exhibit 11 based on timeliness. This is one of the ones that was uploaded as a surprise just before the hearing yesterday morning. And also, there's been no foundation established.
And Mr. Bruno, explain to me again, Exhibit 11, you indicate that was provided to you by the company in response to your questions about meter testing?
I asked in discovery for all their meter testing documents, procedures.
And so then you received this from P&M,
Yes,
all these pages, 111 PDF pages.
yes.
All right, I will, since the company does not object to the introduction of supplemental hearing Exhibit 7, responses to interrogatories, those can be admitted. Exhibit 11 was provided by the company, and at least the opening pages appear to be a commission document. So this is even likely something we just take administrative notice of. I mean, the second document down is a stipulation. I understand the objection that it came late, but if these are all effectively commission documents, that I don't see how that's really a problem. The Exhibit 3, I will not allow in, and for the reasons that Mr. Verheuel identified.
Thank you.
So admit Bruno Supplemental 7, admit Bruno Supplemental 11, reject Bruno Supplemental Exhibit 3. New Mexicans for Utility Safety, you requested 15 minutes with Mr. Hawkins.
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Furstenberg.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hawkins.
Good afternoon, Mr. Furstenberg.
Yes. I will be referring to NMUS supplemental exhibits numbers 1 and 2. Number 1 is NMUS's third set of discovery requests to P&M. Number 2 is P&M's responses to NMUS's third set of discovery requests. And these responses were written by Mr. Hawkins. Mr. Hearing Examiner, I move to admit these 2 exhibits into the record.
All right, so NMUS Supplemental Hearing Exhibit number 1. New Mexican for the third set of discovery requests, Public Service Company, New Mexico. Okay. NMUS Supplemental Hearing Exhibit number 2. Public Service Company, New Mexico, objections and responses to Mexicans for Utility Safety's third set of interrogatories and requests for production of documents. And I take it you're moving these in now because you intend to ask Mr. Hawkins questions related to these documents, Mr. Furstenberg?
That's the only reason of this cross-examination, yes.
Mr. Verheuel, do you have any objection to admission of these documents?
I do at this time. I'd prefer that NMUS ask the witness the questions and establish the relevance of these documents before they're admitted.
Yeah, that's
acceptable.
Fine. Let's do that, Mr. Furstenberg. So proceed.
Mr. Hawkins, do you have these 2 exhibits in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. In this set of discovery requests, NMUS sent P&M 8 interrogatories. Your answers to all of them are the same. I would like to read or have read the first 2 and the last 2 interrogatories into the record, and then I will ask you about your answer. Would you like to read them or shall I?
Yeah, you can read them if you'd like.
NMUS Interrogatory 3-1. AMI meters function by emitting radio frequency radiation. As part of its cost-benefit analysis, did P&M analyze the costs of this radiation to the public health? Interrogatory 3-2. Did P&M calculate the increase in diabetes, heart disease, heart attacks, strokes, cancer, and birth defects expected to be caused by this radiation in its service areas. Interrogatory 3-7, did P&M analyze the effects of this radiation on honeybees and other pollinators and the costs of this radiation in terms of crop production? Interrogatory 3-8, did P&M analyze the effects of this radiation on farm animals and the costs of this radiation in terms of the production of milk, meat, and eggs? Did I read those accurately?
Yes.
In answer to each one of these interrogatories, you wrote, quote, the information sought is not relevant to the subject matter involved in the pending action, end quote. And you further wrote, in response to each question, and I quote, P&M did not perform the analysis identified in this interrogatory because the hearing examiner has ordered on multiple occasions that the topic of this analysis identified in this interrogatory is outside the scope of this proceeding. End quote. Is that what you wrote?
Yes, it is.
I agree with you. That is why NMUS did not participate in the first set of hearings last year. However, after the hearing examiner made that ruling, the commissioners ordered P&M to do a cost-benefit analysis. Does not a cost-benefit analysis have to analyze all of the costs, including the costs that are most important to the customers and to society, which are the effects on their health and their environment? The way I read your answer, the facts that smart meters damage the public health, kill the customers, lower crop production, and reduce farm income are costs that are not relevant to a cost-benefit analysis of their deployment. Is that P&M's position?
Objection.
Mr. Verhul, what's the basis for objection?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, your orders were very clear in the first phase of this proceeding and throughout that all of the topics that Mr. Furstenberg has just read into the record are not fair game in this proceeding.
Mr. Furstenberg?
Those orders were issued before the commission ordered a cost-benefit analysis, and these are costs, and they are the most important costs to the public, and they should be factored into a cost-benefit analysis.
Objection sustained.
Then I have no more questions.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hawkins, that was the end of the intervener questions. Just a few for you. I know I indicated to Mr. Verhul earlier that I was hoping you could come and be prepared to talk about a subject, and that was specifically what is the cost of just the communications backbone if we were to isolate that? And I'm not sure if you've had opportunity to put that together or would need more time. If that's the case, that's fine. I just thought I'd throw it out there to see if there's something you could do.
Yes, I'm gonna go back
Excuse me,
to.
before I leave the hearing, I'd like to confirm with Mr. Verhul that he still has objections to the introduction of these two exhibits. It's in his record. And Mr. Hearing Examiner, will you rule on my motion to?
Sure. I appreciate you coming back and doing that, Mr. Furstenberg. Mr. Verhul, these were basically responses by the company to Mr. Furstenberg in all of his questions.
Yes.
And I take it from what Mr. Furstenberg just read that the basic point of his question was to illuminate that the company did not provide the type of assessment that New Mexicans for Utility Safety have argued is necessary in this case. That's what these documents effectively contain. And then sounds like P&M says in each of them, we weren't legally obligated to do that. Is that what I understand here?
Yes.
That being the case, I don't find anything objectionable about them. As you are aware, agree with the company that they are not obligated to do that type of inquiry as a matter of law. The factual responses, to the extent to which they are factual, effectively what he's asking is, I have things I'd like you to make inquiries about, to which PNM responds legally irrelevant. It is my belief that that is in fact correct. So in effect, all we are really looking at are documents that say, as a matter of law, your questions are not germane to this proceeding. So in that sense, they are admissible. So I will admit New Mexicans for Utility Safety, Supplemental 1, and Supplemental Hearing Exhibit number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, Mr. Furstenberg. All right, so back to you, Mr. Hawkins.
Yes, so I was able to look, and I wanted to provide you with a document that you already have, I think, in front of you or on the record, which is the CBA with the
Mr. Warner?
information from Mr. Shields. Actually,
Okay.
Mr. Shields.
Okay.
And in Appendix A, the capital clearings, I'm going to direct you to a few lines of this. So we actually have communications effectively in 2 places. And the reason for that is because the communications for the AMI meters, the mesh network, was part of the bid that we also supplied actually, it was in our initial testimony when we filed that back in October of 2022. But the AMI mesh network, if you look under advanced metering capital, the second to last line, the PNM.
Sorry, Mr. Shields, real quickly. So just to make sure we're all on the same page and for the purposes of the clarity of the record, I'm looking at PNM Supplemental Hearing Exhibit number 5.
That is
That's the
correct.
Supplemental, and then maybe we can just use PDF pages if you could tell me what PDF that is at.
PDF page 46.
Perfect. Okay. Appendix A, Capital Clearings Allocation Summary.
Yes. And then in the second grade area that says advanced metering capital, if you go to the last line, it says PNM AMI access point installation.
AMI access. Okay, I see that.
That is the communication system for the AMI network in and of itself.
So year 1, 1.68 million, year 2, 3.4 million, totaling up over that 6 years to 5.1.
That is correct.
And was there another area that you're going to direct me to? Or
yes. And then so at the very bottom, it says total telecommunications. That is for the rest of the grid mod application. Those items are effectively modernizing our communication systems. So to put it, I guess simply, the systems that we're utilizing today are serial, right? So it's kind of like the old wireless or wired dial-up modems, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's pretty old school technology, and this is to modernize the backbone of our system to more like an Ethernet or internet protocol base. And so that's what the remainder of the WAN, DWDM, microwave system modernization, and MPLS transport conversion are. So it's just basically getting that. And so once we get the AMI meters into these access points, this will bring it back to the office using the wide area network. And so those are the costs for that piece of the telecommunications. The last 2 are for the distribution automation piece, telecommunications costs, the 1.73 and the 110,930. Those are for the distribution automation piece of the grid modernization application.
Okay. So then that total telecommunications communication number of 4694, 475. I feel bad for our court reporter when I say numbers that quickly. I'm sorry, Mr. Lee. Yeah, that's just to repeat. It's 40,694,475, and then that other category was. Remind me, was was it customer information analytics? No, it was another one. Point it out to me again, Mr. Hawkins.
Oh, so the first three of that is our wide area network backbone, and then the last two, the DA NAN bridge, those are for distribution automation.
No, that's fine. No, there was a category, another line that you pointed me to earlier on this, further up on the
Oh,
capital
I
clearance.
apologize. Yeah, the PNM AMI access
point.
Yep, the
So-
5.1 million 5,158,009 number.
So effectively, you would add those two numbers in that total columns for those categories of things, and that gives us the total cost of the quote unquote communications backbone.
That's correct.
Okay, and then I guess the follow-up question to that is, I assume what you just told me, does that include the meters themselves?
That does not include the meters themselves. The meters talk to this infrastructure that I provided to you.
Yeah, and I'm asking a question that's sort of more rooted in my interest than the question that I was asked to ask you, which is the one I just did. Well, I mean, the argument from the company is effectively, look, all of this is a basket of things that we have to do. And it doesn't make sense to say, we're going to give you this and give you that, but not all of this. Like, you just do need it all. And I guess I'm wondering, I mean, is there anything further you can tell the commission to explain why, just approving the quote unquote communications backbone really doesn't achieve much? I mean, do you have any further statement about that?
I think the grid modernization filing as a whole, really what we're building is a system of systems, right? So while I could put in a bunch of meters that could talk to an access point that sits in the field, I can't get it all the way back to my office to do much with it, right? And so all of these pieces kind of build on one another such that we can do all of the different things that we have proposed as part of the cost benefit analysis. Right. So the meters themselves, they'll act not only as something that will provide billing, but they'll also be voltage sensors. Right. And so all of these things build upon one another. And so, as I said, it's a system of systems and it all works together to achieve our purposes.
Okay. That's what my understanding was. So thank you, Mr. Hawkins. That was all the questions I had for you. And no further responses necessary. I mean, I think that's clear enough in terms of his response to the question about the communications backbone. So thank you for taking the time to do that.
Thank you.
Mr. Verheuel, would you like to do any redirect of Mr. Hawkins?
Yes, I have just a couple questions, if that's all right.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Hawkins, I want to bring you back to when Mr. Elliott from the NMDOJ was questioning you this morning. He was asking you about the lifespan of certain electronics. I was thinking about it. I have an HP Scientific calculator at home that my older brother gave me, and I think it's in the ballpark of 40 years old at this point, and it still works. Is there a difference between consumer and utility level electronics when it comes to lifespan?
Yes. And in my backpack here, I also have a 33-year-old HP calculator, so I can commiserate with that. So the answer
I
is
want
yes.
to see it working.
It works. But yes, and from a utility perspective, the tradition's always been that you buy something and you put it in and it just runs for a very, very long time. It's very expensive to go out and replace large swaths of these things. And so yes, utilities tend to see devices that are operational for much longer or that have the ability to be upgraded or through software updates or those types of things to make sure that the life of those can be extended.
Okay, great. Thank you. And my second question is with respect to some of the questions from Bernalillo County. I'm referring generally to appendices A and B in Exhibit JWS1 to PNM Supplemental Hearing Exhibit 5. This is actually in the cost benefit analysis, and these are the pages we've got to zoom in on with all those costs there. As a general statement, for those years 1 through 6 for capital clearings and for O&M, for which PNM is seeking authorization in this case, are all the costs that you're familiar with the exact same costs as were provided in the original filing in October of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins, for participating in a hearing today. Appreciate your time, sir.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You as well. You're excused. Okay, PNM, let's have our next witness.
Good afternoon, hearing examiner Debra Twilger. Mr. Settlage will
Yep.
we'll just have to have the witness, they're gonna have to switch out witnesses in the witness room. So just a moment, please.
I just saw him walking, so he should be there in a second.
Great.
Mr. Examiner, while we have a minute, I had reserved 6 minutes for Mr. Settlage, but I have a hard out at about 2:10, so I'm not sure if we're going to, if I'm going to have time to ask my questions. I'm wondering, I've talked with some of the other parties who may be able to ask my questions. Otherwise, if it's possible and Mr. Settlage is still up tomorrow, perhaps I could go out of order.
How much time do we have here reserved for Mr. Settlage?
I just had 6 minutes, a short line of questioning, but unfortunately well, depending how quickly he runs over to the witness room and gets sworn in.
Yeah, no, and he's, if I understand from the chart, just making sure I'm not reading the wrong numbers because it's all, no lines or whatever, but 120 minutes or 2 hours. So we should wrap this up today. I don't see him yet. I mean, I think, what time did you say you need to leave, Mr. Herman?
By about 2:10, I have a appointment at 2:15.
How many testimonies does he have for us to get through this?
Yes, 2, hearing examiner.
Oh, we can try. I mean, is that all right if we try?
Let's go for it.
Because I think he will conclude today, Mr. Herman, so I don't think he'll be back tomorrow. I mean, and if there's a way that you can ask today, it's in some fashion, I think that'd be obviously desirable for their scheduling. And there he is.
I can try to go through the preliminaries pretty quickly here. So that
you can do both testimonies at the same time too, Mr. Welliger. But let's have Mr. Lee first swear the witness in.
Thank you.
I think you're on mute, sorry.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the.
I do.
Good afternoon. Can you state your name and your title for the record, please?
My name is Michael J. Settlage. I'm a pricing principal for PNM.
And Mr. Settlage, do you have in front of you what's been marked as PNM Supplemental Hearing Exhibit number 9?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and that's your supplemental testimony in support of the CBA?
That's correct.
And you also have what's been marked as PNM Supplemental Hearing Exhibit number 10?
Yes.
Which is your testimony in response to the January 30th bench request?
Yes.
Right? Okay. I'm going to take these both at the same time. So we're PNM Supplemental Hearing Exhibits number 9 and 10 prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes.
Are those pieces of testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
I asked you those same questions today. Would your answers be the same?
Yes.
I request submission of PNM Supplemental Hearing Exhibit number 9 and number 10, please.
Any objections? Hearing none, PNM Supplemental Hearing Exhibits 9 and 10 will be admitted.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Weller. You were going to pass the witness. Appreciate that. And for the benefit of Mr. Herman, I didn't hear any objection from any other interveners. We'll allow him to take the lead, although I think you would have been first anyway. So
I would have.
Yeah, there we go. Go ahead, Mr. Herman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Setledge. I'll skip some of the pleasantries that we have met before. Were you watching my cross-examination of Mr. Warner from yesterday morning?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall that he punted a couple questions to you?
Yes,
And you happen to have his supplemental direct test or supplemental testimony in support of the cost benefit analysis, which is, I believe, PNM supplemental exhibit number 1.
I do.
And are you familiar with the 2% energy savings that's identified in the cost benefit analysis at page 35, line 12 through 36, line 11?
Is it 2%? Is that what you said? I might not have heard you.
Yes, 2%, 2% energy savings.
Yes.
And you recall he based that 2% on a dollar value, correct?
Yes.
So if the grid mod does result in those expected 2% savings from reduced energy consumption or energy savings, is PNM intending to seek recovery of any lost revenues as a regulatory asset?
I think the amount you're talking about will be a cost savings. So it will be a cost that's avoided or not incurred by PNM. So that would overall reduce the revenue requirement that we needed for rate setting purposes. So we wouldn't seek recovery any other way. It would just result in lower rates. We would not have a regulatory asset for those.
Is PNM intending to recover any lost revenues from that associated reduced consumption through a decoupling mechanism?
We don't have a decoupling mechanism at this time, so no.
If PNM were to seek that recovery through a decoupling mechanism, would that affect the cost benefit analysis that's been presented in this case?
I don't think it would, no. Because those are avoided costs.
I'm sorry, could you elaborate why you don't think that would affect this cost benefit analysis?
So I think the benefits that we're showing as a result of AMI, and that's what these benefits are, the different scenarios I think that you're getting at, is a baseline if we did not have time of day rates. But because we do, we are able to come up with a portfolio or a set of portfolios which are different and have a lower overall cost, but still meet the system needs and our reliability requirements. So that savings is the difference between where we would have been without the time of day consumption shifting and with it. And so that's what the cost would be based on. Future rate making is based on the different portfolio, which is there because of the cost shifting. The load shifting. The load shifting results in the ability to have this portfolio, or set of portfolios, which may have a lower cost and do have a lower cost than they would be without shifting usage.
All right, just one last question then. Are you aware of any other savings that grid mod may afford customers that PNM would try to seek recovery of either through a regulatory asset or decoupling rate making treatment?
I'm not aware of the PNM wanting to have a regulatory asset for seeking other savings.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those were my questions. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herman.
And with that, I'll request to be excused, Mr. Examiner.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, Mr. Herman. Before we go to pass you to the next to the DOJ, just real quickly, Mr. Setledge, and this is partially to make sure I don't forget to do this. The BCA is predicated, I mean, the whole plan really ultimately, and a lot of the savings associated for customers is predicated upon the company's use of time of day rates or implementation of time of day rates. And at this point, you have a time of day rate pilot in place. And the question is the company effectively, I mean, should the commission understand that the company will be, as soon as possible, implementing time of day rates for all customers?
Yes, that's exactly right. One of the main purposes of the pilot is to understand customer behavior so that we can design the best possible rate, time of day rate, that will be ready when AMI is fully deployed. So our intention would be to, as soon as AMI is fully deployed or closely thereafter, be able to have a case with the time of day rate, which is properly aligned to do that. And that time of day rate would be a mandatory, default rate would be time of day, and it would have an optional opt-out for customers who are not interested.
And does the company have a time frame in mind as to what, imagining if this case gets approved and AMI is approved, how long do you envision you would expect to study the pilot and the data accrued from that?
We would expect it to be in place by 2030. That was the date we used in the cost benefit analysis. We would start seeing these benefits beginning in 2030.
Okay, and is that the soonest the company thinks that that's feasible? Is that based on like how did you come up with that number?
It was based on the date we thought AMI would be fully deployed. And then once that happened, some additional analysis if we needed that, but probably we would have most of that done. Then we would have to offer a new rate in a rate case and get approval for that from the commission.
Okay. Okay, I'll stop there for the moment. Ms. Barrett, the New Mexico Department of Justice requested 30 minutes with Mr. Settlage? 20.
I think Mr. Settlage was 30 minutes.
30. It's just very hard. The sheet has no line, so I just want to make sure. Thank you very much. I'll start the clock. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Settlage. My name is Jocelyn Barrett. I'm with the New Mexico Department of Justice. I don't believe we've met before. Nice to meet you.
Good afternoon. Nice to meet you.
So I'm mostly going to be referring to your supplemental testimony, if you want to have that in front of you. And starting on page 1.
I'm there.
Okay. You say toward the bottom, page, my CBA supplemental testimony describes my role and the role of the pricing group in providing information to Black & Veatch to work with PNM to conduct the CBA in support of PNM's filing. You see where it says that?
Yes, I do.
I wanted to ask you some questions about that role. Can you describe for me the process of providing this information to Black & Veatch?
Could you be more specific on the process?
Did Black & Veatch ask you for specific data?
Yes, the team that was looking at this cost benefit analysis had meetings, and we identified information that would be helpful for the CBA, the benefit cost analysis itself. And that's where this would have come from. The request for this data would have come from those group meetings and what we would need to come up with those benefits and costs.
And who was a part of this team that you're talking about?
Certainly the other witnesses that are on the other PNM witness and others as well. I couldn't give you a full, some of the meetings had different people in them than others, but a fair number of different people, a dozen or so at most, probably.
And approximately how many times would you say that this team met?
Different pieces of this team met at different times. So I don't know, I'm not aware of how many times the whole team met or everybody on the team met. I probably met 6 to 8 times.
Okay. During these 6 to 8 times that you were meeting with Black & Veatch, was there discussion of the overall BCA's design with you?
Let me just back up a little bit, because I didn't take that to mean meetings with Black & Veatch. These were meetings with PNM. Some of them included Black & Veatch. Some of them did not. These are just meetings about what was necessary to perform the CBA.
I understand. So during the meetings where Black & Veatch was present, did they discuss with you the overall design of the BCA?
Not necessarily. The meetings I was involved in were more in supplying my pieces of that. There were other meetings with the larger group or the steering group that probably had more to do with the overall design. Mine was, again, pretty narrowly focused on getting the pieces of data that we felt were necessary to perform this analysis.
Okay. And your pieces included what exactly?
Primary thing, as it says in my testimony, are I guess quantifying the benefits of AMI was one, and another major piece was, and in qualifying those benefits, that was coming up with the avoided, the peak reduction, I should say, how much peak reduction would result from our proposed TOD pricing structures. The other thing was coming up with an annualized price that could be used for other analysis. This is an annualized price that would apply when the sun is shining, which is labeled as off-peak in our TOD pilot.
Okay. And were you asked specifically for those areas of data by Black and Veatch, or were you, I guess, were you part of the discussion as to what data was going to be given to them?
Given to them being Black and Veatch?
Correct. My understanding of the process is that you provided PNM data to Black and Veatch in order for them to do their analysis. And what I'm trying to get at is how much discretion did you have in what data was provided to them, as opposed to them coming to you and asking for specific numbers to put into their system?
I think I had latitude, but it was the team really that talked us through to determine what made the most sense to answer the sorts of questions that we were trying to answer. So this was not just my doing, this was, or my ideas, this had input from the team as a whole, or the section of the team that was involved in this part.
All right, I understand. And were you allowed to provide any feedback as to what kind of data you ultimately provided to Black and Veatch?
Yes.
What kind of feedback was that?
I can give you an example that I can recall, and that was they needed a pricing number to value distributed energy resources. And so they said, we need a rate. And so I said, okay, we're going to use the TOD rate, and the time when this makes sense, distributed energy resources are primarily solar, and the rate that's in effect during the time that solar facilities are producing is what we have labeled the off-peak rate. And so rather than just giving an overall rate, I calculated the annualized off-peak rate. Off-peak, again, is when the sun is shining. So that was the appropriate rate to use. So I used my pricing judgment to provide the rate that most effectively was useful to answer the questions.
Okay. Would you consider this to have overall been a collaborative process with Black and Veatch?
I would say so.
What would make you say that?
If there was back and forth, I was able to give my input. Again, my role was quite limited in this, but I felt like my opinions were heard and we had two-way discussion.
Okay, and I'm correct that Black and Veatch is not a New Mexico-based organization, correct?
That's my understanding.
They don't have any direct experience with PNM's customer base, correct? The information that they were gathering was gathered through you and the other members of your team.
To the best of my knowledge, that's true, but I don't know for a fact.
Okay.
Ms. Barrett, can I interrupt just for 1 second? I'll pause your time and give you back. I just want to ask you a follow-up question before I forget to do this, and I'm trying to sneak my questions in as well. Mr. Settlage, there was discussion yesterday, and I just want to know your perspective about this. What's not calculated, when we talk about the savings that the customers will accrue as a result of the more distributed energy resources being available. If I understand the discussion yesterday, in effect, the company has not factored in for customers the cost of actually putting rooftop solar on their buildings. It's just whatever savings that will flow to the customers after they've incurred that expense. That is what the BCA captures. And I have to say, I just find that, I mean, to me, that sounds like a massive gap in the whole plan. Like, if, particularly when you have 41% of customers who are within 200% of the federal poverty level. I mean, solar arrays aren't free, right? I mean, they cost something. And so what do the actual customers in terms of savings realize after they've footed the bill for installing these things? I mean, why should the commission be concerned about that? I guess is where I'm trying to go with all this.
In my view, not necessarily, because PNM customers are already installing DERs, rooftop solar specifically. And so with no commission action, that's already happening. The benefits that we quantified in the CBA are based on the avoided cost for those customers. In other words, when the sun is shining and they're self-supplying, they're avoiding buying that energy from PNM at the rate that essentially is this annualized on-peak rate. So that savings is the amount they are not paying to PNM. It does not include whatever they paid for their solar facility. Again, customers are doing that anyway without anything else. And whether that's good for low income or not, I can't say. Obviously it costs money. If you don't have money, you can't do it. I can give a counter example if you're interested.
Sure.
I moved to New Mexico 5 years ago and bought a house here. I found a house that I liked. And in preparing for closing, I looked at some satellite images and realized it had solar on the roof. And I realized this is an unusual case, but I ended up with a solar system on my house that was paid for, and I didn't even know it. The realtor who was selling it or buying it didn't know it until I mentioned it at closing. So not everybody necessarily has to pay, but that's just one very strange, probably very odd example. But I don't think you can say 100% there's a cost for these.
Okay. And I guess, I mean, part of what I understood was Mr. Warner, or maybe it wasn't necessarily Mr. Warner, perhaps it was Mr. Shields. I can't recall, but there's other policy entities that can fill that or solve that problem. And I guess partly PNM's perspective that that's not our problem to solve, it's someone else's. Is that a fair statement?
I think that's a fair statement, and it must already being addressed to some extent because there are being new solar installations.
Yeah, and I hear you say that, but then I wonder, to what extent are those early adopters, and to what extent do those early adopters have socioeconomic advantages that a fair number of PNM's ratepayers don't, and will they then be getting a benefit? I mean, this is what's playing out in California, right? Like with the net metering rules there was basically a massive subsidy going over to people who could afford early rooftop solar installations at the expense of people who couldn't afford that. And look where they are. I mean, that's a problem out there. I said, do you have any comment on any of that?
I agree that that's a potential problem that needs to be addressed, but I don't agree that our grid mod proposal, I guess it enables some of that. It enables customers who are already doing this to continue to do it rather than stopping it from happening.
Okay, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Sutton. I'll resume your time, Ms. Barrett.
Thank you. All right. So moving on, page 1, going on to page 2 of your supplemental testimony. It describes PNM modeled the same technology types that were proposed in its initial application. And this means modeled in the CBA, correct?
That's
or the BCA,
correct.
as we're calling it. Yeah.
Yes.
Specifically PNM Exhibit LES3, which was attached, blah, blah, blah. Overview of the grid mod implementation plan in your role. Okay. So when you were providing information for the BCA, the information was coming from, to a certain extent, it was modeled on this original implementation plan. Is that correct?
The BCA was modeled after that, yes. And some of the assumptions that went into that modeling, yes.
What assumptions? Okay. Was there discussion amongst the team, either with or without Black & Veatch, of modeling different, for example, timelines for deployment of the proposed technology different timelines than what was set forth in the implementation plan?
I was not part of those discussions, but I would imagine there was.
But
I
you
don't know.
specifically, do you know who would know?
I think the best person that would know would be Omni Warner, PNM Witness Warner, sorry.
Okay. And for your particular part of the information being provided, was there any discussion of modeling different technology types than were proposed in the original implementation plan?
No, I was not involved in any discussions of different technology types.
Was there any data gathering about whether different timelines or deployments might result in a more affordable rate increase for PNM customers as it applies to the AMI aspect of the BCA?
Generally, I would say that the timeline was developed to be commensurate with the ability of the customers are already adding DERs. So the timeline was sort of designed to keep up with what was happening with the assumed continued growth in that manner. But I was not involved in much timeline at all. I was just there to provide a couple of items, the savings from time of use.
The savings from time of use, okay. So when it came to discussions of the savings of time of use, was there any variation in the information you were provided? For example, were you asked to give any alternative scenarios, or were you just asked for specific data?
No, I was asked to provide what was the expected savings that we would see from the adoption of time of use rates, how much customers could shift. So that's what I provided. And that was assuming a full deployment, which was in 2030. We assumed we would have the AMI infrastructure in place and be able to propose an appropriate time of day rate, then have that rate approved by the commission and be in effect so we could start to see those savings in 2030.
Okay. So you were given this, particular scenario, and then you were asked for what the TOD related savings would be based on this particular these particular levels of adoption and this particular timeline. Is that correct?
Yes, and I want to be very clear, the timeline was effective beginning 2030 is when we started assuming we got this benefit.
And Ms. Barrett, I'm going to interrupt again and just ask one question, and I have to give you back to, but Mr. Settlage, assume if the commission's position was that we credit the calculations and we want to move more rapidly, does it have to be 2030, or if the commission's desire is to move faster, is the company capable of doing that?
I could only speak to the rate design, and I would think yes, we could advance that if we had a system installed sooner. We could design the rates sooner, but it can't be advanced but a certain amount because we've got to get results from the time of day pilot, because we want to make sure that what we propose is appropriate for our customers and doesn't have unintended consequences. But I'm sure it could be advanced some, but that's probably a best question. That's more of a technology of getting the system deployed. And again, that's a PNM Witness Warner question.
Okay, and well, and I guess in some level, well, I won't speculate. That's what Mr. Warner would say, but and then the time of day pilot. You may have said this, and if you did, I'm sorry, I just don't recall. What time frame are you looking at in terms of studying the data accrued from that? Like, what do you think is the bare minimum necessary?
The pilot was approved, I should say, in January. And so we have not had much time going. Actually, I've got some numbers on how many we've installed so far, but we've got a ways to go. We don't have them installed. It depends on how fast customers want to adopt. If you're interested, I can tell you that we have got a total of, this was as of last week when I got somebody to pull these numbers, 384 customers have signed up for time of day so far. That's not nearly the amount we're expecting at the end. So even if we wanted to do it now, we've only got 384 customers in not but a month or two. So it takes some time to gather this data. It needs to go through a season, and we need more customers.
So that sounds like a multi-year process, if I'm kind of like digesting what you're saying correctly.
I think that's right. It's going to be a multi-year process. It's probably going to take at least a year to get a very big population of data. And if we started in January with 0 customers, in next January, we still won't have a full year of data on any customer, and consumption does vary by month.
Right. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Barrett.
So just circling back to what I was talking about as far as the information that you were providing for the BCA, I guess what I'm getting at is you were only asked to model the outcome of one series of events, one timeline, one level of adoption, and that's what came out of the original implementation plan. That's correct?
I think that's generally correct.
So there was no discussion. I'm sorry?
I can add a little bit to that if you would like. Otherwise, I won't. It's up to you.
There was no discussion of, for example, modeling what may happen if there was lower adoption rates than what's being projected for DER implementation or DER adoptions.
I think that sort of uncertainty was baked into the assumptions. Generally, we had a lot of conservative assumptions in this model, and so they were intended to take care of those sorts of uncertainties so that we have a likely outcome, so that the outcome we are anticipating is likely to occur.
Explain that to me again. The assumptions were modeled so that the outcome that you are anticipating is likely to occur?
Right. We had a series of assumptions, and in general, all of those, for the most part, were conservative. Well, all of those were conservative. In my same testimony on page 8, I have a P&M table MJS1 CBA. And this lists some of the assumptions we have and what was used in the CBA modeling compared to the time of day plan we have approved now. When this was written, it was not approved, but that was approved in the hearing in January. The peak periods were the same that we used in the modeling as what was approved. The off-peak, on-peak ratio that we had modeled was 2-to-1. However, what we have approved and what is now in place for pilot customers is 4-to-1 in the summer and 2.5-to-1 in the non-summer. And we also in the CBA study only modeled residential customers responding, and in actuality, almost all customer classes, all non-lighting classes are eligible for this time of day pilot as well. So taken together, all 3 of these probably have a greater impact than what we have modeled in the CBA. And we did that on purpose to have some wiggle room, if you will, to be conservative so that we're highly likely to get, or more likely to get, the results we have shown here.
Okay. Was there any discussion of going beyond the parameters of what was included in the original implementation plan in order to, even just for information gathering purposes, to see what would happen if there was some sort of a notable variation from what P&M, from these assumptions?
I wasn't involved in any discussions along those lines.
Okay, so let's get back to hearing examiner Ryan was asking you about the current TOU program that's being implemented by P&M, which I can say I signed up for. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that works. Would you agree with the statement that the time of day, time of use program primarily and most directly benefits residential customers who are able to shift their load to lower usage periods?
You used residential. I don't know if you're trying to say as a class residential customers are impacted or residential as opposed to other customers. But either way, the premise of the time of day is that customers who are on that program will be able to shift their usage from the on-peak period to other periods, and that will result in a cost savings, a bill savings to them.
Okay. Has there been any information gathering by P&M about what types of residential customers are generally more able to do the kind of load shiftings that would allow them to see a benefit in their bill? For example, family size, rentals versus home ownership, age, socioeconomic status.
I would say the only, maybe not the only, but the main certainly modeling along those lines was we realize that people with very low consumption may have a hard time shifting because there's not much to move around. Customers with higher consumption can probably shift more. We looked at where low income falls, and they are typically not much different usage. It varies by county, but they all have block 2 and block 3 usage, higher usage for the most part, not all, but relatively many of them are in the upper blocks. So we don't expect low income, for instance, to be unable to shift.
I understand that. What I'm asking is whether there was any information gathering, any surveys, or any information gathering around the real world ability of different people to do the kind of load shifting that's going to allow for them to see a benefit in their bill.
No, I think that's really the purpose of the pilot, was to find out that information. We'll get data back from the pilot, and with the bill guarantee, we're hoping we will get a lot of people who maybe it wouldn't work for, but we'll be able to see that, and they'll get their money back and not be harmed in any way. But that's really the purpose of the pilot, to gather that data to inform our non-pilot time of day rates.
Okay. So let's go to, I'm going to talk for a little bit about, there's a series of bullet points on pages, I went too far in your testimony. I think it's pages 5 to 6 under the modeling assumptions.
Yes.
All right. So starting, give me just 1 second to catch up with myself. You go to the last bullet, which is on page 6.
Okay.
Several of the previous witnesses have stated that you are the person to talk to about the ability and the willingness of residential customers to shift their load in response to TOD, TOU rates, which we've sort of been chatting about already. If you see and I think it was Mr. Shields specifically said that you're the person who has data on this question, meaning you're the person who has the data on the ability and willingness of residential customers to shift their load. And I'm looking at the last bullet, and it references a report. It's the American Council for Energy Efficient Economy National Report. Do you see that?
Yes.
And from that report, it says, and I'll just read, regarding pricing ratios for time varying rates that shows on average many TOU, TOD rates use an on-off peak pricing ratio of about 2 to 1, which typically reduces residential consumption.
Slow down, please.
I'm so sorry. Many TOU, TOD rates use an on-off peak pricing ratio of about 2 to 1, which typically reduces residential consumption during peak pricing periods by 6% and total energy consumption by 1%. Is this the data that they're referencing when they say data on the ability of residential customers to shift their load?
This is part of it. I think farther in my testimony, there's another table. That data is responding to, or is describing some of the data on chart, which is P&M figure MJS1 CBA on page 7 of my testimony. Okay. But I have a further figure, and I'm trying to find it right now, sorry. It's on page 15 of my testimony.
Correct.
And both,
I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
I was going to say, and this table indicates that customers are actually able to make that shift. Also, there was a Brattle Group survey. It was specifically designed, I believe this was somewhere in the eastern part of the country. This study specifically was designed to test whether low income could respond to price signals the same as non-low income customers. And the results of that study showed that, yes, there did not seem to be any significant differences in response based on income. This is a specifically designed study with low income and non-low income for 3 different utilities, and the results carried through between the 3, that there is a similar response.
And I think that you spoke about that study in your response to the bench request.
That's
if
correct.
I'm understanding correctly. So
That's
as
correct.
far as the study that we're talking about here, from which you get the 6%, 1%, and the diagram that you spoke about. So PNM is proposing the same 2-to-1 pricing ratio that's referenced in this last bullet point on page 6. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's
Okay.
correct.
And that's where the assumption or prediction of the 6% peak pricing reduction and 1% total energy consumption reduction comes from, is that the assumption of that 2-to-1 ratio?
That's
and
correct.
And this is the data that was used in the BCA?
The data in the BCA did not have an total energy consumption decrease. It assumed no decrease, just a shift from on-peak to other periods to off-peak.
So we're really looking at that 6%?
Yes.
Okay. So if you look at on page 6 at footnote 4, which is the footnote that references the Bath report from which this information was taken. This is a 2017 report, correct?
That's correct.
And subject to check, would you agree to me that the introduction of the section of the report that has these numbers, as well as the table on page 15, states that the scope of review focused on studies conducted in the past 15 years, meaning 15 years prior to 2017?
That's correct.
So that would put the information that was being collected potentially as far back as 2002.
That's what those dates mean, yes.
Was there why was this report chosen as opposed to a more current report?
I think that's a good question. It fascinated me as well. There aren't a lot of newer reports. And so I think the reason for that is PNM is behind the overall trend in adoption of grid modernization. And a lot of these questions from 15 years ago or even more were answered and studied, and these reports were published, and there is no longer as much interest in these sort of results. I don't think there's any reason to assume behavior is different. I think the difference is there aren't as many aren't as many utilities doing grid modernization now as there were, and these studies have been done.
There aren't as many. You're aware that both of the other New Mexico utilities, EPE and SPS, are actively engaged in grid mod right now, correct?
I am, and I would also say that New Mexico is probably not a leader in grid modernization in the United States.
Now, I understand that. So you're saying that if New Mexico is behind the curve as far as grid modernization goes, then there should be quite a bit of data out there that could be referenced as a basis for a BCA. Is that a logical conclusion?
I would say there is some data out there, and it's all pretty much aligned, but there is not much more recent data because, again, I think there was no need to do more. These questions have been asked and answered in these studies that provide, like the one I referenced.
Did you look for any other studies?
I did. I didn't really find anything that was beneficial or clear.
Okay. So let's see. And you'd agree with me that the results of a BCA are only as good as the data upon which that BCA is based. Is that correct? A reasonable assumption?
Yes. And again, I'll mention that our assumptions were in general very conservative to make the likelihood of achieving the results shown here higher than if they were less conservative.
Okay. So let's go to moving on. And hearing examiner, just to be proactive, if I go over my time, I would like to take 10 minutes from Mr. Morgan's cross-examination, if that becomes necessary, rather than this seems like a good breaking point to mention that.
Well, the only issue is that I think Mr. Elliott already took 5 minutes from Mr. Morgan.
That's okay.
So I mean, you can take it from someplace else.
I think that I overall have less questions for Mr. Morgan than Mr. Cervantes and Mr. Settlage. So
okay,
I'll start with 5 minutes, and I don't actually think I'll go much beyond that. So he'll still have 10.
Sounds good. We'll figure it out when you're done.
Thank you, sir. All right, can you flip to page 11 for me?
Yes.
Thank you. It says underneath the results of the CBA, while scenario 1 for AMI does not indicate that the incremental quantified benefits of AMI outweigh costs, the range of benefits for AMI would likely yield a positive result. Is that accurate reflection of your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. As discussed above, there are a number of reasons why the impact of TOU, TOD on PNM's AMI is likely conservative, supporting the overall probability that customer benefits will outweigh costs for PNM's grid mod plan. That's just to make that thought complete. These other reasons, the number of reasons that you reference in your testimony, they don't actually get considered or quantified in the CBA. Is that correct?
The assumptions are used in the CBA, but the variations to the assumptions are not quantified in the CBA, if that's what you're asking.
What do you mean by variations?
Like if rather than using a 2-to-1 peak ratio, we had tried to quantify what a 4-to-1 would do. We didn't do that. We only used a 2-to-1 because we wanted to be conservative.
Did PNM ever, or did you specifically for your part of the BCA ever consider varying from the assumptions in order to create alternative models to see how that might affect the outcome of the BCA? Meaning,
Ms. Terwilliger, are you trying to interject?
Sorry, I didn't realize Ms. Barrett wasn't done, so I was going to let her finish.
I guess what I'm getting at is my understanding of BCA is that part of the value of it is examining different scenarios and seeing how they compare to one another in order to find the benefits, how the benefits compare to the costs in order to find potentially the most beneficial. And what I'm asking is, was there ever any alternative modeling done? I understand you use conservative assumptions. Was there any alternative modeling done to use as a comparison to what we ended up ultimately seeing here?
Hearing examiner, I want the record to be clear. I think Mr. Sutledge has been clear that his role in the BCA as a whole was limited to aiding Black and Veatch in getting the data to conduct the TOU, to conduct the benefit cost analysis related to time of use, and also providing the avoided energy cost for purposes of the benefits of customers running their distributed energy resources. It sounded to me like Ms. Barrett's question was global to the BCA as a whole until any alternatives considered. And there's been a lot of these questions and I've sort of not interjected, but I think the question, if we were talking about the BCA as a whole, that was Mr. Warner. If we're gonna narrow these questions to the time of use or to the specific data Mr. Sutledge provided, that's fine. But I just want to, his role was limited. He was not part of the smaller scoping team that worked more closely with Black and Veatch on the benefit cost analysis writ large. And so I just want the record to be clear when we get the transcript.
I understand. I mean, it's my understanding the questions that have been asked, they came in with a proposal. We had a hearing and the commission said, well, look, we really need to know the ultimate benefit cost ratios of these varying proposals you guys have come up with. So go do that. And they went out and they provided the cost benefit analysis of the proposals that were in the application, because ostensibly the application was itself designed to achieve the greatest amount of benefits for customers and was the necessary investments. So, I mean, I think the record's pretty clear about the fact that, Ms. Barrett's question about, were alternatives studied? I mean, I think I've heard the answer to those questions, and I think I understand why the company wouldn't necessarily be faulted for not doing that, if that's in fact what didn't happen. But anyway, Ms. Barrett, you can go ahead since there wasn't technically an objection to your question. Ms. Terwilliger was just clarifying her understanding of the record, and I just explained what my understanding of it is.
And I appreciate that. And I
Sure.
do understand that. And I guess I would say that another one of my understandings is that the time of use and the time of day study, and as it relates to the AMI, is a very important part of the BCA and the grid mod rollout. Is that accurate? It's one of the more important programs that's being discussed at length.
I think that was directed at me.
I think so, yes.
Okay, just making sure. Yes, I agree. A lot of the benefits from the AMI are from the load shifting that is enabled by time of day rate, so customers can move their load.
Okay, and you'll agree, have you been listening to the testimony over the last day and a half, Mr. Settlage?
Yes, I have.
You think it's fair to say that the prior witnesses have deferred a lot of questions to you?
Yes.
And do you think it's fair to say, well, this is somewhat speculative, but I think it's reasonable to say that that's because your part in the CBA was very important?
The numbers I provided, the data I provided is very important to the calculations in the CBA. I agree.
Okay, so based on that, getting back to my original question, which is that when the BCA was being developed, you were asked for one set of data and one set of data only. Is that correct?
In a nutshell, yes. I was told the questions that we were trying to answer, and so I offered the data I thought that would help get to those answers.
Okay. I don't actually have any further questions. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you.
Thank you, and it was a minute 40 over, so we don't have to worry about it. We'll just,
thank you.
One hand washes another. There you go. Where are we now? Next person up. CCAE, Mr. Desayan, you requested 20 minutes with Mr. Settlage.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Yes, I did. And I had a number of questions, mostly regarding the time of day rates and the plan timing for implementation. I think the questions have pretty much been answered. So I'm going to sit down and pause. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Desayan. Let's see, we have Ms. Beatles. Would you like to utilize your 10 minutes with Mr. Settlage?
No, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I'm going to pass as well. I'm a little under the weather these days with the cold, so I'm not feeling the sharpest. So I think I'm better off. We're all better off me passing.
Sorry to hear that, Ms. Beatles, but thank you.
It's mild. Thank you.
Mr. Albright, you have 25 minutes listed.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Good afternoon,
Go ahead.
Mr. Settlage.
Good afternoon, Mr. Albright.
And I'm, as you know, I'm representing Bernalillo County in this proceeding. And I won't get involved in the technology issues that folks have been talking about since I just ran across my slide rule and sextant. So for people's eyes who glazed over when I said slide rule, I just puts them in another part of the generation gap. Anyway, I would like to, I do have several questions. Most of it's going to be related to your supplemental testimony. And your discussions with the Department of Justice there with Ms. Bear were enlightening. And I just want to make sure I'm on the same page with some things. So a few that I wanted to discuss. If you look at page 5, lines 14 to 16.
Yes.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'll read it here. Beginning in 2030, the modeling assumes 80% of residential customers will participate in the default residential TOU time of day rate, with 20% of residential customers opting out. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay, so you've provided some insight already with regard, I think you said 384 people have signed up for the for the pilot program so far. Is that correct?
Yes, that was as of sometime last week. They're getting more every day, but it's more than that now, but that was the number then.
Have you, did you folks project, did PNM project what the take rate might be on each year leading up to the 2030 timeframe as to what you might expect?
I don't think we have an annual expectation. We had limits in the pilot on how many we could do, and we're hoping to reach that before then, but I don't think we have anything more detailed than that. We've seen what has happened in some other areas, and I think so far we're encouraged by how well it's going for us.
And I guess the question when you say that there may be limits or could you just amplify that a little bit with regard to the expectations there?
Yes, in the rate case 2200270 UT, we proffered this TOD proposal, and part of that was limits on the number of customers in different classes.
Okay, and so the input to the cost benefit analysis really doesn't, for time of day, time of use, correct me if I'm wrong, that doesn't kick in until after 2030, correct?
Correct. It does not include any pilot benefits.
Okay. And you made reference to looking at other studies and so forth. Did you happen to review Ms. Reno's response to PNM with regard to benefit cost analysis or cost benefit analysis, whichever you choose to use, from the other jurisdictions that she supplied in response to PNM's discovery request?
I feel like I probably did, but I don't recall it.
Okay. When you provided the information to the folks in Colorado, to the Beach folks, were there any utilities that you identified that had an 80% or more residential customer participation? Or did you not include any other utilities as far as you know?
The data I provided was our best estimates for PNM, and those are based on the studies that we've talked about.
Okay. And with regard to comments about low-income customers likely to participate in time of use, time of day, I think you told Ms. Barrett that they tend to fall within Block 2 and Block 3 as far as within the rate classes. Is that fair?
I would change that a little bit. I would say that, like other customers, low-income customers tend to have usage in all three blocks. They don't avoid the upper blocks. They're in the other blocks, just like non-low-income customers.
And some of that, though, isn't some of that due to either, as we've been through other programs, whether inefficiencies with regard to their residents or because of other commands where they can't use on-peak off-peak hours and those types of things that put them into those block classes 2 and 3. Is that a fair comment?
The block rate structure that we're talking about here doesn't have on and off peak. It's just a monthly total, and it just sums that up. The first 450 is in block 1. Anything between 450 and 900 is block 2, and anything over 900 is block 3. So the time of use doesn't really factor into that.
All right, but the behavior of the low-income folks and the ability to change that behavior could factor into why they are in those different blocks, correct? Would you agree with that statement?
Yes, I think their usage is directly related to their behavior.
Okay. Is there, for those folks that don't participate and opt out of the time of use, time of date rates, is there, I hate to call it a penalty, but is there a price that's paid by the by those that opt out? And what impact does that have on the CBD?
I'm going to object. I think Mr. Albright's question misstates facts and evidence. PNM does not have an opt-out time of use or time of day rate right now. We have a TOD pilot, and we have mandatory time of use rates for many commercial classes. So I'm not sure the question he's asking.
All right, well,
Yeah, I'll sustain it. Mr. Albright, just re-ask the question.
and maybe I can just ask the witness to explain how it does work so I have a clearer understanding.
Okay, when you say it, are you referring to the time of day pilot or the pilot? Okay.
Yes.
The time of day pilot is totally opt-in. There is no opt-out associated with that. So for a customer to either be on it or not is no change in cost to the customer from a fee perspective. We have a make whole provision in the pilot that if they get on the pilot and after 12 consecutive months, they have spent more money than they otherwise would have, we make that up to them. But there's no opt-out, there's no opt-out fee, there's nothing like that. If they opt in, they're on the time of day rate.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt there. And for what's been modeled or at least looked at with respect to the cost benefit analysis, that's premised on where there is a fee in order to opt out, correct?
Objection, misstates facts and evidence. Mr. Albright, I think you're confusing the opt-out for the customer meter or for the AMI meter and the TOU opt-out proposal. Or
you're right. You're right. I am, and if I can have Mr. Settlage explain the difference between the two, that would help me maybe as much as some other folks. I'm sorry. You're
well, and to in fairness to Mr. Albright, I mean, I think if I was listening to his question, I was wondering, when you were designing the BCA for purposes of understanding the likely benefits to flow to customers from grid mod and time of use rates, if I understand the record, you're using conservative estimates of the amount of load shifting that it will occur, and you're assuming what level of participation?
We're assuming that we will have a default time of day rate in place in 2030, and that 80% of customers will be on that default time of day rate. So a 20% opt-out.
Okay. And so now, Mr. Albright, if you want to ask the question you're asking about clarifying something, feel free to do that now.
No, I think I'm okay with that. I looked at page 2 and can make the distinction there with regard to the proposed pilot time of day rates, which modify the on-peak and off-peak periods.
And there was a cap on the time of day pilot, real quickly, if I recall. Is that right, Mr. Settlage?
Yes, we have caps on the time of day pilot.
What was the cap again?
I was just going to ask, what are the caps?
You know, off the top of my head, I don't recall that, but I can get that for you.
It's okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
It's in the testimony of PNM witness Pitts from the 22 rate case.
I want to say it's like 5,000, but I don't recall. So, but I'm just guessing. That sounded like a number that seemed reasonable, but
I have the answer, but I can't testify. If you'd like it, just for informational purposes.
Yeah, for informational purposes, that's fine. If you know Mr. Well, that'd be useful.
Yes, I do. It was the total cap was 10,000 customers, 7,500 residential, 2,500 commercial.
Very good. Thank you.
Just bear with me. I'm just getting my notes out here. And again, correct me if I'm wrong, but PNM at page 2, lines 13 to 15, that upon full deployment of AMI, PNM will propose in the next rate case that time of day rates become default rates for all customers. Is that still correct?
That's absolutely PNM's plan.
Okay. Do you have a sense how that will impact low-income households? Or how that benefits, or what factor that plays with regard to the cost-benefit analysis?
We touched on this earlier in my response to the bench request. I can get you to the right indication there. Hold on one moment.
Okay.
Sorry, this would be in PNM exhibit number 10, which is my testimony in response to the January 30th, 2024 bench request. On page 6 primarily is where we talk about that. And this is referencing a study that was performed by the Brattle Group. It was called their PC44 study, and it looked at how it was specifically designed to look at how low-income customers, as opposed to non-low-income customers, how they were able to shift their usage based on pricing signals. And to cut to the chase, the bottom line was there was not a significant difference.
And that is what you're referencing there at lines 5 through 12, I guess it is. And then the footnote 3 is the link to the Brattle.
Yes.
Okay. And on page 4, lines 14 to 16, just what is meant by subsequent rate case? Now, is that would that be? I'm not quite sure with what you're proposing there.
So let me make sure I'm on the proper page 4. Now we're back to my supplemental.
I'm sorry, back to your supplemental, yes.
Okay, what was that line again? Sorry.
Yeah, it is lines 14 through 16 on page 4.
Yeah, what basically our plan is that we have to have the data from the pilot, which we're working on now. We got that approved. We have to have AMI fully deployed. And once it is fully deployed, we want to be ready to file a rate case to propose these time of day rates so they can be implemented as quickly as possible.
Okay, so when you say implement these rates, that's after the pilot program, correct? That would be in a rate case after the pilot program?
I would time it, peg it to the timing of it full deployment. After AMI full deployment, then we can offer this rate.
Got it.
But the rate is informed by the pilot.
Would you turn to page 6 and look at lines 4 through 9, please?
Yes.
And 4 through 9, you talk about the time of use, time of day rates with regard to the electrical vehicles. Do you see that?
Yes.
And where did the assumption of 25% of customers with at least one electric will participate in an overnight EV charging rate? Where did that come from?
I need to give a little bit of backstory for that, for context for that.
Okay.
So the way our whole house EV pilot rate is designed is you can't be on that and the time of day rate at the same time. So the assumption was made that some customers will want to remain on the whole house EV and not take advantage or be forced to opt out perhaps of the time of day rate that would be in effect in the future. Our load forecasting group used the NREL modeling for what that usage looks like. And they came up with a 25% assessment or a percentage of customers that would not switch, that would stay on the whole house EV. It's their best forecast.
And that's what I was trying to figure out, where they came up with the 25%, but it's just a forecast, I assume, or they must have based the data on something.
They must have. I talked to them about it, but the sense I got of it was, they're the ones that do the forecast. That is their best estimate for that. And they didn't have a study or something to base that on. That was professional judgment.
Okay.
Can I ask a question real quick, Mr. Albright? The whole home EV rate, you distinguish it from the time of use, time of day rate. My thinking about that is like the whole home EV rate is just a time of use, time of day rate. It's simply prioritized around the existence of an electric vehicle. You're essentially developing the usage rate based on the fact that you got this car and it's going to draw lots of power, and we want you to use it at night. I mean, is that a correct assessment, Mr. Settlage?
Yes, it's a little bit of a hybrid rate though, because what actually happens with that is usage in the time period. It is a time varying rate. Usage in the time period at night is set. It's at a lower rate, which is approximately 4 cents. And that's taken off of what would have been in the normal block rates under our rate schedule 1A. So it's got a time period component as well as block rates. And
Okay.
that's different. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to talk.
No,
over
that's
you.
okay. No, you finish what you were about to say.
That's different than our TOD pilot, or time of day pilot, or our future time of day proposal will be once we have full AMI deployment. There probably will not be this hybrid of block rates, or there won't be this hybrid of block rates and time-based rates.
And then with the whole home EV rate, as far as P&M is concerned, is it similar to El Paso Electric's in that it functions as a credit back to whatever the usage was? Is that how yours works?
The way I can,
yeah, go ahead.
I can speak to how ours works. If a customer in a given month uses a total of, we'll just pick an easy number, 1,000, but 500 of that was in these overnight hours. Then it would take the remaining 500 and divide that up into the blocks 1 and 2. The first 450 would be block 1. The extra 50 would be block 2. So essentially, it's taking usage out of.
I'm sorry, Mr. Stetlich, if you would do me a favor and breathe.
Only doing myself a favor as well.
I'm thinking, can you just start your answer again, please?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So the way the P&M rate works is I was doing a hypothetical of a customer who uses 1,000 in a month. And so normally on our block rates, that would be some in block 1, some in block 2, and some in block 3. There'd be 100 over 900, which would be in block 3. My scenario here was that 500 of that was used in this overnight period. And so that 500 would be taken out of block 3 and some of it out of block 2. And the remaining 500 would all be block 1 and a little bit in block 2. And so it's a shift. It's an unusual rate, I think. I don't know of other rates that are quite designed like that. It's really, again, to test and help with EV adoption.
So then the overnight rate is it a flat rate that you're then charging? This is the cost for charging during that period of time, or
yes.
Usage? Okay.
Yes.
Well, EPs is slightly different. I've done both their, TEP cases, and theirs is functions differently. So that's interesting. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Albright.
And then at the bottom of page 12, a statement is made at lines 21, 22 that P&M will be able to rely on customer data from AMI applications to develop additional and new rate options. Would you explain what a little more about that, an explanation? You have a little bit on page 13, but can you just speak to that as to what kind of rate options you would be looking at?
Sure, absolutely. I think what that's getting to is the fact that we have mandatory time of use rates, time varying rates, but they're actually called our time of use rates for many of our customer classes now.
Right.
And what we're proposing is what we're calling on purpose time of day as opposed to time of use, both time varying, but it's a time of day rate. And the distinction there, the biggest distinction, is the fact of the on-peak period. The legacy TOU has on-peak during the middle of the day, which made a whole lot of sense in a pre-renewable portfolio, because that's when the loads were the highest, and that's when the assumption was made production costs were highest. Now, in a renewable world that we live in, with a portfolio with more and more renewable, we have a lot of solar. Solar produces during the middle of the day. So in fact, and we can see it from pricing at various markets, the prices during the middle of the day actually tend to be the lowest of the day, not the highest. And so we're trying to have this time of day period better align with pricing so that people's consumption is priced according to what it actually costs to supply them. And I think an even bigger reason for these time of day periods is that the most critical times on the system currently, or as we're getting there even now in the summertime, are in after the evenings, closer to sunset, later in the day, maybe even at 7 or 8 p.m., whereas the overall peak load on P&M system, which is what we call the gross load, but the actual metered load that we see at 4 or 5 p.m. is the highest on the system.
I'm
sorry.
sorry. No, go ahead.
But at the time of those loads, 5 p.m., say 4 p.m. in the summer, our dispatchable resources are backed down. So this would be if we had some coal or some gas units or oil units. They're backed down some because we have an abundance of renewable resources that we can't control. And then as we move later,
you're going to need more storage capacity in order to make that happen with batteries or something, correct?
That's one option. The IRP group will figure out the optimal portfolio. We just recognize that we have an abundance of dispatchable generation that is available at 4 or 5 p.m., whereas at sunset, 8 p.m., say, we have very little renewable left, and all those dispatchable resources tend to be near the top without much extra room.
Has the additional storage that you need in basically flattening out the peaks and valleys through changing the time of use, time of day, has that been incorporated into the cost benefit analysis anywhere?
Yes, absolutely. That's through
how?
The time of day pricing periods that we have. The time of day pricing periods are intended to reduce peaks. And in fact, the modeling used does have a reduced peak during those times. Because the peak is reduced, the portfolio can have a smaller total quantity available at those times and is less costly. So the savings is due to that shifting, changing the needs of the portfolio so we don't have to have as costly a portfolio yet can still serve the load and meet the reliability criteria.
Okay. I'd like you to turn to page 13 of your supplemental testimony and just checking on time, Mr. Hearing Examiner. How much time?
4 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Would you turn to page 13, please?
I'm there.
Okay. And from lines 5 through 10, you talk about, you state also specific groups of customers, such as low-income customers, can be analyzed to inform future rate designs with the goal of designing rates that are easier for customers to adapt, modify their consumption to achieve the policy goal of going carbon-free and control or reduce their bills. Have I quoted that correctly?
I believe so.
Okay, but that's somewhat after the fact of what we're currently doing, but I guess the pilot program is going to take care of some of that as well. I mean, I'm just looking at transitioning from the pilot program to the other, what I would call the permanent program changes that are significantly different from what I would see in the cost benefit analysis, I guess, with that change, since it doesn't come in for 6 years, essentially.
That 6-year period is a data gathering period, and these pilot meters that we are putting in place now capture interval data. And because of that interval data, if we get into this and decide, oh, this period is wrong, what would it have been? Or if we're questioning, what would be a better period specifically for low income? We've got the consumption of each hour. So we can reanalyze, backcast, if you will, impacts of rate changes that weren't in effect necessarily, but could be, on what bills would be for different classes of customers. So having this hourly granular interval data from these pilot customers will allow us to look at different rate designs that we just can't do now.
What numbers do you think you need to be what I would call statistically viable from the pilot program, as far as the number of customers that you need?
I'm not a load researcher, so I couldn't give you that total number, but as a general, what the actual exact number is, but as a general rule, the more data, the better.
Yeah, I understand that. Who would know that at PNM? Who would be somebody that could tell us that?
It's going to depend on the sample size, how many customers we have. Currently, we have a vacant position, which is our load researcher, which we're working to fill. Hopefully we'll have that filled soon, but the load researcher position is the one who would guide most of those considerations.
Okay, and Mr. Setlick, I think that's all of the cross-examination that I have for you. Mr. Hearing Examiner, several references have been made by me and by the Attorney General and others to Bernalillo County Supplemental Hearing Exhibit number 2, which was our response to PNM's request with regard to production of documents. That document's been on file for a while, and I'd like to move that into evidence.
This is corrected Burnco Supplemental Hearing Exhibit number 2.
No,
Burnco responses to PNM discovery requests.
should be responses to Public Service Company of New Mexico's first set of interrogatories and requests for production of documents, April 12th, 2024. I think it's just hearing exhibit number 2.
Well, you have that.
It was our responses to PNM.
Right, but you uploaded both Burnco supplementals and then corrected Burnco, and just clarifying for the benefit of our court reporter
Right.
and then myself that it is the corrected exhibits, and it is corrected supplemental hearing exhibit number 2. Is that right? Mr. Albright, that's correct? This document, when you open that document from Dropbox and you open it up, it's entitled Bernalillo County's Responses to Public Service Company of New Mexico's first set of interrogatories and requests for production of documents. Is this the document you're moving
April
into?
12th, 2024, correct?
I have to scroll
That should
down.
be in the title.
That's not in the title.
Okay. I believe that's correct. I do have, we can look at the Dropbox, but it is our responses to New Mexico.
It was the affirmation of Maureen Reno attached to it has 10 April. The certificate of service says the 12th of April.
That's correct. That is correct.
Okay.
May I?
Go ahead. Yes, Mr. Welliger.
I object. I mean, frankly, the only reference to this have been questions from Mr. Albright, some of which I think our witnesses haven't answered, or most of the question. And essentially, I mean, we requested this discovery of Ms. Reno, which we may use for impeachment purposes. I mean, if this is just allowed in, it basically stands as sort of supplemental testimony by her without any context to being used in the hearing. I object for that reason. The references to this have only been from questions from Mr. Albright.
And I believe we had some reference by the Attorney General on the first day by Mr. Elliott concerning this, and people who have or have not read it.
Again, these are questions posed by the attorneys. This is not testimony that's been provided or been used to cross-examine Ms. Reno. So I object.
And I would just say was requested by PNM. There were no objections, no motions to strike. So they've had
There wouldn't have been a motion to strike. It's not in evidence.
Okay, let's do this. I won't admit this time. If this is materials that are germane later to Ms. Reno's testimony and understanding it in its entirety, then we can cross that bridge when we get there. But for the moment, I will not admit this exhibit, and we'll just hold off.
I'll be happy to introduce it through Ms. Reno.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner, and thank you, Mr. Setlick. I appreciate your time and answers.
Thank you.
We're going to take our break now. It's 3:17. We'll come back at 3:32.
Hi, Jeff. Bye.
Mr. Court Reporter, did I mishear hearing examiner to say that we're coming back at 3:32-ish? Or is my
Yes,
clock
sir.
wrong?
Just assume he's otherwise engaged at the moment. He'll be back shortly.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if my clock was wrong.
No, sir.
All right. Did I go over on our break? I think I did, didn't I? I thought it was 40, not 30. I apologize. So in any event, where are we with Mr. Settlage and we have Mr. Bruno requested 30 minutes.
I believe I'm next.
Oh, Mr. Baker, sorry. Yes, 5.
Yep. Good afternoon, Mr. Sedlich. We should be able to get through, I hope, in 5 minutes.
Very good. Thank you.
Just wanted to confirm what I've been hearing all along. With the first question, would you agree that in a household that is not charging an EV, the major loads and time of use is already well known from historical data, and we know pretty much the peaks are in the summer afternoons for air conditioning, and that's why the majority of ratepayers are unable to shift those loads regardless of their willingness or economic status. I've just tried to summarize what I heard before.
I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
No.
Okay. Would you agree that it is a reasonable assumption that most EV owners will continue to charge EVs at night after getting home from school or work and are unlikely to charge away from home during the day at public chargers because of a high retail rate at public chargers?
I don't own an EV and I have not done any research. I can't answer that.
I say that because I own both solar and EVs, and I can tell you what happens. So public chargers cost 45 cents, and at home it's a lot cheaper. So have you been led to expect from your P&M team that as more renewable energy comes online, we're going to see the currently inexpensive nighttime energy get more expensive because we're going to have to buy batteries to supply it?
I understand what you're saying. I think I've looked at it more from which times are more critical and what the market price signals that we're seeing are. And what they're currently showing is very clear. Around sunset in the summertime is the highest.
Yes, the historical data. Yeah.
I understand that going forward, according to some of the IRP modeling, the most expensive times will likely be at the early morning on a winter day because batteries have depleted once we get to that point, but we're not there yet. So it's more summer afternoons around sunset are the most expensive times, as well as the most risky, if you will, the most interesting times on the system.
Right. And so my question leading to the CBA is that the data that you're asking for and expecting to get from AMI, let's say over the next few years before complete rollout, I'm wondering how it affects your view on the benefit side of the CBA, knowing that the cost of the energy is going to be changing drastically in terms of time of day over the next little bit. That's kind of open-ended, so go ahead and roll with that.
I think what we expect to get out of you call it the AMI, I think it's the interval meters, these AMI interval meters we're putting in that are cellular, is a lot of data, hourly interval data. And with that, we can look at a bunch of different possible pricing structures and look at their impacts and gauge them on whatever different customer classes we have. The purpose of the pilot is not so much that we know what it's going to be. If we did, perhaps we wouldn't need the pilot. The purpose of the pilot is to gather this data so that we can do analysis. So our load researcher primarily, but pricing as well, can do research to propose rates that don't have unexpected impacts and are suitable for customers to take advantage of, seek and control their bill and shift their usage.
Thank you. What I was trying to get at is how you may have built into your part of the CBA acknowledgement that both the time of use and the cost of energy is going to change drastically over the next 5 years.
Yeah, we relied on our assumptions as to what the time of day price ratios were, what the time periods were, and which customer classes would participate in the CBA, understanding that a lot of things will change in over time. They always do.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Bruno, you requested 30 minutes.
Oh, I'm not muted all along. I'm sorry, I thought I was muted. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Sutledge.
Good afternoon.
Could we go to Bruno Supplemental Exhibit 1, please?
Just one moment, please. I think I've got the right thing. This says objection and responses to Dr. William Bruno's 6th set of interrogatories and requests for production of documents.
That's the one. Thank you. I want to go to on page 5. There you'll see question 6-5.
Yes.
I guess I think I have it in front of me too. Would you mind reading that question and the answer that you gave?
Sure. This is Bruno 6.5. The Brattle Group report cited by Settlage states, surprisingly, off-peak usage did not go up, even though off-peak prices were lower. So rather than shifting demand to off-peak, these consumers reduced total usage to achieve savings. Is this also true in PNM's modeling? And the response I provided was no. PNM's modeling included a forecasted shift in usage from on-peak to off-peak with no change in total usage. The on to off-peak pricing ratio modeled was 2-to-1, comparing on-peak prices to off-peak prices with no forecasted overall reduction in usage. The Brattle Group found a, and I quote, the surprising reduction in actual usage. Similar actual data is not yet available from PNM because the time of day pilot rate was initially offered in January 2024. We don't have sufficient data to determine what the outcome will be from higher on to off-peak ratios consistent with the TOD pilot, which again is 4-to-1 in the summer and 2.5-to-1 in other months for residential. But PNM's best available information indicates there will be a shift in usage from on-peak to off-peak. PNM has provided consistent messaging to customers around shifting TOD usage away from on-peak period, not necessarily reducing total usage, and this is reflected in the CBA modeling.
Thank you, sir. So you used the phrase there, PNM's best available information. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Which indicates that there will be a shift in usage. What is PNM's best available information?
I was referring to this Brattle Group study.
Well, the Brattle Group study says there will be a reduction in overall usage. Well, that's what it found in that pilot project that it looked at.
They did see that data, but they stated that was surprising. And so PNM had no reason to expect a shift. That's why we're doing the pilot. We'll find out.
All right, so this is your best available information. But you also, elsewhere in the application, let's see. I guess there was another discovery question, but you also refer to the IRP as a source of information. Isn't that true?
Yes, I looked at the IRP for various things.
Is there anything at all in the IRP about time of use behavior?
Yes, the time of use periods and ratios that were used in the study are the ones that are in the IRP, that were in the IRP study. In other words, we didn't create a new study. We used an existing IRP study with the stated 2-to-1 on-peak, off-peak price ratio and the pricing periods. As well, I should also mention, as well as only residential. No other customer classes were eligible to participate in the time of day pilot.
So I don't know if you remember, in the first phase of the hearing, I actually introduced an exhibit that also found that customers didn't save money by shifting to cheaper times of day. They saved money by just reducing their total usage. Do you remember anything about that exhibit?
I vaguely remember that, yes.
So we have that exhibit, and then we have this Brattle group that are both saying that basically people don't use more electricity at the so-called off-peak hours because they just don't really have a need to shift their loads. They just want their electricity when they want it. We have two studies like that, but you didn't model anything like that.
We modeled per the assumptions, and my read of the Brattle group was that customers did shift usage, and in addition to shifting, there was a slight lowering. So the Brattle group did show shifting, to the best of my knowledge.
No, the Brattle group, let's read what the Brattle group said again. Off-peak usage did not go up. How can they shift usage if the off-peak didn't go up?
State that again.
You can read the question that I asked you. It's a quote from the Brattle report, right? Surprisingly, off-peak usage did not go up, even though off-peak prices were lower. So how is that a shift if your on-peak went down and your off-peak didn't go up? That's not a shift. That's just a reduction in on-peak usage.
I agree that's what those sentences say, yes.
But that's not what you modeled.
Our modeling had a shift away from on-peak to off-peak, not a change in total reduction.
Would there have been a different benefit calculated if you had just done a reduction of on-peak usage?
It would have been, but that's not what the other studies show either.
Which other studies? Sorry.
Give me one moment. I will point you to the right direction. This is in my supplemental testimony, which is P&M exhibit number 9 on page 15. This is a little graph that illustrates this, and it basically is showing peak reduction as a result of time varying rates, and it's showing a variety of different time varying rates. And it's also showing the fact that technology, such as smart thermostats or something like that, various forms of technology, make that shift even greater. Peak reduction gets bigger with these time varying rates when coupled with technology.
So I have to interject here and say that, look, these cases at the commission, we function as an administrative tribunal. This is not a district court in the sense that we are here today for the first instance to hear a case in which an individual took some novel action in a discrete way, and we will apply law to a one-off situation. There are abundant cases that exist already that PNM has appeared before this commission and articulated a perspective about the future of its entire system, where the problem of the net peak load and the increased intermittent power that's being brought onto the system will in fact require load shifting. And there have been other studies done to demonstrate that in fact people do respond to prices. So I mean, just what Mr. Bruno, I will tell you that just pointing to one line from that study is not persuasive, as a matter of fact.
Okay, I appreciate your judgment at this time, but I would like to I don't consider that I've proven my case here, but I just wanted to try to get some things on the record.
If PNM doesn't succeed in producing load shifting, then we will have rolling blackouts. That's part of the energy future. No, I'm telling you, having participated in many of these proceedings, that's the scope of what we're doing. And one question for why the commission spends all this time on reliability and power resilience is for that very reason. The energy transition is a much more complicated animal than anyone fully understands. And there is an enormous amount of energy going into the question, how do we do this successfully? Not just this one case, but the cases for the last 5 years that have been occurring at the commission. So to think about this one case in a particular siloed context is simply ignoring the forest from the trees. I paused your time, but I'm just telling you that, Mr. Bruno, so you have to understand, sir, how much energy and time has gone into this from all the individuals who you see here. I've met with Mr. Settlage in the rate case. We had extensive discussions about the PNM pilot there. We're not like a court where you show up once and there's a plaintiff and a defendant and we decide a unique case and that's that, never to meet again. It's in fact the exact opposite. I just think it's important you understand that, Mr. Bruno, when you ask your questions.
Do you want me to change anything in how I'm asking my questions?
No, I don't want you to change, but I just want it to be clear that if your point is to cast doubt on the potential that they have relied correctly or incorrectly on load shifting and want to point to a single report as proof of that, I sit as the proxy for the commissioners who are the fact finders in this case. And what I'm telling you, sir, it's not productive.
It's not productive to try to get stuff on the record about, you know, I would love to see this forest of data, and I'm certainly open to looking at it. And I don't think it's in this case yet. And I wanted to make the point that this was not a study that I cherry picked. This is a study that they found and are relying on, but they seem to ignore what the study actually says.
So that's how you want to construe the study, Mr. Bruno. You're free to do so.
Okay.
He doesn't have to agree with your understanding of the study.
Sorry?
He does not have to agree with your understanding of the study, and that is my understanding of his testimony.
So, Mr. Settlage, what was was there a number that was used that said how much less peak usage there was going to be under time of use rates?
Yes, that is 6%.
And where did that number come from?
One moment, please. I'm trying to find the exact page in my testimony. Okay, this is in my PNM exhibit number 9, which is my supplemental testimony on page 6. On line starting on 15 or continuing on 15, residential consumption during peak periods is reduced by 6%. That is the number that was used in our BCA modeling, 6% reduction in peak.
And that came from the Brattle report. The Brattle.
Correct. This ACEE Brattle report.
Would you mind screen sharing the figure that you were just talking about? I think that would be beneficial. The one that was on page 15. Is that, can somebody do that?
Hearing, can you all hear me? My video.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, you've gone fuzzy.
Can we pause for a few minutes so I can move over to the other attorney room, perhaps?
Sure.
Yeah, my
We'll do
camera went
that.
out earlier. It might need
Time
to
is
restart
paused.
this. Okay, I'll be over in a second.
Is Mr. Williger the one who's going to try to share his screen, or should I try to share my screen?
I can stay. You don't
Ideally-
want me to try to share my screen.
Yeah, ideally, Mr. Bruno, if you want to share something that's for you to share.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna resume the time, so the clock will continue. Are you ready, Mr. Welger?
Yes, thank you. Sorry about that.
Mr. Bruno, if you wish to share something on the screen, it's your obligation to do so. It says it in the order on protocol on Zoom. If Mr. Terwilliger was volunteering to do it, that's fine, but
I just have to get reoriented. I'm happy to share Mr. Sutledge's testimony. Did you say page 15?
Correct.
Yes.
I think it's the same as my exhibit, but I'm not sure.
Am I sharing now?
yes.
Got the figure, Dr. Bruno?
Page 15. Is this the figure, Mr. Setledge?
This is a figure from that report. Yes.
Right. So it's showing the peak reductions, but it doesn't show the off-peak increases, if any.
Right. This figure that you're looking at is just looking at average peak reduction from various time varying rate options. This figure only attempts to show peak reduction.
Right. So you don't really have anything that shows load shifting, just peak reduction.
That figure shows peak reduction. If you want to go again to my testimony on page 6, that report, which I don't have in front of me, it's rather lengthy, but page 6, line 15, 16, 17. That's where I got the 6%. That's some of the contained within that report. It's not a figure, it's some of the text of the report.
Do you want to read that again?
I'll read the entire bullet for context.
Okay.
Customer load shifting response is estimated based on the American Council for Energy Efficient Economy, which is ACEEE, national report regarding pricing ratios for time varying rates that shows on average many TOU/TOD rates use on-off peak pricing ratio of about 2:1, which typically reduces residential consumption during peak period pricing by 6% and total energy consumption by 1%.
Okay. So I have that report as an exhibit. That's Bruno. I believe that's Bruno Supplemental Exhibit 10. You want to try to bring that up?
Yes, I believe I've got that. It's a 72-page PDF.
I just lost my my browser window. Okay, wait, here it is. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to bring it back from the dead. Okay. Shoot. Okay. Yeah, so if you so there's a figure I think it's on page 13. Yeah, 72. It's actually page 22, but it's of the PDF, but it's labeled page 13, figure 5.
I'm trying to get there, sorry. You said page 22?
22 of 72.
And what is the, okay, 22 of 70. I'm there, sorry, I found it.
And if on the bottom of the page, you see figure 5.
Yes.
So this shows the reduction in peak demand for all these different time of use projects versus the reduction in overall consumption. So you are assuming 6% reduction and 0% overall reduction in consumption.
Those are the assumptions we used in the BCA, that's correct.
So to me, that looks like it's kind of on the margins. There's a few data points in that vicinity. Most of the data points have a significant reduction in overall consumption. And in fact, it almost looks like there's a straight line you could draw through a lot of them, that the more reduction in peak, the more reduction in overall consumption. In any case, there's quite a big variation here. And so I just don't know if we should trust a C cost benefit analysis that only looked at one point on this distribution.
Objection is, I don't know if Dr. Bruno has a question. Provided testimony.
My question is, first of all, did you look at the data before you did the CBA?
Yes.
And so why did you choose 0% overall reduction in consumption?
We were trying to show the benefits from peak reduction, not from just the fact people are using less. Obviously, if customers use less, their bills will go down. And so we didn't want to count that effect as much if it didn't exist, if we weren't sure about that. What we were trying to show was that the time varying rates put the customer in control so they can move their usage away from peak to off-peak periods.
But if to the extent that customers don't respond that way, but just cut their on-peak usage, there's not really a benefit to the consumer, is there? Even if he managed to make his bill go down, he did it not thanks to time of use, just by higher effective rates when he most wanted to use electricity.
I think that's one of the reasons why we have a time of day pilot proposed, so we can see what the effects actually are for PNM.
But why is PNM going to be different?
I don't see it as different. When I look at this very same figure, I see more of a horizontal line than an upward sloping line. There's outliers both ways, so it's a little bit difficult to say, but I think this one graph you're pointing to is not a definitive answer that you can read one way versus another.
But this is the graph that you led us to, isn't it?
This is not one of the graphs I included in my testimony.
But does anything in your testimony speak to people actually shifting their low usage versus just reducing peak usage?
Our assumption was it did not reduce usage. It was only shifting that we modeled the benefits from.
I understand that, but I asked you a question. Somebody want to repeat the question?
I will object as asked and answered. I think this this ground has been covered in several different times.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, he didn't answer my question.
Why don't you ask your question again, Mr. Bruno?
Did you give us any data showing that people actually shift their usage and rather than just reduce their peak usage?
Objection, asked and answered.
Mr. Setledge, how long have you been doing rate design for?
I've been doing rate design at 5 years, a little over for PNM.
And you've had extensive experience in the utility industry?
Yes, sir, almost 40 years.
As a basic economic principle, is it true that rational actors respond to price signals?
Yes.
Do you think that proposition carries over to consumers of electricity like utility customers?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Bruno, ask whatever questions you'd like.
Thank you. Would there be any value to a customer to offer them an optional plan where on peak they paid more and off peak they paid the same? Would anybody sign up for that, do you think?
I'm confused by your question. If the on-peak was higher than the off-peak, but they paid the same?
If the on-peak, if right now, let's say they have 7 cents all day long, and then if you change it so it was higher certain times, but didn't go down, well, and only went down at times when they couldn't actually use more electricity, would that be something that they would want, that they would be willing to pay for, would have any value to them?
I think you're describing a hypothetical rate structure, which is exactly what we're trying to avoid. The goal of our rate structure is to provide a chance for customers to see their usage, make changes to their usage, and control or reduce their bill.
I don't think you answered my question again.
I must not be understanding your question. I apologize.
Is there any value to a plan where you pay more at certain times and get a discount at times where you can't take advantage of the discount?
So I think what you're asking is there any value to a customer to pay a higher bill? And I would say no, if they're not getting any benefit from it.
Do any of these studies show people actually, on average, getting lower bills thanks to time of use without reducing their total usage?
Yes, due to the time. The peak load reduction is the benefit, which allows us to have a cheaper portfolio. The price of that cheaper portfolio, the price difference, I should say, the lower cost of the cheaper portfolio is used to create a lower revenue requirement, which goes into the calculation of base rates for all customer classes that it's applicable to. So yes, they definitely get a lower rate because the revenue requirement is lower due to peak shifting.
The net peak demand and intermittent system decreases because the overall peak declines. I mean, that's the basic concept. And you described, Mr. Setledge, that 8 o'clock hour or whatever it is in the duck curve where it becomes very cost prohibitive to secure that last, I believe it was Mr. Falgren who said in one of our cases, the last 10% or whatever of power supply is that really critical moment because that's the one that's the most difficult to serve. And that's where your costs get born. And if you reduce that cost sufficiently, then all people as an aggregate matter on the system pay lower costs.
Yes.
And yet people's have to pay higher rates on the peak times. And can you guarantee that people's bills will go down?
Well, PNM has done just that for the TOD pilot. We're offering a guarantee for customers just so they can try it out without fear of that. And we will get the data that we need, at least 1 year's worth of data, to see how it works. So
should we wait until that's done before we approve grid modernization, AMI?
No. So that's what we're trying to do with this pilot. Is it's very important that we start gathering data because the AMI can't be deployed for a while. We have a window of opportunity that we can now start gathering this data through the AMI pilot. So when AMI is deployed, we can offer TOD rates which are beneficial to customers. In other words, that offer price signals such that customers can alter their consumption and receive benefits.
And one criticism of the pilot program lobbed in the rate case was that to the extent to which you have a backstop, which allows the customer to avoid the risk that you're in fact skewing the data associated with what you're collecting. In other words, they feel free to do whatever they wish. And so in other words, and I'm adding that only to suggest we had extensive discussions about this matter in the rate case and endless litigation about it.
It is possible to do time of use billing without AMI, is that true?
Okay, time of use. I'm assuming what you mean by that is time varying billing. And yes, PNM has current rates, which we call time of use, which are time varying, and they are implemented for customers without AMI meters.
Right.
But I think that misses the purpose of the AMI proposal that we have on the table, the grid mod proposal. It's more than meters. It's the entire infrastructure and the things that does for you. For instance, an interval meter is different than an AMI meter. An AMI meter, in addition to being an interval meter, has the ability to measure voltage in more or less real time. So it can function as a different device than another meter with intervals, but only providing that data back once a month, or a less frequent time at least, couldn't provide that same amount of data. So it's not the intervals, it's not the fact that it's that type of meter, it's the fact that it is part of the AMI system, the meters, the communications, the database. All that together is what provides the benefit.
There's no intrinsic benefit to just time of use billing by itself?
Well, there is, and PNM has been doing that with our legacy TOU rates. There is benefit. Customers have shifted.
I guess I want to do, so you referred to the, you actually, in one of your responses to my, I forget actually where you did this, but you had a link to the IRP, and I prepared an exhibit from a presentation on PNM's website. It's from the 2020 IRP, the one I submitted. It's Bruno Exhibit 11, I think.
I'll try to find your Bruno Exhibit 11.
It appears to be Bruno Exhibit 12. If it's the IRP 2020.
Yes, thank you. Exhibit 12.
Okay. I'm looking at page 1 of 148.
Okay, if I think we were on page 102 of 148.
That one is a slide with a curve on it called residential time of use rates.
Yes.
I'm looking at that.
Would you mind reading like the third paragraph, reading those bullet points?
That's the bullet labeled peak and energy impact levels, beginning with that.
Yes.
Peak and energy impact levels from summary report by ACEEE of 50 pricing pilots. Dynamic peak reduction was 21%. TOU peak reduction, again, this is time of use, which is the generic term that we sometimes call time varying, but that was 7%. Average peak reduction of all these 50 pricing pilots was 9.8%, and average energy reduction was 1.8%. And again, P&M used 6% peak reduction and no energy reduction in the BCA, sorry.
If you had used 6% peak reduction and 6% energy reduction, would there still have been value for the customer in the time of use calculation?
Yes. Again, the primary value of the peak shifting is the ability to use a less expensive portfolio, which reduces the revenue requirement, which goes into the calculation of all the base rates.
I see.
Very good. And that is the time, Mr. Bruno. All right.
Can we admit my interrogatory, please?
You're seeking admission of which Bruno supplemental exhibit?
I guess that was number 1.
Okay, Ms. Terwilliger.
Give me a second, please. No objection.
Bruno supplemental exhibit 1 is admitted.
And I'd also like to admit this ACEEE report. That was Bruno supplemental exhibit 10.
No objection.
Bruno supplemental exhibit 10 is also admitted.
And then the IRP presentation is Bruno exhibit 12.
No objection.
Yeah, it's I mean, Mr. Bruno, there's been an updated IRP. There's, they file it every year annually. So this is it's dated information at this juncture. I don't believe Mr. Phillips works for P&M anymore, does he? He appears in the first pages. Anyway, I have no problem admitting it, but we'll tell you that the most recent IRP is in the process. I forget what the status is with the commission at the moment, but those are extensive documents, so that's fine. We will admit also Bruno exhibit number 12.
Thank you. That's it for me then.
All right. Mr. Welliger, do you have some redirect for Mr. Settlage?
I do,
Please go ahead.
if I may.
Sure.
So I want to kind of pick up where we left off with Dr. Bruno, but also I think you had some questions with Ms. Barrett about this, Mr. Settlage. Do you recall some questions about the benefits that customers who participate in a time varying rate will get in terms of bill savings? Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
When we talk about the CBA and what it measures, or what it measured in terms of a time of day rollout, a default time of day rate, is that focused on bill savings or is that focused on system benefits? And can you kind of explain that for
Yes.
viewpoint?
Yes. The savings associated with time of day in the BCA are due to peak load reduction. Peak load reduction results in a less expensive portfolio, which results in a lower revenue requirement, and that goes into the calculation of all the base rates.
You had a conversation with Ms. Barrett about providing data sets to Black and Veatch. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you know there were stakeholder meetings that were had regarding conducting the benefit cost analysis.
Yes.
Can you tell me or clarify for the record if P&M provided any additional data to Black and Veatch based on stakeholder input, specifically regarding time of day and the system benefits from time of day?
Yes, yes. In the stakeholder meetings, there was concern that we were not showing a range of potential benefits that could be attributed to time of day rates, to that peak reduction. And so what is in the cost benefit analysis is two scenarios. These two scenarios represent the greatest savings and the least savings from the time of day rates, so from the reduction of those peaks. The portfolio that results from the reduction of those peaks. So that was a direct result of stakeholder feedback, not to give a single point, but to use those 2 points to give a range. Because we don't know the portfolio yet. We won't know the portfolio until we get closer to that time. As Hearing Examiner Ryan mentioned, we haven't got the most recent IRP approved yet, much less the ones that will be in effect in the future.
And you had multiple conversations with, I think, Ms. Barrett, perhaps Mr. Albright, about how the benefits, the peak load shifting, peak load reduction, I should say, that's expected from a default time varying rate, that those benefits didn't start till 2030. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
And can you talk about how the benefit cost ratio could be affected if, for example, a default rate was implemented sooner, or how the fact that those benefits don't start until 2030, what perspective in terms of that BCR should be, what should we take away from that BCR? I guess is what I'm trying to say.
I think waiting until 2030 could be considered another conservative assumption. The sooner we can start with the default time of day rate, the sooner we start getting the benefits of less expensive portfolios. So doing it sooner definitely would have greater benefits, a better ratio, I should say, maybe is the clearest way, a better ratio if we could start that sooner. But we used 2030 in the study. Could get better.
Just real quickly, as I'm thinking about this, 2025, we go to 40% RPS. And then what's the next milestone after that? Is it 30? Do we go to 45? Or do you recall, Mr. Setledge?
I thought the last step was 2045, where we were completely carbon free, but I could be mistaken.
But I'm just wondering, as you're speaking with Mr. Welliger, I'm wondering, if you're planning out to 2030, where are we RPS wise? And to the extent to which, in fact, the system's designed with certain degree of intermittency at that point, is that just too late? I don't know the answer to that. It's just a thought I was having.
I don't think it's too late, and I think P&M will plan a system that meets our reliability criteria. That's a good bit in the future. I'm not in the IRP team, but I have confidence we will meet the requirements.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you, Hearing Examiner Ryan.
Yep. All right, Mr. Setledge, thank you so much for your time, sir. Appreciate your attendance and participation here. You are now excused.
Thank you.
Mr. P&M will be Mr. Cervantes. I'd like to be able to get through him. I'm hoping we're not going to use, not that I'm trying to tell anybody to give their time up, but the pattern has been that not everyone has not used all their time. So I think we can get through Mr. Cervantes at least.
Yes, Mr. Cervantes is next.
And if we get through Mr. Cervantes, I think we could just stop, because at that point, looking at the time for P&M Cross plus Mr. Morgan, we'll have time on the third day.
I can hear Mr. Cervantes is going into the witness room.
That's fine. No worries.
There he is. Almost good evening, Mr. Cervantes.
Good evening.
And Mr. Lee, if you'll swear Mr. Cervantes in.
Thank you.
Mr. Cervantes, if you'd please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Can you state your name and title for the record, please?
Yes, Mario Cervantes, and I am the Director over Customer Experience for PNM.
And do you have in front of you what's been marked PNM Supplemental Hearing Exhibit number 11, which is your supplemental testimony in support of the CBA?
I do.
And was that prepared by you or under your direction?
It was.
That testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
If I ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
I request admission of PNM Hearing Exhibit number 11.
Are there any objections? PNM Supplemental Exhibit 11 is admitted.
I tender Mr. Cervantes for cross.
Ms. Barrett, you've requested 20 minutes.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that should be fine. Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Cervantes. I'm Jocelyn Barrett. I'm with the New Mexico Department of Justice. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So I'm really going to be going through your supplemental testimony sort of step by step. So if you want to have that pulled up in front of you, that would be great.
Sounds good.
All right. So on the first page, you explain your role and the role of the customer experience group in providing information to Black and Veatch to conduct its CBA in support of PNM's filing. That was your role at the CBA, was to provide information from your customer experience group?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And so some of the questions may be a little bit similar to what I asked Mr. Setledge. Can you describe to me the process of providing this information to Black and Veatch for you specifically?
Yes, so it was similar to what Mr. Setledge described. It was through a series of meetings and discussions with my team and Black and Veatch in terms of the data that we collected as part of the CBA. And again, just it was a collaborative effort, I would say, between my group, myself, and Black and Veatch.
Did you have any say or feedback in what kind of customer experience data was provided to Black and Veatch?
Yes.
And what was that?
I mean, I can give an example that I can remember specifically for contact center information in terms of types of interactions that we expected would be reduced as a result of the implementation of AMI. And, you know, same thing with some of the information provided for the billing data. So I think I can summarize it that way.
So you provided what kinds of customer-centered data they used, which I think you might be referring to. Well,
I described some of that on page 4 of my.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Thank you.
Just a moment.
Okay, let's skip to page 3.
Okay.
You discuss in the bottom paragraph starting on line 18, PNM projected AMI will provide a 68% reduction in the number of bills that are canceled and rebilled. The 68% reduction is based on the percent of canceled and rebilled accounts that are caused by inaccurate or missing meter reads, which AMI would essentially solve. Is that an accurate representation of your testimony?
And that is.
So does that mean that the BCA assumes 100% accuracy and reliability rate for the AMI meters?
Are you asking if the 68% represent a total elimination of estimated, I'm sorry, the cancel and rebill?
No, I'm really focused on the second half where you say that the 68% reduction are caused by inaccurate and missing meter reads, and then after that you say AMI would essentially solve. So when you say AMI would essentially solve, what you're referring to is the problem of inaccurate or missing meter reads. Am I reading that correctly? So
you
then,
are.
okay, so then my question stems from that. Does the BCA, if the assumption is AMA would essentially solve inaccurate or missing meter reads, is the assumption in the BCA that it's going to have 100% accuracy and reliability?
No, that's not the assumption. And that is why I used the word essentially, because, we're projecting that it would solve the majority of them, a high percentage of them.
Did you quantify that percentage?
It's the 68% that we quantified.
My understanding was that the 68% represented the reduction in the number of bills that are canceled and rebilled overall. Yes.
The majority, so it's those types of, and again, and I think the term that you used is the reliability of advanced meters in AMI. It's my understanding that that's very high. So the 68% would essentially capture, all of them, with a very small number that wouldn't. So it essentially eliminates that category.
But we don't have that essentially all number isn't quantified anywhere in the BCA, the actual percentage.
Can you ask that again? I'm sorry.
When you say the reliability of the AMI meters would essentially solve, it's almost 100%, but you don't have a specific quantified percentage that's projected for what it would solve. I understand the 68%, but I think my understanding is that references back up to these bullet points that these are all reasons: significantly higher, low consumption, zero consumption. These are all reasons for cancellations and rebills. And the inaccurate and missing meter reads is just one aspect of that. So I'm just asking about that. Is there a number for how much the AMI would rectify inaccurate or missing meter reads? Or just essentially all?
I think I'm not following your question. I think, what we captured here is the assumption that the AMI will provide, again, a reduction of 68% in the number of canceled and rebuild accounts. Again, that's cancel and rebuild accounts could also include other things. And so what we're capturing here are just those that are cancel and rebuild by inaccurate or missing reads, which essentially AMI would solve for.
Okay. I think I understand what you're saying. I'm not going to keep pounding that one. If you want to go to page 4, let's move on. So actually you referenced these bullet points earlier. And this is a subsection called contact center data.
Yes.
And am I correct that these bullet points here represent sort of a summary and a breakdown of what customers are calling PNM about? to discuss or ask questions or complain?
It's a partial list. I mean, there's other reasons why a customer would contact P&M, but these are the reasons why a customer would contact P&M that we believe AMI would have a direct impact on.
Were there any projections or quantification for how much call traffic P&M is anticipating in its call center during the rollout of these programs, with customers having questions, concerns, or complaints? Where is that reflected?
So there is, and that was actually covered in the first phase of this filing. So we did include a projection for the initial rollout.
Is it in the BCA?
It's in the
what I'm asking
first.
Is there an? I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish.
I guess what I'm asking is, you're listing clearly the benefit is going to be a reduction in calls about these topics. Is there an offset in this BCA for increased calls that are likely going to occur with new technology, new rates, new bills?
Yeah, it is. So it's part of the original costs that were included in the original plan, and that's also included in the BCA.
So
they are included.
Okay, so is there a quantification about how much this stated benefit is going to be offset by increases? Like, how much of a benefit is this really, the reduction of these calls, if you're looking at increased calls for other reasons?
I believe that should be reflected in the overall output of the benefits when those were calculated. Because again, both the costs that were originally submitted and now the benefits are included.
Okay.
So those are part of the overall benefit calculation.
You specifically can't point me to where I could find that. And if you can't, do you know who could?
I believe that's on in witness Shields testimony, and it's one of the exhibits, I believe. You give me a moment, I may be able to find that. 1 second.
You know what? That's okay. I'll find it later. I've only got so much time, and I've got other things to speak with you about. So if you want to go down to the bottom of that page, and
Sure.
Thank you for the reference to where I can find it. I appreciate that. The last paragraph of page 4, P&M assumed an expected 10% reduction in volume with AMI deployment for contacts specific to bill-related matters. The projected reduction of 10% in volumes was based on industry data from other utilities that have implemented similar plans. Can you be more specific? What do you mean by industry data? And where can we find that data?
So actually, I did provide that information in one of my discovery responses. So let me find that, and then I'll point you to where that's located. 1 moment.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's in Burnco discovery set. Let me look at the reference here. First set, Burnco, page 19. And in there, I provide a response on how we arrived at these projections or assumptions. We reference specifically one utility that experienced a 50% reduction in high bill calls and call handling time as a result of the implementation of the customer energy management platform, which is one of the technologies that's part of the overall AMI infrastructure.
Okay. Thank you again for that reference. Why don't we move on to page 5? Subsection uncollectible data.
Okay.
And your team provided data pertaining to savings associated with uncollectible charge-offs and short-term interest due to more timely disconnect due to non-payment. Is PNM projecting overall that the AMI technology will allow them to do more disconnects due to non-payment? Like, is the overall number of disconnects going to increase with this new technology?
That is a that is a possibility that AMI enables, is for us to be able to remote disconnect, which under our current environment, disconnects are performed manually. So again, AMI does provide that ability.
So my question was, is the total number, if right now PNM disconnects 1,000 people a year for non-payment, is that going to go up to 1,500 a year after AMI? Not efficiency, but number.
The number would go up because we would be able to disconnect remotely, and we would still operate within the commission guidelines for disconnecting service. So that would be, there'll be no change in terms of the time frames that we work with for disconnecting customers.
There will be no change in the timeframes. I thought one of the
in terms of the number of required days that we have to disconnect. So there's no change there. The change and where we see an improvement is in the days that we're allowed to disconnect, and cutting those days by half.
So you're saying that PNM is required to wait a certain amount of time by law before they can disconnect someone. But once that time, I don't mean to testify for you, I just want to make sure I'm understanding. Once that time has run, you will be able to disconnect more people because you won't have to send someone out to homes to manually disconnect.
Correct. We, and for us to do that, we would have to file a variance with the commission to not send someone home for a manual disconnect, and that is also something that we covered in the in our original filing in the first phase of the plan that we submitted. So
further on in this same topic on page 6, and you also have some bullet points. The third bullet point, which is on the top of page 6, weighted average cost of capital to finance. This is a bulleted list of your team provided data on the weighted average cost of capital to finance uncollectible charge-offs to determine the reduction in short-term interest as a result of more timely disconnects due to non-payment. I have to admit, I don't understand what that means. Can you explain that to me?
So we basically what we provided is the weighted average cost of capital, so the amount or the percentage, so that in, again, taking into account the fact that we would be able to pay off disconnect customers sooner and improve collection times. This allows us to pay off revolving credit debt quicker, so that PNM can avoid putting that debt into longer term debt. And so that's again the kind of the short version explanation to
right now, I'm sorry,
weighted average cost of capital.
So right now PNM earns a return on unpaid bills on arrears as part of their debt, correct?
I'm sorry, can you?
Well, if we're talking about the weighted average cost of capital to finance uncollectible charge-offs, my understanding is that these uncollected payments are included as part of PNM's debt, and they earn a return on that, correct?
I'm not the expert witness in this topic in terms of returns and specifically finance. That would be a question more appropriate to witness Sanders. So I don't want to speak out of term.
Okay, that's fine.
You mean witness Settlage, Mr.
No,
Cervantes?
Kyle Sanders.
Mr. Sanders isn't testifying in this phase of the proceeding. If I understand correctly, is there another witness that may be able to further explain that?
No, but we could make Mr. Sanders available if you would like. I do think he is going to be the witness that will sponsor the bench request on the undepreciated meter balances. And so actually I had already discussed with him whether he could be made available if you would like hearing examiner on Tuesday to come in. We could address that question with him there as well.
Yeah, that's fine. And then Ms. Barrett, if you want it.
He was a witness in the first phase of the case.
Okay, now I understand. And that's Mr. Cervantes's point.
Yes.
Okay, that's all. That's clear to me now why that.
Yes.
Makes sense.
Yeah, let's make Mr. Sanders available Tuesday and we'll talk with him. Ms. Barrett, you can have your questions with Mr. Sanders on those points there.
Okay.
Is that acceptable?
That is perfectly fine. Thank you. And I just hit the end of my time, and I know we're getting to the end of the day, but can I just take 5 minutes from Mr. Morgan?
Sure.
Because I have a few more questions I'd like to get through. Thank you. All right, so let's skip to if you look at the second bullet point directly underneath that, we're still, and this is a question that hopefully you will be able to answer. The benefit is based on the ability to use the daily and interval readings from AMI meters to provide customers with data and projections. Essentially, summing that up, there's a presumption on the part of PNM that allowing customers more access to their data and more ability to see where their energy is going to lead to less unpaid bills or arrearage. Is that an accurate summary?
That is an accurate summary.
Okay. My understanding from Mr. Settlage, and I know this isn't your area, so just generally, much of the information about that customer usage is going to come from the time of day, time of use pilot that PNM is implementing as we speak. Is that accurate?
Are you talking about the customer's ability to access their usage information?
Yes.
Yeah. So that is actually coming. The ability to provide customers with their detailed usage information by interval, historically, and previous day, that comes from the customer energy management platform. So if the customer has an AMI meter and it's an AMI meter has been installed, then they would also have access to the data through the customer energy management platform. It's the technology that enables those that information or the ability to provide that information to customers.
And I understand that. So the CEMP is part of this pilot program. Is that correct? The customers who are part of this pilot program are going to have these time of use, time of day rates, and they're going to be, are they going to be accessing this data platform in order to manage their usage? Or is there going to be a pilot program for the CEMP?
No, the pilot, so assuming that this plan gets approved, the rollout of AMI, the advanced meter infrastructure includes the accompanying technology. So, and that is the communication technologies that John Hawkins talked about. It also includes a meter data management system that basically stores and validates the data, and the CEMP, which is the platform that basically customers would have access to monitor, track, set alerts, to manage their usage. So regardless of a time of day program, that technology and platform will be available to customers.
I understand. Where is the assumption that access to this platform will reduce? Well, two assumptions. Has there been any data collected or information collected that customers who are, for various reasons, unable to pay their bills are going to be the same customers who are interacting with this pilot program and having access to the CEMP, first of all? And then secondly, any data or real world information that access to the information through the CEMP will actually reduce the number of customers who have their electricity shut off. Where's the evidence that supports that assumption?
So I'm going to point you to INROG 428 from the NMAG discovery set. I believe it was discovery set 4. We provided some data from utilities in other jurisdictions that have experienced such reductions from the implementation of AMI. And those are referenced there. Ameren, Illinois is one of them. They claimed a reduction of 20% in uncollectible charge-offs. And then Niagara Mohawk Power also claimed a reduction of 6%. And we included 2.5%, given that our focus has been on staying conservative in our projections.
But does PNM have a plan as part of this pilot to collect that specific data, real world data from PNM customers in any sort of meaningful way?
Objection. Misstates facts and evidence. I think Mr. Cervantes has tried to clarify that there's no pilot associated with the CEMP. The TOD pilot is one thing totally separate from the CEMP. So we keep repeating that pilot word, and I just don't want the record to be confused.
And I know that I'm going a bit long, but my understanding was that the CEMP and related technology was part of the AMI pilot, because that is the means by which customers in the pilot are able to access their data. Did I misunderstand that?
There's a separate platform that Dr. Pitts testified about in the rate case for that customers to access their data. That's different than the CEMP.
Is that platform going to provide any kind of real world data to support these assumptions, or that will be used to attempt to support these assumptions?
I'm gonna stop testing. I'm gonna let the witness talk. Just talking about the CEMP again.
In terms of reduction in uncollectibles, you're asking specifically?
That's just my overall question, and then I will end my questioning. Does PNM have a plan in place to get quantifiable data supporting the assumptions in this CBA that this technology is going to make any kind of real difference about people who can't pay their electric bills?
So I believe that is a possibility, and I think, I think the fact that we focused on conservative estimates, and you can see there from looking at other utilities that have implemented the AMI technologies, they reported much higher reductions. So in being conservative, I think we're pretty confident that we will realize those benefits given again the experience in other jurisdictions. But again, to answer your question, that is certainly a possibility that we can look at.
So it's possible that PNM is going to be able to gather this data as it goes along, but there's not a specific plan in place.
We have not discussed that, but that is definitely a possibility.
Okay, I will end my questioning and thank you for your flexibility and for your answers.
You're welcome.
Mr. Desayan, did you have questions for Mr. Cervantes?
I do not, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Thank you.
Ms. Beatles, are you going to also pass with Mr. Cervantes? If she doesn't respond, I'll take that as a yes.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Albright, you've requested 18 minutes. Do you intend to utilize all 18 minutes?
I think there's some duplicate. I do need some, maybe about 15 minutes. I think I can 10 to 15 minutes. Some of them piggyback on what the Department of Justice just covered. And
Mr. Lee, I will leave it to you, sir. You are free to say we are done, if that's what you prefer, Mr. Lee.
We can keep going.
Mr. Albright, we'll do that. Mr. Welliger, do you anticipate a lot of redirect from Mr. Cervantes?
Not yet. Nope.
Okay, Mr. Albright, let's try to keep it efficient.
Yes, sir. I think to first of all, Mr. Cervantes, thank you very much. I'm Jeff Albright with the county, and we've met before on this platform.
I believe so.
I'm gonna start where the Department of Justice left off, and I think there's just some language that confused me as well, and maybe you can clarify.
Okay.
And I'll be referring exclusively to your supplemental testimony if that's of any help. So if you look at page 12, line 21, and then page 13, line 2, it continues. The statement is made, I believe that the CEMP, and that's the Customer Energy Management Platform, which is planned as part of the AMI deployment, will bring significant benefits to customers, including increased customer satisfaction, unquote. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay, and I think that's where some confusion may come in, that my reading of that said that CEMP is tied to the AMI deployment.
And it is.
Okay, so if the AMI deployment is deferred, right now we have this pilot project on time of use and so forth, but if the actual meters don't get installed for a while, then the CEMP will also be delayed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then, so let's go back, and I'll start at the beginning where it's on page 1. You say the customer experience group and providing information there. How many people are in the customer experience group?
Are you talking about the group that was part of this process for collecting the data, or just in general?
Well, I'm not sure. At line 20 on page 1, 20 and 21, it says, my testimony describes my role and the role of the customer experience group. So is the customer experience group under you, or was this a separate group that was set up?
No, it's a group under me.
Okay, and how many people were in that group?
I'm trying to think without looking at rosters of meetings. But
Just
roughly, I would say a group of 5 or 6 people, plus me.
Okay.
That were part of, again, this effort. And again,
Okay.
I'm going off a recollection. Yeah.
That's fine. I was just looking for an estimate. And then the call center group, is that separate from this customer experience group, or are they some of the same people?
They are the same people. Yeah, they're included in the group.
Okay. And will the reduction in meter reading exceptions lead to a reduction in head count? for that group, for your group?
No, it would not. And I also did provide some additional details on that in one of my discovery responses. And I can point you to that, or we can talk about it, your preference.
You can just point me to that and I can read up on it. It's not critical for our discussion this afternoon.
Yeah, let me find it real quick. 1 second, if you don't mind. It's on NMAG 4. So discovery set 4 from NMAG, and it's on page 27. And it's 4-41.
Okay, thank you for that. I made note of that, so thank you. I'll take a look and read up on that. Turning to page 3, I had similar questions to what Ms. Barrett had concerning the 68% reduction in number of bills that are canceled and rebilled. My interpretation was a little bit different initially, and let me see if I have this right. So the projection of a reduction of 68% implies that you're still going to have roughly 32% of bills canceled that will need to be canceled and rebilled. Is that a way of interpreting what you have there on page 3?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. And with regard to a meter, if somebody calls in and says, okay, my AMI just, not functioning, or it's not reading correctly, or has happened in some cases, it says I've used $1,000 worth of electricity this month or something. Is that something you folks can handle as part of this group, or does it require somebody to go out and physically replace the meter? And how will you know the difference?
I want to make sure I understand your question. So are you talking about customers that are contacting PNM because they don't agree with the reading, or they're disputing? What is the...
Yeah, correcting where they say, gosh, I got this bill and I've been on vacation for, a month or something,
Yeah, so there's different I guess steps that we take as part of that process to troubleshoot those types of inquiries. We will first attempt to work with the customer on kind of looking at things that maybe they may have, in terms of just actions, right, that they may have taken that may have driven the increase in usage. We'll do things like an energy audit with them over the phone. If that doesn't solve it, then typically we will send for a check read to verify the readings. And then depending on, the result of that, then, we take the next step of, in this case, it would be cancel and rebilling. Or, if we're not able to complete the check read, then those corrections typically get captured on the next reading by the regular kind of cycle that the meter reading process goes through.
Will that still be true with the AMIs, though? I mean, where you can go out and physically check the reader? Maybe I'm just not understanding the technology well enough.
Well, AMI is, advanced, right? So we would know, the system would alert us to issues like that if the meter is not responding, or if there's issues. So that technology has those capabilities, which is why it's a lot more efficient and a much better experience for customers because they wouldn't have to wait for all the manual work, right? Also, giving them access to this custom energy management platform, customers have close to real-time access to their energy use to be able to pick up on issues that may be driving an increase in usage, right? And a lot of what the custom energy management platform offers are proactive type of alerts. So the customer can even set alerts where they're being notified and alerted to these types of issues before the customer even knows, which is comparable to, experience that customers have with other businesses in today's world, right? In today's world, customers get those types of notifications and alerts from almost everything, right? Your pizza's ready, right? Is one. So they expect that, right? And so it's something that customers are very used to, and we expect, will be very, very useful in helping them kind of shift behavior and overall customer satisfaction.
With the reduction in call center volume, I mean, that you can anticipate you'll have reduction in call center volume. Do you see any way where that will have a reduction in overall consumers' rates? Or a cost benefit, and looking at the cost benefit analysis where you'll be able to quantify if there's any savings for the consumer through that. This seems certainly like a P&M benefit, and I would agree with that. But is there any way you can tie it to a consumer benefit and quantify that?
Yeah, and I think that gets to your earlier question in terms of reduction in full-time employees. And again, we don't expect that there will be a reduction in full-time employees because, we expect that these resources that typically would be handling these calls through the reduction in contact center volume as a result of AMI would be redeployed to other programs and other efforts. And I provided a couple of examples of what this could be. So time of day is one program that I referenced that could result in additional, where customers may need additional support. And again, I provided that as an example. So I think that answers your question. But in terms of the impact to rates, that might be a question more appropriate to another witness, possibly is.
Okay, so even though there might not be, so you believe that there would be the ability to, I'll use the term, laterally shift people within P&M if the call volume drops significantly where people would not be needed full-time or something else, that there are other places where these people could go or would go.
Yeah, and more than other places, it's within the same department, just shifting functions, right? Or types of issues that they're dealing, or inquiries that they're dealing with.
Okay. Let me check my notes. That may cover. Do have a question on page 4 as well, one that I missed. Lines 19 through 21. You have for contacts specific to bill-related matters, high bill energy consumption, outages, connects and disconnects. P&M assumed an expected 10% reduction in volume with AMI deployment. It's based on industry data from other utilities. So which other utilities did you look at?
I did provide a response to a discovery or an interrog on that subject. And I believe I pointed.
Were those the two that you mentioned before when you were talking to Ms. Barrett?
No, I believe that it was a response to Burn Co. Set 1. And it was on, and maybe I did reference that also for in the previous portion. And it's page 19 of that set. And I reference a large southeastern utility that experienced actually a 50% in volumes and high bill calls, and also handle time. So I provided data on that and how we arrived at, again, the 10%. And again, the 10% does represent a conservative estimate.
All right, Mr. Cervantes, I think that's all the questions that I wanted to cover in addition, following Department of Justice. So thank you very much. Appreciate your time and your informative answers.
Thank you.
Mr. Baker, you requested 5 minutes, Mrs. Cervantes. I neglected to say that earlier. Do you require that time, sir?
Yes, please. It may not take 5 minutes even.
Go ahead, please.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cervantes, what is the approximate participation or number of accounts participating in your existing opt-in text alert and outage program out of the 500 or so customers? 500,000, sorry.
Yeah, 500. I don't have the information in front of me to respond.
Just approximate is fine.
I would be, could be totally off if I give you numbers. I mean, I guess I could make up a number, but I don't want to.
Okay.
Information.
Would AMI give any more accurate or timely reporting on an outage location than is currently available from the accounts participating in the existing outage alert program?
Can you
So I signed up for this outage alert program, and I know if you text in outage, it knows your address. So do you think that's the same, better, or worse than the data that would be available from AMI in resolving an outage?
It's better because we would know before you know that you're out, and that's part of the technologies that Mr. Warner described in his
okay, yeah,
testimony. Yeah.
Has your team ever tried changing the text program to an opt-in program so that basically enrolls everybody and then lets them opt out if they want to?
We have had discussions about that, but there are implications to doing that. So there's regulations that we have to abide by in terms of customers permission to for us to do that, right? There's data rates that still apply for some customers, so we can't just assume that they will all be okay with us enrolling them without their consent.
I was just thinking about other services that definitely enroll you. My insurance company tells me when my bill is coming.
Mm-hmm.
And then
to clarify, I believe that they follow the same rules. You have to give consent before.
Lately anyway, they opt you in, warn you there's a data rate, and let you opt out.
They give you an opt-out option, correct?
Yeah. So my last question really is back to the remote service disconnect. And I understand perfectly how that is a quantitative P&M benefit. But as far as a ratepayer experience, how do you think customers see a more speedy disconnect as a positive experience or a negative experience?
So I guess let me give you my response. And again, I did share this in my testimony in terms of the benefit in being able to disconnect customers in a more timely fashion. It does have a benefit on those uncollectible charges, which ultimately get recovered through rates. So there's a benefit there, but also from just an experience standpoint. Today, if you're a new customer and you're calling us for service, you have to wait until we can manually go out and do that, right? And so with this remote connect and disconnect, we can do it instantly. And that's a huge customer satisfier because, again, going back to your experience with other businesses, you expect that, right? You expect for immediate resolution. And so today we cannot give you that because we're limited to the technology that we have today, which is manual.
Well, I know new service meters, I know we can often wait for a long time for PNM to come plug them into a box. That's turning it on and off has never really been a problem.
There is a wait. There's a wait that our customers experience, and that's
But anyway,
that's a satisfier.
Thank you for my time or your time. I think we can all call it a day and go feed the dog.
Mr. Welliger, would you like to engage in a redirect?
No, thank you, hearing examiner.
Very good. We'll bring today's proceeding to a close. I will see you all Tuesday morning at 9 a.m. We will begin with Mr. Morgan.
Very good.